Good morning. I'm State Senator Jeremy Cooney, proudly representing the 56th District of New York, which is the Greater Rochester region, and here in my capacity as chair of the Cannabis Subcommittee for the State Senate. I'm so pleased to be joined and honored to co-chair today's public hearing with Senator Liz Krueger, Senator Michelle Henchy, Senator James Skoufis, who are leading with their respective standing committees with Agriculture, Finance, Investigations, and Government Operations. I want to thank the Majority Leader and her team for their support and preparation for today's long-awaited hearing. And I'm so pleased to be here also in my capacity as the co-chair of the Cannabis Subcommittee and the Marijuana Task Force of the Black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, and Asian Legislative Caucus. The goal of the hearing today is to provide an opportunity for stakeholders across the adult use retail cannabis space to raise concerns and to offer constructive feedback regarding the current cannabis landscape in order to foster a more robust and equitable recreational adult use cannabis marketplace in New York. We'll hear testimony from a range of stakeholders, from state and local agencies, dispensaries and card licensees, growers, processors, organized labor, and other cannabis businesses. And we'll also use today's testimony as a guide as we develop policy and consider budget resources next year during the 2024 legislative session. I'd like to invite each of the standing committee co-chairs with the opportunity to say a few words, noting that we'll save the majority of our time for questions during the hearing. And with that, I'll turn it to my colleague of the chair of the Finance Committee, Senator Liz Krueger.
Thank you very much. I appreciate participating in this hearing. What Jeremy didn't say is I'm also the original sponsor of the MRTA bill, which probably is more relevant for today than the fact that I'm the finance chair. I'm going to save most of my statements for the questions for all of you. Clearly, when we passed this law, which took 7 years to pass, by the way, so we thought through everything. We didn't necessarily think through everything. And what I like about democracy is if you think you didn't quite get it right, you have second and third and fourth opportunities to do so. That's why we have jobs here. So I'm very interested in hearing from all of you what you think is working, what you don't think is working, and why. Thank you, and thank you to my colleagues for participating today. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you for your continued leadership with cannabis, obviously not only as the bill sponsor for the MRTA, but has been leading and having multiple conversations with probably many folks in this room over the past couple of years. I'd now like to invite Chair Henchy from the Agriculture Committee.
Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, for being here today, and thank you to all of the testifiers. This is an incredibly important hearing. I want to thank Chair Cooney for hosting this today. Our focus, as everybody knows, has been on and continues to be on support for our farmers, the farmers who stepped out to grow the crop, to make sure that we had a New York-grown crop for our growing and soon-to-be created market. And many of them, almost all of them, have been fairly left out in the cold with a lot of crop that's left on the table. And so our focus here today is to understand what we can do for our farmers, but to hear and understand the holistic industry, where it stands today and where we hope to be going in the future. So thank you to the chairs for hosting this today, and look forward to the hearing.
Thank you, Chair Henchy, and thank you for your leadership. She's been part of many conversations around growers and cultivators over the past several months. Also would like to invite Chair Skoufis, Chair of the Investigations and Government Operations Committee.
Thanks very much, Senator Cooney. I want to thank all three of my fellow co-chairs for their leadership in this issue area. I'm delighted to join and look forward to a robust hearing. I'm certainly going to keep this brief and save my remarks and questions for the many panels. I'll just note that we're 943 days since March 31st of 2021, when the MRTA legislation was signed into law by the then governor. And in the Hudson Valley that I represent alongside a number of other colleagues, there is not one single dispensary open 943 days later. And so most, if not almost all, of the stakeholders that I've interacted with They have viewed the rollout over the 943 days as challenging, to put it kindly, if not unsuccessful or a failure. And so I look forward to understanding why that is and what we can all do to work together to try and improve upon that perception, if not reality. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Skoufis. I'd like to now recognize those who are here from the members of the various committees and the Cannabis Subcommittee in no particular order, just by my own line of sight. We have Senator Griffo, we have Senator Rivera, we have Senator Rollison, we have Senator Fernandez, we have Senator Helming, we have Senator Hoylman. I'm going on the other side of Michelle. We've got Senator Ryan, we've got Senator May, Senator Mannion, Senator Matera. Wow, it's been a little bit of a while, but I remembered everyone's name. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. But delighted everyone could travel to Albany to be part of this important conversation. Before we get started, just a couple of procedural logistics to get on the record. If anyone is here who is going to testify during one of the upcoming panels, they have not checked in, please do so at the back of the room, the check-in table, so that we can make note that you are here and we can prepare for your testimony. As you know, we have a lot of speakers who have traveled great distance here, so we want to be mindful of time. Otherwise, we'll be here like a budget hearing, and we have lots of good leadership to happen on that next year. So we will take a very, very short lunch break after our government witnesses, and our goal is to finish in the late afternoon. And Senator Krueger reminded me that Bob Dylan is performing tonight, so we have something to work our goal towards. And, we obviously want this hearing to be engaging, but we want to ask those who are observing today's proceeding to please remain as quiet as possible and maintain a respectful tone for those who have prepared testimony today. Panelists, please limit your testimony to no longer than 3 minutes. Members have copies of your written testimony, or in OCM's case, we've emailed it out, so don't feel like you need to review all of what you've written down and submitted. We do have a time clock available for you to reference. Committee chairs, the standing committee chairs, will each have 5 minutes to ask questions during each panel, and other members of our various committees and subcommittee will have 3 minutes. Certainly I will be respectful, but please remember that we have many folks who are here to testify, and we want to make sure things keep moving forward. So, with that being said, our first panel is the Office of Cannabis Management, starting with OCM Executive Director Chris Alexander. Chris, I'll let you introduce your team, but before we do that, I'll turn it over to Chair Skoufis.
Thanks very much. For the government panels, we'll be swearing you all in for your testimony, which is our prerogative under Section 62A of the legislative law. So if each of you could raise your right hand, if you don't mind. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before these committees of the New York State Senate will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. I want to start off by thanking Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, Finance Committee Chair Senators Krueger, Ag Committee Chair Michelle Hinchy, Investigations and GovOps Chair James Skoufis, and Cannabis Subcommittee Chair Jeremy Cooney for inviting OCM here to provide testimony at this inaugural hearing on New York's cannabis market. I want to also thank Governor Hochul, who has demonstrated her commitment to this mission from the moment she appointed me to this role. Since my appointment to the role of the Executive Director of the Office of Cannabis Management in September of 2021, the office has worked diligently to make good on the commitments that this body made to New Yorkers with the passage of the MRTA in March of that year. Those commitments included a much-needed expansion of the already operational but severely underutilized medical cannabis program, the foundation of the formalization of the cannabinoid hemp program that largely existed as a pilot at the time, and the development of the most equitable and diverse adult-use cannabis marketplace in the country. I've also been tasked with building out the office by recruiting, hiring, and training staff with key competencies, developing internal policies and procedures, drafting regulations for the programs we oversee, and educating interested industry participants and everyday New Yorkers who are undoubtedly impacted by this significant policy shift. This has been no small feat, and of course, we have had our challenges along the way. While the MRTA passed in March and I was appointed in September, the office did not have staff until December of 2021. Those initial months were spent finding temporary office space, designing the agency organizational chart and team structures, and recruiting staff to serve in key leadership positions. The office began operations in earnest in January 2022, just 22 months after the initial staff officially transitioned to the office from the Department of Health. We are now an agency of approximately 160 full-time staff with an expected target of 245 total FTEs by March of 2024. We have secured office spaces in Albany, Buffalo, and Lower Manhattan, and have made significant headway on many of the mandates that this body has assigned to us. Despite persistent and ongoing challenges with staffing, the office got to work immediately expanding the medical cannabis and cannabinoid hemp programs and laying the foundations for the adult use program. We put forward regulations authorizing New York's cannabis patients to cultivate cannabis at home and operationalize many of the programmatic changes required to be implemented by the MRTA, including an expansion of the universe of practitioners able to certify patients and of conditions that can be treated with medical cannabis. We also made necessary changes to the program that would bring the program in closer alignment with the adult use program that would follow, including modifying testing requirements and introducing packaging recycling programs. We also advanced cannabinoid hemp program regulations and established consumer protections and quality control standards for manufacturing, packaging, and labeling of cannabinoid hemp products, and began issuing cannabinoid hemp retail licenses to subject those selling CBD products in the state to necessary health and safety standards. The development of the adult use program also began early last year with the dedication of operations, policy, and council staff to what would become a massive group research project. The team engaged with other legal cannabis state regulators and operators, subject matter experts, and others to develop the adult use regulations. Those regulations govern licensing, general business operations, cultivation and processing standards, cannabis product testing, advertising and labeling, dispensary siting, and sustainability practices. They create a framework for an equitable and sustainable cannabis industry that is grounded in public health best practices and guards against market concentration and monopolization. In February of 2022, before the adult use regulations were finalized, legislation was passed and signed creating the conditional cultivator and conditional processor programs and jumpstarting what would become known as the Seeding Opportunity Initiative. The initiative was a licensing and market building strategy that represented New York's response to the universal experience of other states who decided to build their markets with existing well-capitalized operators, leaving little opportunity for others. Through the initiative, New York would make different choices about the market's design as an early demonstration of the commitment to equity that is woven throughout the enabling statute. The Seeding Opportunity Initiative positioned New York small farmers at the start of New York's cannabis supply chain, and regulations introduced in March of 22 placed entrepreneurs who had been directly impacted by prohibition, who would hold New York's first adult use retail licenses, at the end. The Conditional Adult Use Retail Dispensary, or CARD, program has now been stalled twice by litigation. Still, the program stands as the first time that any state cannabis program has led with directing opportunity to those who were most impacted by previous policies via a conviction for a cannabis offense. The stalling of the CARD program has had significant impact on the rest of New York's adult use cannabis supply chain. Small farmers who were already distressed were left with no outlets for their product and have experienced significant financial hardship and uncertainty as a result. New York small farmers cultivated approximately 225,000 pounds of cannabis in the first grow season under the sun. They've seen approximately half of that cannabis make it to consumers through the supply chain, either as a flower product or as a value-added product such as an edible or a concentrate. The lack of available shelf space is one of the most pressing issues facing the office and the state's cannabis market. The office introduced the Cannabis Growers Showcase as a mechanism to encourage retail activity and raise the profile of cannabis brands that were unable to get placed on limited store shelves. This program, approved by the board in July, allowed for off-site sales and served the dual purpose of introducing consumers to the farmers who are producing their cannabis. To date, we have held 584 showcase days and have sold $1.9 million worth of cannabis products at the showcases. The Cannabis Growers Showcase is just one of the many examples of the ingenuity of the team here at OCM. As you all know, the CARD program was launched with the intention of providing justice-involved entrepreneurs with access to built-out retail facilities in addition to their licenses. As we drew closer to the issuing of the first CARD licenses, it became clearer that the securing of private investment due to changes in capital markets would require us to give the program a pathway forward that did not rely on the heavy lift that we, along with our colleagues at DASNY, were undertaking. It was at that time that we decided to allow licensees to secure their own locations or to launch their businesses as delivery-only operations while they worked to secure permanent retail locations. This pivot may have created some consternation amongst our licensee pool, but it also made it possible to expand the pool, as the pledged resources could go further if those who had some access to capital were utilizing it to get themselves operational. Still, those licensees faced a similar reality that every small business owner faces, that it takes time to get a business off the ground. By our count, the average time from license issuance to the commencement of operation has been about 7 months for those licensees who are able to move unencumbered by litigation. That time frame is not unique to New York operators and tracks with experiences by cannabis operators in other states with legal markets. Today, we have 27 operational retail businesses across the state. Those businesses are carrying an average of 300 unique cannabis products across a variety of product types, including flower products, beverages, edibles, and tinctures. New York's consumers have strongly supported the legal cannabis businesses in their communities. In fact, it is likely that by the end of the year, New York will boast heavy representation among the top performing dispensaries in the country. This is a byproduct of strong consumer demand, but is also indicative of the willingness of New Yorkers to support the broader mission that New York Cannabis has committed itself to. While we see clearly what New York Cannabis will be, we still have a long way to go before we can claim that the supply chain is functioning as intended. Our small farmers, as you know and as I've already stated, are struggling. We need more retail shelves for their product, and we are working to make that a reality. But we are also committed to learning from this moment and providing more stability to an already volatile industry. That is why we intend to work to expand our successful grower showcases and support farmers hardest hit by the slow rollout of retail stores. Our farmers are also being transitioned currently to either micro or mixed light licenses, allowing them to have more grow cycles and access to the retail business should they choose to pursue the micro license. The office will be launching the Distressed Farmer Transition Program in the coming weeks to support our small farmers as they expand their businesses. Equity is the foundation of this market, and support programs like the Distressed Farmer Transition Program are crucial to ensuring the success of those diverse operators we hope will succeed here. In May, the office released a social and economic equity plan, which presents the strategy for advancing the office's mission to build a fair, inclusive, and equitable foundation for the New York market. The plan was prepared by the office's equity team, but it was developed in partnership with the same equity groups it hopes to support. The office spent a year hosting equity community roundtables to assess support needs, gather input for program development, and build community with New Yorkers who have sometimes been ignored when economic opportunities such as this are made available. The office has completed 2 small business development programs for equity entrepreneurs to date. The first was a 10-week cannabis compliance training and mentorship program, which had 241 participants. The program was designed to support individuals interested in cannabis cultivation and processing. Many of these program participants knew all there was to know about cannabis cultivation and processing, but the CCTM program provided them with a firm understanding of OCM rules and regulations for both activities. The CCTM program had a graduation rate of 97%. The second small business development program was the Our Academy Card Accelerator program, designed to aid our retail entrepreneurs in running their businesses. This program had 212 participants who participated in 44 workshops and received over 70 hours of instruction from cannabis retail experts. The office will continue to expand and update these business development opportunities and will in the coming months announce additional steps taken to launch the incubation services that we are required to provide by the MRTA. Since legalization, New Yorkers have had to deal with the proliferation of illegal cannabis businesses. Our story is not unique, but our problem is expansive. These businesses are not selling product grown by our small farmers, they're not run by equity entrepreneurs, and they're not contributing to the betterment of the communities in which they operate. The OCM enforcement team has prioritized working to shut down these illegal businesses and has now conducted investigations in every region of the state. Over the last several months, we have conducted almost 300 regulatory inspections and seized close to 10,000 pounds of illicit cannabis with an approximate value of $50 million. But those numbers are only a small segment of the enforcement activity that our team has engaged in, because they do not count the work that has been done educating and empowering local governments and law enforcement entities to act as a force multiplier in this effort. In recent weeks, we have leaned into the education effort and have worked to expand the coalition of entities working to drive these operators out of business, including broader collaboration with the Department of Labor and the real estate community. We are thankful for the additional powers that the legislature and the governor provided OCM to expand our ability to enforce the cannabis law. We have developed regulations to govern our administrative hearings, through which fines are sought and levied against unlicensed cannabis businesses, and continue to fine-tune the administrative hearing process over the last few months. to reduce inefficiencies and increase efficacy, which has proven to be challenging. The enforcement effort does not solely consist of product seizures. It must also include expansive education of cannabis consumers and, of course, the opening of more legal alternatives. In December of 2022, we deployed the dispensary verification tool to assist consumers in identifying legal cannabis businesses and safer cannabis products. The office is also charged with developing public health initiatives and programming. Transitioning cannabis consumers to the legal market was the focus of the most recent campaign, Why Buy Legal? This was a $2.5 million effort that focused on highlighting legal cannabis operators, the connections that they have to the communities they serve, and their commitments to providing a quality product to New York's cannabis consumers. We've also developed numerous educational materials for consumers, parents, and educators, striving always to provide fact-based resources for New Yorkers. The office has also conducted significant data monitoring and epidemiological surveillance to measure and monitor the impact of cannabis legalization on the state. In addition, the office has stood up one of the most comprehensive cannabis laboratory testing programs in the country, pulling best practices from other states and similar industries to ensure the cannabis sold in the regulated market is tested and does not contain any harmful contaminants. We're also prioritizing the further development of cannabis research by launching the Cannabis Research License, allowing academics, universities, and other researchers to access and research cannabis in ways that are prohibited or unnecessarily bureaucratic at the federal level. It is our hope and vision that this will open the doors for New York to be a leader in cannabis research and innovation across the country. There's so much more work being done here that I didn't highlight, and still so much more work to do. We are 2 years into this experiment, and I want you all to know that it is working. We have launched the most diverse and equitable market in the nation. At the start of the year, there were approximately 20 Black-owned dispensaries across the country. New York just opened 8 more. While we have not operationalized all licenses that we have issued over 700 licenses to largely equity entrepreneurs. These are small farmers, small family businesses that are independently owned and operated and in a great position to succeed. And even with a minimal footprint, the market has already generated over $100 million in retail sales, and that's a number that will continue to grow. We have done the difficult work of community building by hosting education sessions and meaningfully engaging with communities in every corner of the state, organizing future entrepreneurs, local leaders, and individuals interested in joining the cannabis workforce. The 2 public health campaigns that we launched this year are amongst the largest ever in the history of the country, and they've collectively made 385 million impressions on New Yorkers. We are the first state to develop a research program, and I have no doubt that the next major breakthroughs in cannabis science will happen right here in New York. Looking ahead, we're prepared to issue a significant number of licenses in the coming months, expanding the opportunity to all New Yorkers to participate in this growing market. In closing, when I last sat in front of this body, I was asked repeatedly if I knew how much I was getting paid. My response was that I didn't, and more transparently, that I didn't care. Leading this office and seeing the impact that we have been able to make in this short time has been incredible. As I've now stated multiple times, there is so much more to do, and this transition has been a painful one for so many. But I and my team will continue to do the hard things, and will continue fighting to ensure that New York's cannabis market becomes what we all know that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, and gave you a little bit of leeway there with time, but it was important that you share the many things that you and your team have been working on over the past several months, and we appreciate that work. We appreciated also the data points that your team shared with us over the weekend. We did share that with all of the committee members here, so we can reference that in light with your testimony. I'll start with my questions. Each chair, as a reminder, will have 5 minutes to ask questions. Members will have 3 minutes, and we'll go from there. And then, Mr. Alexander, you can designate members of your team to respond if appropriate. Kind of picking up on something that you said, you talked about the Why Buy Legal campaign, and I think that's a terrific campaign. One of the things that we've heard from OCM and certainly heard from all of us here is the importance that the cannabis products that are being sold in legal retail dispensaries are safer. They've gone through some laboratory testing process. They've been approved for sale. In your written materials, you talked about the BioTrax system, and we're going to be talking with an individual representing BioTrax later on today in the hearing. When will that system be implemented and set up to go? I know the RFP was in 2022, is that correct?
That's correct. As I begin, Senators, I just want to introduce some members of my team that are here. There are plenty of us here in the audience, but first, the state's Chief Equity Officer, Damian Fagan, my first Deputy Director, Pat McCage, and the Director of Enforcement, Dan Hackney. We're going to be here to answer your questions. My General Counsel is also present to jump in should there be any additional questions, Linda Baldwin. So the BioTrack program, scheduled implementation, I believe, is for November 1st. We have been working to ensure that the program is updated and able to deal with the fact that one of our key requirements during the RFP was that their system be able to integrate with anybody else's tracking, seed-to-sale tracking system. And so we've been working with them diligently. We have weekly calls just to get this program running. By November 1st, I believe, is the operational date when we'll start utilizing that system fully. In the meantime, every operator has been engaged in inventory tracking that is reviewed and confirmed by the office.
And will that same system be used to help, and we'll talk with Tax and Finance later on today, but used to help decipher where the sale took place? So for example, when we're doing the reinvestment, right? So the 3% to the municipality for which the dispensary was located and the 1% for the county, that will be used to determine, okay, this was a dispensary in this town versus this city within this county. And will that all be tracked through?
It definitely
BioTrack?
helps to track it. I mean, we also have direct reporting from dispensaries themselves, so we do know who's making which sales of which products. So it'll help make that process more efficient.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to enforcement, we're going to have a lot of talks about enforcement, and Senator Krueger did some great work on enforcement in the budget this past session. My question is obviously stemming off of the most recent media reports about the hearings themselves. And we understand that this is a process for the enforcement. It's not just one decision maker. But when it comes to the administrative side and holding the hearings, is this something, I know that the article reported that OCM has made a decision not to continue those hearings or suspending them for a temporarily basis. Can you kind of talk about what's next step? How are you planning to restart those? What the timeline is for doing so?
Absolutely. And so the issuing of penalties is incredibly necessary and important to being able to close down these shops. We got the new powers earlier this year. We have been able to issue and update our enforcement regulations. For those who watched our meetings, we've now done, I believe, 3 updates to those regulations to ensure that those hearings, the administrative side of hearings, as well as our general enforcement actions, are efficient. The pause really is a recognition that we are still doing some fine-tuning of that process, working to make sure that we get the largest fines possible for the illicit operators. But the investigation side of things that Dan's team run here, they never slow down. And so we've got, while we're changing and updating this process, in this most recent board meeting, we updated those hearings again, those regulations again. We've got to now catch everything else up to those changes in processes. And so the pause was a recognition that we were definitely in some ways, getting way out ahead in terms of our investigation operations and needed to catch up the administrative process to that.
Understood. Let's talk about staffing. You talked about around 150 or so current staff members. We know you're going through a hiring process to onboard perhaps even as many as 100 more or so over the next year or so. Could you talk to us about resources required for doing so? So in the budget process, we'll look at the governor's executive budget that she proposes, but do you anticipate the need for additional financial resources from the state to kind of get the operation to where you need it to be in terms of reviewing and doing enforcement?
Yeah, no, and the purpose of me reading through the entirety of the testimony is really just to highlight the amount of work that is going on here at the office. We were able to launch a licensing program within 4 months of operations, something that normally takes 2 years, and issue new licenses, something that normally takes 2 years in other states. And so we've taken on quite a bit of work. I am thankful to the legislature and the governor for the additional resources that were given last budget cycle to increase enforcement capacity. However, there is still that need, of course, for more resources, but then simultaneously a need to get folks in position quickly. We have done something I think many agencies may do periodically or over time, but that is create our own title series for licensing, for employment through civil service. One of our initial projects was creating this new title series to bring individuals into state service that previously were not engaged in that. And so it's been a process getting folks hired and staffed up. We obviously need more, but I think really the process is both and more resources and a more efficient process of getting folks into position. And that's, we've had a great relationship more recently with civil service, and they've been able to work through certain issues with us as we have them, but there are some institutional challenges that we've got to work through.
Okay, thank you. My time has elapsed. Open it up to questions. Senator Krueger.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, and all of your team. I certainly recognize there have been all kinds of problems that we didn't anticipate when we rolled out this bill, and then many things happened. I want to follow up on Chair Cooney's question about following up on the illegal stores. I represent, obviously, a piece of New York City, and I know in New York City, it seems that the biggest concern is so many illegal stores, and that why would anybody go to a legal store, even though there's a good ad campaign of why you should, if it's available on sometimes more than 2 per block in certain parts of my district, and there's no taxes and there's no sort of any kind of rules, and young people are going in, and we tried to be very clear this was a product that couldn't be sold to people under 21. So I understand that you're staffing up and there's not enough of you to do the thousands of illegal stores, but help me understand again, and we've talked about this, I just want to ask you, in public, if you close an illegal store and you take the product, but the fines aren't big enough to actually discourage people from just opening up again, and we did change the law to make the fines much bigger, then I don't believe it works at all. That you'll spend time and resources closing stores, and they'll say, oh, okay, they'll take the product, and 2 days later I'll reopen, and maybe I'll get tickets, but I'm never going to get to a hearing, and they're never really going to fine me the up to $20,000 a day, so I'll just keep going. What do we need to do? Because clearly whatever we did isn't really working. So what do you recommend? And maybe it does require legislative action as opposed to just regulatory action. What do we need to do?
And thank you, Senator. And again, I acknowledge fully the scope of this problem. I know many of you have these shops in your districts. You've called on our office for action, and we've tried to be there. I think one of the big changes that came in the most recent update to our enforcement powers was that shifting of a upfront bulk fine to that per day fine, which could, if operationalized, be significant. The most recent regulatory change that we made to our enforcement regulations was after recognition that because we were coming back for a secondary inspection before the hearing, that our administrative law judges were inferring or weren't able to make the inference of continued illicit activity throughout the entirety of that time, right? So we've got initial inspection, we come back a couple weeks later for a follow-up inspection before an administrative hearing. But because, of how the statute was written, there was definitely some space to infer not continued activity that entirety of that time. We've made changes to require a certificate of compliance to be sent by the illegal operator so that we can lock them into that $20,000 a day. But that's just a change to this approach that can get us some higher fines in certain instances, but that requires us to make that operational adjustment. What I'd also say, though, even at the $20,000 a day limit for some of these folks who are owning multiple operations across the city or across the state, it is still, a cost of doing business at times. And so I don't know what the exact number may be to fully deter, but to be able to take some more significant action at the onset when we issue that notice of closure, a violation of the cannabis law, might be a helpful direction. But I do want to turn to Dan Hackney, our Director of Enforcement, for his thoughts on this as well.
Good morning, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about enforcement. I know there will certainly be a lot more questions about that side of things. And thanks, Chris. So we were empowered with a certain authority with the latest legislation that sets up a process for our enforcement mechanism. That starts with us going in and conducting a regulatory inspection at the location. When we observe violations of the cannabis law and we observe illicit products in the store, we subsequently make a seizure. We issue a notice of violation and cease order at the time of our inspection. And we are also doing this in conjunction with the Department of Taxation and Finance Criminal Investigation Division. And before I get into more of the process, I do want to say that cohesive enforcement mechanism between OCM and DTF has been instrumental in the success of what we've been able to do out in the field so far. I think it's an outstanding collaboration between agencies that is not something that you see throughout the state very often. But again, when we go do those inspections, we're working in conjunction with DTF. So we make that seizure. The OCM investigators are focused on the violations of cannabis law. The tax investigators are focused on the tax violations and the tax penalties. All the product is seized, brought back to our evidence warehouse, and we follow through. We make the referrals to our hearing process. That is step one. Step two, as Chris mentioned, is doing a reinspection to see which locations are actually heeding our cease order or which ones continue to operate in defiance of that cease order. Once that has been done, we go through the hearing, and it's up to the administrative law judge to issue any penalties. After that, and sometimes concurrently, when we have locations that are operating that are particularly egregious, there are certain injunctive relief avenues we can go through to get temporary restraining orders, temporary closing orders, and ultimately to padlock the store. But that is something that does require working with the Attorney General's office. So it is a large process. From my standpoint with enforcement, operationally, I'm incredibly proud of the work that our team has done. As Chris mentioned, the number of inspections we've been able to do, the amount of product we've been able to seize has been significant for the staff that we have. But working with that process, it is a long-term process. I would love nothing more than to be able to go through and when we finish our inspection, have that store closed. But currently, that's not the process that we have, and we're doing what we can. So I totally understand from the public perception point of things. It's not a quick fix, but I know that as long as we continue to work with the process that we have, and hopefully we can expand that. We've seen what the initial legislation has given us. Now that we've been doing this for a number of months, I think there's quite a few points that we can fine-tune things to get really to the heart of the matter to get the results that everyone in the state wants.
Just a quick follow-up. So I know that my district, and I suspect everybody's district, wants to help you, okay? Because they want the stores closed. So in New York City, we are used to people doing photos on their phones that timestamp and sending them to various government entities to say, see, they're parked illegally again for the 47,000th time. Or see, they're doing X and there are potholes that need to be repaired. And those are actually taken as reports. Is it possible that in order to help you, because they're saying the hearing officers, you need to prove every day that they're open, could like a photo, if I went and took a photo of all the illegal stores every day in my district, could I just submit them to you, date stamped, and you go, oh, here, hearing officer, we have the photos from Senator Krueger showing these stores are still open. Could something like that work?
Well, we are working to figure out kind of what, and this is really a great point of collaboration that we've had with the New York City Sheriff's Office and others to get some regular feedback on when illicit activity has continued. I'd have to check with the team on the admissibility of the photos themselves to stand as evidence, but I think the statute doesn't require them to do everyday inspections. It's just that because sometimes there is a couple of weeks in between that first and that second follow-up, it was just space for the judges they felt challenged to infer that activity had concluded, had been ongoing for the entirety of that time. So that's really the gap that we were trying to work on. I do think that the most recent update to the regulations do that, but now it's just rolling that out. What I do want to just point to, we do have a task force with the New York City, with the city. We work with the Sheriff's Office, NYPD participates as well, and we essentially do data sharing, updates, we direct activity. The district attorney helps as well, so at their pursuit, we're not conflicting as we do our enforcement activity. And something I want to highlight again, this is a everything you got type issue, right? And so we've been leaning on not just other regulatory bodies like the Department of Labor, but anybody that can assist in this effort, and we're looking to continue to expand that.
Thank you, Chris. Chair now recognizes Senator Hinchey.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here and for your testimony. Assemblymember Donna Lopardo and I have been effectively sounding the alarm since the middle of the legislative session earlier this year on the crisis that's happening right now for our cannabis farmers, to effectively very little to almost zero response. We have a bill, the Cannabis Crop Rescue Act, that could be one solution, and to date it has been the only solution on the table. We're not saying it is the solution, but is the only one that's been presented. We've been begging for support to effectively very little response. To understand the scope, a year ago, OCM estimated there was 300,000 pounds of cannabis stockpiled and awaiting retail locations to open. Based on an average estimated wholesale value of about $2,500 per pound, according to Cannabis Benchmarks, which is a research firm that tracks wholesale marijuana prices nationwide, that stockpile would have been worth as much as $750 million. But as we know, unprocessed cannabis has a shelf life and deteriorates over time, affecting its value. We've heard in your testimony today the stats on illicit and illegal cannabis stores, but can you talk about what is out there currently? How much on the legal side? How much cannabis does OCM estimate is left from that stockpile? And how much money has been lost to farmers because of the depreciation of cannabis?
Yeah, and Senator, I want to thank you, of course, for your advocacy and for your sponsorship of that conditional cultivator bill. That was really something, again, that's never been done in the country, to lean on not existing operators to jumpstart the market. One thing that I continue to say is how proud we are of the farmers in terms of what they've contributed, because the products that we're able to have here in the state do not are high quality and, honestly, are able to compete with any state, even if grown under the sun versus grown inside. The one thing that, what we have right now, I think we have just around 120 to 130,000 pounds of biomass outstanding that needs to be either processed or sold. We, as I said earlier, launched the Cannabis Growers Showcase program as an effort to get some relief to farmers who did not have access to retail shelves. It's not enough. It's not a replacement for legal dispensaries. And, frankly, we now, the solution is, of course, more stores, as we know. But in the interim, we're trying to figure out what is going to be the best way to either incentivize the businesses so that they survive, and trying to figure out ways to deal with essentially that excess biomass.
Thank you. Right, more stores in the future doesn't necessarily help the 2022 crop that we're dealing with now, that every single day loses value. And the showcases have been great, but they are a drop in the bucket for what we need and for the farmers, to help the farmers that exist today. You mentioned a distressed farmers transition program. Does that include financial support?
The distressed farm, I'm going to have Damon speak to that, but the program itself does not include financial support. It does speak to them being made aware of and trained on how to transition from the outdoor grows that they have to either micro or mixed lights.
For the sake of time, the answer, there's no financial support. And I also want to get on the record, just in that program, I want to get on the record, outdoor grow is actually a very good thing. It is possible in New York, it is happening, and it's actually concerning to me to hear the focus from OCM being shifting into greenhouses as opposed to incentivizing outdoor grow, especially as we try to hit our climate goals. Greenhouses are incredibly energy intensive, and outdoor grow is real. I'm happy to take you to some outdoor grow farms in my district. It's great, and sun-grown products are actually something that people want, and so for another time, for the sake of time, I want to make sure we're
If I could just respond to that, because that's not an accurate statement in terms of our commitment to outdoor grow. We're the first state to have an entire cannabis crop of outdoor cannabis, ever. And so the commitment is absolutely there, but some of the farmers have, expressed interest in transitioning to other license types, including micro and, greenhouse, so they can have more turns of that crop. But I just want to turn to Damon just to explain the program, and we can talk about future financial support.
I want to ask, do you think that a recovery fund is important to help the farmers that have been hurt to date, right? Let's remember, these are hemp farmers. We did the conditional cultivator license bill to help hemp farmers that we actually hurt when we legalized hemp in the first place. We've now hit them twice. So do you think a recovery fund for the farmers that are struggling from this initial rollout is important? Absolutely,
absolutely. And I think the statute as drafted allows us to support our equity licensees financially. As you know, the revenue is starting to come in now, and so we'll have a lot more space to do and create such programs.
So you think you think that there's funding through, that you're receiving at OCM that will be enough to cover a recovery fund for all of the farmers and the excess cannabis that we have not been able to sell?
I can't make the definitive statement because I don't know exactly, because just to be clear, the product pricing per pound, that number is significant and differs from, what we can, what we've seen here
Right.
for outdoor flower products.
Do you know the cost, right? You said that there's about 130,000 pounds
Yeah.
about still out there. That's decreased from about 300,000, so that's over half that we've lost. And that's money that the farmers won't get back to date. Do you think, what's the amount of money that farmers are owed?
I just want to clarify, that's not a representation of what's been lost, it's a representation of what's been sold. So we've sold half of the flower that we produced in the state. We didn't lose half. That number that I'm giving in terms of that
Sold or
100
processed?
Yeah, sold or processed. That number of that 130 is what is outstanding that needs to be either sold or processed.
And how much do you think that costs?
Oh, it's going on it's on the market $300 a pound. I mean, it's outdoor biomass, so it's not indoor flower, which is $2,500 a pound generally.
I'm out of time.
Mr. Fig, if you have additional thoughts, if you could share that offline.
Yeah,
with
the
Senator Krueger.
distress farmer
No, Mr.
transition.
Fig, we've got to move on to Senator Skoufis. But
Okay,
if you could
got
share
that.
that offline with Senator Krueger,
Okay,
Senator
all good.
Hanchey, that would be great.
In fact, any questions we've asked that you don't have time to respond to, or you say we need more information to get to you, I would urge you to, every testifier today, write it up to us, forward us, Senator CUNY.
And we'll
He'll
put it
make
out.
sure all members of the panel get it.
That's right. Thank you, Senator Skoufis.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to each of you. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for your leadership. You had mentioned during your opening remarks that you believe the system is working. And what I'm about to say is certainly not a reflection of the 100-plus people that are within OCM. Even the many, many stakeholders that I've spoken with who have great frustration acknowledge that you all are understaffed and overworked. And so the frustration, the at times anger from stakeholders, I don't think is any reflection of their attitude towards the effort and the hard work. It's really a reflection of their frustration of just sort of where we are here in New York State. And where we are in the Hudson Valley, as I mentioned before, if you're a consumer, you are in all likelihood traveling still to New Jersey or Connecticut or Massachusetts instead of making purchases here in New York State, nearly 1,000 days after this law was enacted. And so to that end, given that reality, at least that I and most people acknowledge, there were shortcomings or at least unintended consequences in the law and subsequently in the regs. If you agree, have you proposed any program bills to try and make any corrections to the statute? If not, have you had any conversations with the legislature to make amendments?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, I guess, the statement about it's working. I'm speaking clearly about the goal of creating a diverse and equitable market that guards against that monopolization that we've seen in other states. Obviously, the retail footprint is not sufficient at this moment, and I don't make any. I don't run from that fact. We've got to open more stores. We've issued 463 retail licenses. We expected to have more folks open, but obviously, as folks are aware of the litigation, current litigation, past litigation, have created some challenges there. But I'm speaking really about the rest of it, about having the right folks in the.
Understood.
Yeah.
But on the question.
I mean, obviously we worked with you all on the enforcement legislation, which I think was incredibly important. At the start of this, OCM did not have the enforcement powers that we have now. I think that was an incredibly necessary change. And as far as other program bills, I think the focus has been really bolstering that part of things. I do think we should have a conversation about what else is needed. We've also made some changes to the criminal procedure law to ensuring records are being properly expunged as required by law. But other than that, I think really it's just about driving the program as it is now, getting through the litigation so that we have, of the 400 other retail licensees that are ready to open, that we give them a chance to get open. Okay. And of course, we're issuing more licenses as we speak with the anticipation of issuing almost 1,500 licenses, which will also help with that retail footprint.
There are, and we've touched on this, almost 300 enforcement actions since June that you've all taken. How many of them have to date resulted in penalties, gone through the hearing process before it was unpaused, or before it was paused rather, and have resulted in penalties?
Give me 1 second, I do have that count. Yeah, so from our administrative hearing process, we have just over 16, I believe, through our administrative hearing process. It does not count closures through nuisance law approaches through 16A and other enforcement mechanisms that we have, or the coordination that we've been doing, getting landlords to kick retailers out, et cetera. But our hearing process, I believe, is 16.
Yeah, as a layperson here, and certainly as a lawmaker, that seems like a startlingly low number, given the fact that we all recognize there are thousands of these illegal shops around the state, and the enforcement powers have been in place since June. When are you going to unpause the hearing process?
Well, we just updated, as I said earlier, the hearing of the enforcement regulations to ensure that we're getting the maximum penalties. And so, as we continue to, fine tune that, we should be able to pause it, shortly. I don't know the exact date.
Okay, and when you talk about the maximum penalty, so the statute, I believe, speaks to $20,000 per day that these shops are illegally open. Is that what you all are pursuing? Is that maximum penalty?
That's what we're pursuing.
Okay.
And I think, to my comments earlier, I still don't think that's enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hoylman?
I think this is working. Yes. Good to see you. Nice to see your team, Chris. Just wanted to read a couple of examples of illegal shops in my district, which spans from Christopher Street on the west side of Manhattan up to West 103rd. A worker at Smoke City on 710 9th Avenue was shot in the leg during an attempted robbery in January. There was a shooting in front of a store called Forbidden Cannabis in Hell's Kitchen. An unlicensed shop at 423 9th Avenue was recently held up at gunpoint. There was a fire at an unlicensed smoke shop at 346 West 52nd, Hell's Kitchen Clouds, it's called. By the way, these shops should be shut down just for their bad puns. There are shops, 4 of them, located within a block of a public elementary school, PS 11, High Society, 234 8th Avenue, The Spot, 420, 222 8th Avenue, Ricky's Convenience, 224 8th Avenue, Society Zaza, 239 8th Avenue. There's an unlicensed store at 606 10th Avenue called New World Convenience, with high schoolers from Beacon High School observed to have regularly been entering and leaving. And Empire Cannabis Club at 147 8th Avenue, also near a school, has been observed selling to minors. And at 301 West 55th Street, we've seen cannabis sold. It's an unlicensed shop to high schoolers coming in and out of the shop. Thank you for inspecting that location and seizing cannabis on the site, but it's reopened. It's opened and selling illegal product again. What are we going to do about it? I mean, this is, as much as an inconvenience and as much as this undermines the legal market, this is a public health issue, particularly for young people. Does it not deserve a more expedited process for addressing the illegal shops?
I absolutely agree, Senator. I absolutely agree, Senator. This absolutely is a significant threat to public health, and for the sales to minors, I mean, that remains a felony offense. That is something that remains on the books. I know, law enforcement, particularly in the city, have done underage buys at many of these shops. We want them as close as bad as you do. I'd love for a more efficient process. We've been trying to go and, yep.
Could you tell me what you've observed in your raids of the illegal shops? What is the product? What's being sold? I know it's not from New York. Are the levels of dangerous for consumers, particularly children?
Thank you, Senator. Absolutely. And just before I answer that question, just to speak what you mentioned about the shootings and things you've seen, I think that speaks to how much work we have to put in before we go into a location and conduct an inspection. We take the safety and security of our investigators and tax investigators very high. That's our paramount focus when we go in. So it's not just something where our investigators are driving by, we see a shop and we run in and conduct the inspection. There's a lot of groundwork that goes into each one of those inspections before we walk in the door, so we have a better understanding of what we're going to be faced when we get into the location to conduct the inspection, specifically for the reasons that you mentioned. When we go into these locations, I'm happy to say we do not see product that originates in New York State. It's all product, from my perspective, and I've gotten the readout on every inspection. I've been on most of the inspections throughout the state. We're seeing product from out of state. It's not New York licensed locations that are supplying these stores. When we look at the amount of THC and the THC concentration, it is at dangerous levels. You can see a candy bar that would have 1,000 milligrams of THC, which obviously most people, you see a candy bar, you think you're going to eat the whole thing. If you were to eat all of that with the level of THC, that would be a problem. So we see that when we get into locations that are unlicensed and illegal and they're processing their own products in the basement. Those are not products that I would want anyone to consume. I've been in more basements in New York City than a lot of people, and we've seen those processes taking place when we walk in, and it's not a sanitary location. And I think if you go into an illegal store, you see the products, they're marketed to children, they've got cartoons on them, they mimic what we see with Cheetos or Hershey bars or all those things that a kid that may not necessarily read, they can see the logo and they think they know what they're eating. That is not what we see in licensed dispensaries. And I think the dichotomy of going into an illegal store and seeing what's for sale versus going to a licensed dispensary and seeing how clean, how sanitary, and how everything is packaged is glaring. It's complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
Thank you. Time has elapsed. Senator May.
Thank you. Oh, is this on? Yeah. Thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you, and thank you all for the work you've been doing. I want to quote from the Syracuse Post-Standard, an article earlier this year, where they said, 2 years after New York legalized recreational marijuana for adult use, Central New York finally has its first licensed retailer. He is Joseph B. Simons, a lawyer from Boston, Massachusetts, who was busted for smoking weed while a high school student in Oneonta. Since that time, one dispensary has opened in my district, Flintstone, which is one of the largest dispensaries in the state, but it's not owned by Mr. Simons. And every time new licenses are publicized, Central New York is among the lowest number of licensees approved relative to the population. So can you explain how licenses are being granted to out-of-state residents, while I have constituents, all of us have constituents who have applied, are ready to go, and they're just waiting?
And obviously, Central New York is incredibly important to me. We, in the initial card program, did a geographic breakdown of dispensaries by regional population. Under the initial card program, we were slated to issue 13 dispensaries to Central New York as a representative of the geographic population. Obviously, the litigations have slowed that up. We do now, as we're doing general licensing, folks are able to apply and open up wherever they would like, and break up, based on rest of state and New York City. And so we look to have a lot more operators in the area. I'm incredibly proud of what Flintstone has done. I talk to the operator regularly, and he's been really a standout operator for us in the region. But absolutely, we need more stores in Central New York. But the goal was to have a reflective proportion based on the rest of the population of the state.
And can you speak to the out-of-state?
Well, we are unable to deny licenses, obviously, to people not from New York. The requirement of the initial card program was that folks had a New York conviction, but they didn't have to be residents of the state to get that conviction. Having that such a requirement would violate the Dormant Commerce Clause, and so that actually was the subject of the first lawsuit. Someone who was not from the state and did not have a New York conviction sued the program, saying that they were discriminated against because of it, even though there's no requirement for a resident of the state to get a license, as evidenced by what you just said. So those are the kind of challenges that we've had to deal with as we rolled out the program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hellman.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you. Chris, thank you for your testimony. I'm sure this is not going to come as a surprise to you. One of the things you said early on is that we're in a great position to succeed. I just want you to know, based on what I'm hearing, not only from my constituents, but as a member of the subcommittee, I'm hearing from people across the state, they do not feel that way. The stakeholders, the farmers, the processors, none of them, law enforcement, the average citizen, they are not getting the messaging that New York State is in a great position to succeed. Our farmers are losing the shirts off their backs. They're not feeling positive about this. And then I hear all my colleagues talk about the proliferation, and I see them too, of illegal shops. I hear about these discussions we're having today, significant threat to public health, staffing shortages at OCM, limited enforcement capabilities, and again, the distressed farmers. And then I hear our answer, New York State's proposed answer to this is, we're going to issue a large number of licenses in the coming months. I'm not sure that's the complete answer, right? And what I'd like to know is what steps are being taken simultaneously to ensure that these retail outlets are stocked with product that's grown and produced by licensed people, by New York Staters. What's being done to help those New York farmers and processors they've followed all the rules. They've done everything that they've been asked to. They've paid all these fees. They've implemented the practices they've been asked to. What's going to ensure that they get their product into those shops and not some out-of-state companies or some big, you mentioned monopolies. And because I'm concerned I'm not going to have enough time to get all my comments out. Also, we talked about, Senator Hinchey brought up the distressed farmers. What are you doing to marry the distressed farmers with these new shops that are opening? And I realize that's a longer term, but something we need to be talking about. And again, just going back to product as well, if I understood what was said today, that half the supply in our state was sold to about 20-ish stores. There were supposed to be 200 stores open by now. So who's managing inventory? Are you sure that when you issue all these new licenses that there's actually going to be enough inventory to meet the demand so that we don't have to draw from, out-of-state companies or people who are going to monopolize the industry?
I'm going to try to respond to that, Senator, as quickly as possible. Obviously,
It stinks not being a committee chair because you only get 3 minutes, and I already saw the 30 seconds go up. So you got to try and jam it all out.
No, understood. Absolutely understand. Absolutely, all of our products in our legal shops come from New York farmers as required due to continued federal prohibition. When I do say we're in a good place, I just mean the fact that we have, seasoned our market in a way that allows for those folks who came in first, for those small farmers to really succeed, should we do the work of getting these dispensaries open. This is a supply chain that we've created. When there's a strangle on one side of that supply chain, everybody is impacted. And so what I'm focusing us on is really getting more stores open because that is the answer. That is why we're issuing more licenses to get more stores open so that the product has a continued flow through. Otherwise, we're going to keep acting as if we are the knot in the hose and everybody's going to be impacted by where we are. But I just want to turn to Damien real quick if you wanted to add something.
Distressed farmers obviously need those stores to be open. What we are working on in the office is programming to help them understand this transition in a way that actually works with where they're at financially. The micro business license has a retail component. A lot of our conditional cultivators have already applied to transition to a micro business license so they can open up retail outlets in their own communities. What we intend to do is to show them over the next few weeks how to do that affordably, or how to do that provisionally so you can raise some money and do it later down the line. The transition is going to take a year for a lot of these conditional farms.
I'm going to throw this out there. They've already had to file their taxes. They can't even afford to pay their taxes right now. They are in a bad position.
Yep.
So asking them to convert, do different things.
Well, they're asking to convert as well. That change is something that was requested by the farmers to allow them to have more flexibility in their operation.
I will say, as a former hemp farmer who lost a lot of money growing hemp in this state, I am very empathetic with the situation that a lot of these farmers have found themselves in. I'd be in a similar situation right now if I had transitioned probably. But I do know that it means something that a vegetable farmer sold the first legal product in cannabis, in New York State. And that commitment remains in the coming years as well. This market is only going to grow, and those farmers are the foundation of the supply chain.
Thank you. Senator Ryan.
Thank you, Senator Cooney, for putting this hearings together. A few quick things. In July 2022, we visited a farm in Western New York, and I just by happenstance ran into that owner on a construction site, and he's working full-time construction. And he told me how relieved he was that he didn't quit his construction job because he'd be in deep trouble. So, you know, you're hearing a lot of themes regarding that. What are we going to do with the thousands of people in the pipeline, whether growers, processors, right now operating illicitly? Are some of them on the list to become legal operators? And if we can't close them down now when they're illicit, do you envision a scenario where people with licenses are also going to have side businesses that are illicit?
Yeah, one of the initial pieces of information that we had to recognize would not change if we didn't do something about it was that cannabis has been an industry for a long time before OCM existed, before we legalized here in New York. And so we had to find ways to bring that community in to the work instead of trying to fight them. And I'm speaking about, of course, not the shops that you all are seeing today. I think those are folks who are opportunists.
Well, that's what I'm speaking of.
Yeah.
Just so you know, when I'm talking about the thousands of thousands, that aren't people who are in the formerly illegal economy. The people renting offices are not those folks.
Agreed.
These are people with capital. So
Agreed.
Are
So
we going to be able to keep them from having a license and being illicit?
yes, we are able to keep them from transitioning into the adult use market. We do extensive background checks before issuing licenses, and have had
And
many.
that'll be a disqualifier?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I encourage you to keep that going. And the second question I had is about the processors and opening up more processors in an unlimited number of packaging. I think the data showed there's 40 licensed adult use conditional processors, but only half are actually operating. Why are we opening potentially new when the current half are fallow?
Well, I wouldn't say the half are failing. I think there's folks who have an operation.
Fallow, not being used to their full
Fallow,
extent.
got you. Sorry about that. I would say that what we've seen in the processing tier, folks haven't made yet the full investment in that license, and so I think there's definitely folks who have started the process and are still building out facilities, still securing equipment, et cetera. Of those 40 processors, I do want to just clarify that unlimited expansion that we're doing is really around brands. So it's a Type 3 processing license. It's really a white labeling. In order for somebody to be subject to our rules and our laws, they have to be captured under some form of a license. And so we've created a white labeling license essentially as a vehicle for folks who are less capitalized to have opportunity in this space, but still be subject to our rules. So they have to secure that license. We're not limiting that because we want to see more brands in the state of New York, and they can utilize that to grow their business and then expand to additional processing capabilities that are more capital intensive.
That's good. I would just warn you to keep an eye on oversaturating the extraction process.
Absolutely.
When there's still people not fully using. But thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator Ryan. Senator Rivera.
Hello. All right, I got 3 minutes. I'm going to get right through it. Okay, I got 3 questions. First, as it refers to CAURD as a program, do you believe that we should codify this program?
I didn't hear the sentence.
Apologies. According to the CARUD.
Oh, the card license.
Card license, sorry. The card license. Do you believe that we should codify the program? That's number one.
Well, I mean, obviously the goal of the statute is to create opportunity for those who've been most impacted. That's what we did with the rolling.
Is that a yes or a no? I got 3 minutes. I'm going to cut you off.
Can I speak to that, Linda?
Hey, hi, Linda Lawyer. Yes, no? Can you answer?
It's a solution that
Mike, please, quickly. I got 3 minutes, please.
I think we would be very interested in hearing any proposals from the legislature about.
That's a kind of a yes?
Yes, clarifying the Cannabis Control Board's ability or authority to issue new licenses and to do, and that they had the authority to do so in advance of the general adult use license
All right. Thank you. So the rest of it, the short period that I have time, I want to talk about two things. I want to talk about MSOs and ROs, so multi-state operators and registered organizations. The concern, which is, and we've talked about this privately before as well, the concern which is a legitimate one from folks that do not have the ability to have large money that they're sitting on, they're vertically integrated organizations, et cetera. Could you clarify for us how the creation of the regulations that you're putting in place right now, or your actions over the last year, what have you, how are you, to be very specific as possible, what are you doing to make sure that those registered organizations and multi-state operators are not given more opportunities? Because there's a legitimate concern from folks at every level that they're going to be able to take advantage. So could you be as specific as possible, please?
Absolutely. I think the first of it, of course, is that we started first, for the first 2 years of operations with licensing small farmers, right, as those are the first to grow, so that there's no ability of those other operators to secure, to capture the entirety of the market. We had initially proposed in the draft regulations a delay for those companies transitioning to retail operations. We, through reflection and engagement with the rest of the supply chain, recognized that wasn't really going to effectuate the goal of what we were trying to create. Instead, provisions like a requirement that they carry other people's products is actually more in line with what we need them to be doing as market participants here. Now, we have some pretty tight restrictions on ownership and how much canopy folks can hold, et cetera. And so the design within the rules that we put forward create an avenue where the big companies can be here, but they got to compete with everybody else. And so that's the direction that we chose to go.
Since I only have 8 seconds, I will always say that this is obviously a conversation that's going to take more than 2 minutes,
Sure.
but I just want to be on the record that these are legitimate concerns from folks, and you must respond to them,
Absolutely.
as you're doing right now, but more thoroughly.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rivera. I've missed your humming, so thank you for bringing that back to us. Senator Fernandez.
Thank you so much. You mentioned testing and that you go to universities in the state to test product. Is that correct?
No, we independently certify lab or permit labs, and so we have 16 labs that we regulate now who are doing testing for the industry.
Have you found any faulties in those testings? It's been brought to my awareness that some of these private testing facilities have been playing a play-to-pay kind of type form where they authorize their testing to show that it's good, but it may not be bad, or it may be bad. Has there been any finding of these type of practices?
Well, I want to say a couple of things. I mean, one, obviously, we audit the process entirely, and so, some of the practices that we see in terms of forum shopping, which folks have done in other states, if there are too many labs available, that's why we've restrained the amount of labs licenses or permits that we issue to ensure that there's not that forum shopping going on. As I speak to, something else that we've done is sampling. We don't allow the operators themselves to decide what goes for testing and what doesn't. We have independent sampling firms that come in, they'll take a sample size of the product to go and put it through testing. What we have done really is advanced standards on testing in a way that other states have not over the last year, including
When it comes to research to potency, that's been a topic that is in discussion, and where I chair the Committee of Alcoholism and Substance Use Disorder, and potency of marijuana now has been said to be much stronger than what it was in the past. Is there a mandate to have education in dispensaries before people buy to know what may be a cause or effect of the potency that exists now?
Absolutely. We already do that now. We produce consumer resources for how to consume cannabis. We put those out in social media. We put those out on our website, YouTube, as well as pamphlets in every dispensary. But there was one other point on potency that actually, you want to talk about the...
Which one?
On potency, the variability.
Yeah, well, the variability of the potency. So, when our farmers are testing their product, they are testing a sample of that product, and so they are given a range of the THC possible, the THC levels of that genetic, of that strain, of that product they're about to sell. And so our THC labeling, they are ranged THC concentrations, but...
And the potency tax is in relation to how high the THC is, correct?
Yeah, it's taxed higher, the higher the levels of
So
THC.
it's been said that the tax may still feed an underground market because the price that is in our dispensaries may still be higher than what is on the street. Is there a plan or discussion in your office to create a compassion program for low-income users to still be able to get clean marijuana?
Well, I think that's a broader question about the potency tax itself and its efficacy as a public health intervention to dissuade folks from sampling higher concentrated, cannabis products. And from our perspective, having a wide array of products available is a good thing. And so, we have, heard the calls to remove the THC potency tax, and, we're here to work with you all as you, make decisions on that. We think that there are definitely ways to still effectuate and get, solid revenue without keeping that in place, should that be the decision of the legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fernandez. Senator Mannion?
Thank you, Senator Cooney. Can you thank you. Nope. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Senator Cooney. As briefly as possible, can you explain the differences between the scoring for CARD versus the incubator program and how that relates to service-disabled veterans?
I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not understanding the question.
I apologize. So as far as I tried to abbreviate it as fast as I could, the differences as far as distributing licenses and the scoring that's involved, differences between the CARD program and the social economic equity incubator program, and how that relates to service-disabled veterans when that scoring occurs.
So the CARD program had a scoring criteria that essentially evaluated the individual, if they themselves had the conviction or if a family member had the conviction, because it allowed both to advance as applicants, as well as their previous business experience was also evaluated. I want to say there are plenty of service-disabled veterans in the CARD program. I think we count about 15 or so. So they were definitely able to take advantage of that program. As we move forward to general licensing currently, there's a random ordering that we're doing, essentially prioritizing each equity group equally as the law requires, with the exception of those extra priority folks who themselves have a conviction, are from certain communities, and are making less than 80% of the AMI. So right now, as we move forward, if the question was about comparing the current approach with the previous approach, this is not a scored opportunity, the general licensing window that we're opening now. This is a more of an open opportunity to those who are interested and eligible. Folks can be ineligible because of convictions related to fraud, employment offenses. Certain folks in certain public roles, like law enforcement, are not able to hold those licenses. So we're screening folks for that, and then issuing licenses to those who meet the criteria.
Thank you for that. If I can shift to processing quickly, and I know it was touched upon a little bit by a couple of my colleagues, as far as ensuring that our in-state licensed cultivators and processors are not going to be damaged by the multi-state and legacy operators. Is there anything that the office is doing to ensure that that doesn't happen?
Absolutely, and some of the items I mentioned to Senator Rivera's comment, requirement that our registered organizations carry other people's products to ensure that there's still a representation in those stores is incredibly important. The existing ROs are able to transition into the adult use market, where they will be able to participate in cultivation, processing, and retail, but there's a staggered rollout for their transition into the retail piece of it. I'd also say they're paying a significant fee for that transition. Money is to be used to support future equity programs, which is why the law was structured in that way, tying their participation to that fee that would fund other programs, including loans, et cetera, for other licensees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mannion. Senator Griffo.
Thank you for your attendance, and thank you for your willingness to serve. I think what I've heard today is not challenges, but litany of problems. And I know Mr. Fagan said that this last year was a trial run. You've indicated that it was working. But what I have is some serious concerns about the structure, the ability to fulfill and undertake the responsibilities commensurate with the law at OCM. And so I'm not sure what we can and should do, but we really need to acknowledge that and to be better prepared to deal with that. So we talk about some of the issues, like with people going to New Jersey or Massachusetts, but I think they're going to illicit shops, not going to New Jersey. Syracuse.com in September indicated that there was dangerous cannabis flooding the market. Law enforcement has raised concerns over the enforcement of the illegal marketplace, which seems to be growing, not being taken out of the picture. So do you believe and do you see the sense of urgency here?
Absolutely.
And what can we do to correct this problem now?
Absolutely, Senator. I do see the sense of urgency here. We're living it every day. As I said, I think a solution to many of the problems, both on the supply chain side as well as as it relates to illicit shops, is the opening of more legal shops. Right? That's what, we got to close the illegal ones and open more legal ones. When folks have a better alternative, as we've seen true in Long Island, for example, folks will go to that shop. They've done incredibly well and likely to be one of the top dispensaries in the country. But we've got to do more to open more across the state so folks have access and we'll stop going to the shops selling contaminated products that's coming in from other states.
Many local leaders and law enforcement officials have expressed frustration in trying to interact with OCM. What is being done and should be done to improve that type of communication and the ability to work with them to confront the problems in these communities across the state?
We've spent a lot of time doing a lot of education of local law enforcement and the powers that they still have that exist even after we've transitioned. But I want Dan to talk about some of the partnerships that we've had, success stories across the state.
Thank you, Chris. I think from my standpoint, every community we've gone into, and whenever we go into a community and we take enforcement actions, the first thing we do before we go in is I reach out to the local law enforcement agency to coordinate, to talk with them and let them know that we're coming in and work in conjunction with them. And I've got nothing but resounding support from every agency I've reached out to. I think that if you spoke with any agency we've dealt with and we worked with, you'll see that, one, the officers when we leave are much more educated and understanding of the cannabis industry nowadays. They understand what they can do as far as enforcement goes, and they understand what we can do as far as enforcement goes. And that will continue to roll out. We've got some trainings that we're going to be doing throughout the state that will basically allow OCM, tax, to coordinate with local law enforcement and actually train them further as we go down this process. As we staff up, we'll have a little more bandwidth to do those trainings, because honestly right now, every one of my investigators is out in the street every single week conducting enforcement actions. But we will continue to work on that. As far as the coordination with other agencies and some of the success stories, just two examples I want to bring out that are kind of quick ones. One, the first collaboration we did was with the New York City Sheriff's Office down in the city. Before we had the enhanced authority to conduct actions against unlicensed locations, we were pretty limited in what we could do. New York City had seen a proliferation of illegal cannabis trucks, the mobile operators throughout the city. We were able to work with the New York City Sheriff and kind of, I think, use some innovative methods with vehicle and traffic law violations and New York City code violations. And we were able to go out with the sheriff and in one day impounded 17 trucks, took all of that cannabis that was in those trucks and seriously hampered that market with the mobile vehicles. And that was before we had the enhanced authority. Since we've had the enhanced authority, I think one of our best examples of what we've done that's been a success story is with Wayne County. We had a particularly egregious operator in Wayne County who had multiple locations. I cold called Sheriff Milby in Wayne County. We had never met with him before.
That was after multiple calls to OCM for help.
Not to me, but
Maybe not to you, but I've got the whole packet all documented.
okay, well, from my standpoint, I didn't have any calls that went unanswered from the sheriff. When we were going out to do enforcement in Wayne County, I reached out to Sheriff Milby, and his response was nothing but support, as I'm sure you know. He offered the use of his facility for our pre-meeting with multiple agencies to go do our enforcement. He gave us as many uniformed deputies to conduct our enforcement. When we went out and did the enforcement, the deputies assisted us in operating. After we had done that, the operator of this location, or actually multiple locations, was very adamant that he was not going to heed our cease orders. And it became evident that we were going to have to go and use the injunctive relief that we were authorized to use. Sheriff Milby continued to give us manpower out in Wayne County with the deputies, advise us when these stores were open again, and that collaboration between the agencies was instrumental in getting the first successful restraining order and closing order temporary, of these 7 locations. And we were able to go out and physically put padlocks on those doors. But Senator, to your point, anyone that has reached out and spoken with enforcement, and we have an email that is strictly for law enforcement agencies to contact us. If you go onto our website, there at the bottom of the website, there's a report an incident tab where anyone can, the public and law enforcement can make referrals to us. And the referrals
So our
that we
time
get
has
from law
elapsed,
enforcement,
and Mr. Chairman, I
give you
know
credit.
that, and I appreciate that, and I just want to close with this, because I think there's still great frustration out there, and I think there's still room for improvement, and you need to improve because it's essential. And I would just say, these are not challenges, these are problems. They need to be addressed and corrected.
Thank you, Senator Griffo. Chair now recognizes Senator Rowlandson.
Thank you, Senator Cooney. In reference to the application process, we've had a couple calls with your team, and thank you for that in the lead up to this hearing, and giving some priorities or some consideration for applicants who have leases, who actually have locations where they'll be able to create new facilities, new buildings, or have an existing building. My question is that with your team, how much background is done so individuals are not making that claim and then potentially getting a license or moving the process forward, tying up your staff? I mean, do you have the resources to do those background checks, as Senator Ryan was talking about, with individuals who are bad actors? We're going to try to get into this thing legally as these applications tend to open up a bit more now.
Yeah, that's a great question. And one of the strategies, as I think we've all talked about today, is we need to open more retail stores. So one of the kind of innovative ideas was one of the things we saw with the provisional licenses and card is finding your compliant retail space, going through the proximity protections, and getting your local approval is significant time. And so having an application focused on folks who have spaces already, we're hoping to speed up getting these stores open in early 2024. But absolutely, reviewing these leases and conditional leases is a major part of what the licensing team and the enforcement team does when the applications come in. There's also attestations on the application where every licensee is claiming that everything that's submitted is true and accurate, and we hold people to that. And so if there's evidence found out later on that they were lying or unable to operationalize their license, then there's actions we can take. And the last point I'll mention is there's a 30-day cure period with these applications, and if an applicant is unable to demonstrate the required materials in that 30 days, their application gets voided. So there is a little bit of a check on that process as well as we work throughout these.
And just as a quick follow-up, with the cure period, if they don't answer, they don't provide the additional documentation that they need to justify the fact that they're in line to get a license, are they then really effectively out of the system, that they cannot reapply under a different name? Just because, again, what I'm concerned about, and obviously my colleagues have expressed some really great concerns here this afternoon, is that you don't want to be overloaded having to chase the same people out as you're trying to bring people in. And thank you.
No, absolutely, and that touches upon probably something maybe people have brought up to you, but it's our True Party of Interest, or TPI, regulations, and we borrowed really heavily from SLA and ABC law here just to ensure there's a two-tier market, which is one of the main foundational aspects of our market to support small businesses, to ensure that someone can't dominate the entire supply chain. But part of that means that we ask a lot of questions about who's owning these businesses, who's indirectly owning that, from financiers to passive investors. And so all that information is being collected upfront at the time of application, and then basically going into a Google system to help us identify like names, social security numbers among different licensees, so we can flag and investigate those instances where someone might be violating our regulations or law.
Thank you.
Senator Matera.
Hello, can you hear me good? And thank you guys so much for your testimony today. And quick question, because I only have a couple minutes. Quarterly audits, are we looking into doing for these dispensaries any kind of audits quarterly? Any Any time frame?
Yeah, I mean, we get a pretty regular reporting from our dispensaries. As you know, the product is moving through the entirety of a supply chain, and we're seeing, how much product is moving from a cultivator processor through a distributor to these retailers. And so, absolutely, but it's less than a kind of an audit. It's an ongoing observation. We don't turn away from their operations as they go. So, absolutely, we'll fine tune and make sure.
I'm recommending for quarterly audits, please. I think it's very, very important. The other thing is, how much does it cost in New York State right now for all this enforcement, and how many agents do we have in the whole New York State? I'd like to know, especially me living on Long Island, how many agents do we have? Just a couple agents? 4, 5, 10, 100? And how much does this cost in all New Yorkers for this enforcement of agents?
I have to get back to you on the cost. As I've said, we do a lot of collaboration, and so our agents work with DTF, with New York City Sheriff, et cetera, and local law enforcement. So while we have relatively few, the way that it works is we just create these teams, to take actions across the state.
So how many agents do we have?
What was the count?
So
Approximately.
I shied away from giving numbers on public just for operational security, because that does speak to, if you know how many we have at any given time, we're throughout the state.
Well, that'd be great for the criminal to know that there's a lot of agents out there, so maybe that would help a little.
And we use, as Chris mentioned, we use other
Okay,
agencies
all
as
right.
a force
Next question,
multiplier.
25%, and thank you so much for not answering that. 25% of revenue that we think that we're gonna be receiving here in New York State goes to, will be allocated to drug rehab facilities. What are we doing to help our law enforcement that's getting involved with all this? Are they receiving any kind of money?
Yeah,
Any kind of compensation for what they're doing?
Yeah, so for the real focus for us at the start of this was expanding our ability to maintain road safety. And so we've allocated $5 million to state police and other local law enforcement for expansion of the DRE program, so that we can have more officers get trained to maintain road safety.
Especially for the detection right now that
Yep.
I'm driving down the roadways and all the there's cannabis smelling all over the place, going into Christmas tree lightings, and you're sitting there and you're smelling all this with our little children. I mean, law enforcement, that's gonna take care of all of what's going on. Listen, I have no problem, you wanna do it at home. But right now, this is running rampant. Can't even go into Manhattan right now. Sorry, Senator Kruger, for that. You can't even go into Manhattan to smell all this. Well, again, so my point is, so
Just on that point, our primary investment to law enforcement has been to help maintain road safety, and so that's an
Road
ongoing
safety.
commitment. That's where we've been putting money into law enforcement.
So, okay, so in other words, detection also too, so they
Yeah,
can finally.
yeah, exactly.
So they can finally do their job, because this whole cannabis law is definitely the cart before the horse, which we all know that. And I feel so sorry for our farmers, because right now, they're struggling, because New York State said, we got something wonderful for you, that in other words, we're gonna be there for you, and you know what? They're not. Right now, the people that did pass this law are not here for our farmers, because they told us. So you know what, that's something that needs to be taken care of. The other thing is, there's union workers that are supposed to be in these dispensaries. What are we doing to make sure that there's gonna be union workers that are gonna be selling this
Yeah,
product?
every licensee has to enter into a labor peace agreement as a condition of licensure. And
And
so.
is that being enforced?
Absolutely. They all have to have an LPA before getting operational.
Thank you, Senator Matera. We'll now quickly
you.
go to Senator Hoylman.
Thank you for the opportunity for a quick second round. Not sure my mic is on. Maybe it is now. Maybe it is. Yes, it sounds like it is. Thank you. Chris, does OCM track how many unlicensed stores are operating in the state?
We don't, but the sheriff has, we work with the sheriff, and they've been tracking, at least for the city, but we don't track the total number across the state. We get.
Do you have any estimate of the number of unlicensed stores
I know
operating
that
in
there's
the
been
state?
a number of estimates that have been kind of floated out there. From what I've seen, I don't know anyone that's done a physical hard count across the state. So I've been very.
What's your best estimate?
Over 1,000. But again, Our efforts are focused on the enforcement, not going out and counting the stores. When we encounter them, we
And second quick question, from the initial inspection, how long does it take to reach the hearing where penalties are issued? And from the time of getting a complaint about an unlicensed shop, how long does it take OCM to respond to an initial inspection? Do you have any sense of that time frame?
It does vary based on, we're using, or kind of moving our enforcement teams throughout the state. So if I got a complaint in Syracuse and we were operating in Syracuse, it could be a quicker turnaround, but if we're not in that area at the time, it could be a few weeks or longer.
And one final question. Is it possible, Chris, for you to delegate your authority for inspections to another entity or agency like a local municipality? And would that be helpful for you to do that?
We can delegate a component of our powers. The component is the ability to go in front of state Supreme Court and ask for a closure order. We call it, it's 16A, Section 16A of the cannabis law drafted with the new enforcement powers. And so we can delegate the ability to go and request a temporary or permanent closure. And so that's what we're working with the Attorney General to do for municipalities across the state, and that's what we're also training municipalities to operationalize going after closures through that power. Essentially, it's a similar approach to local nuisance laws, but it's a statewide nuisance law that's more efficient and that other folks can take advantage of. So that's the part that we can delegate.
Thank you, Senator Coleman. Senator Fernandez?
It's been said many times that we have to open more stores. So for the current card applicants that have one store, they're only allowed one store. Has there been any discussion about allowing a card applicant to have maybe up to 3 stores?
So every licensee is able to hold, subject to our ownership restrictions, up to 3 licenses. Each license now is a license per store. And so we're not giving out second and third licenses, as you stated. For the card licensees themselves, we have instructed them to reapply in this license window, as you're only able to apply for a license that you can actually hold. And so for our
per
card,
location, it's one license.
yes. Yeah, so we're not issuing the second and third licenses. We've asked folks to reapply, which doesn't violate our rules, but also gives us maximum flexibility as we continue to work through litigation.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, sorry. That's okay. Thank you, Senator Fernandez. Senator Ryan.
Thank you. A technical question on, in order to have an application, you need to demonstrate ownership of real property. And that can be a time-consuming and sometimes expensive. Have you thought about that being an impediment, and a property contract, letter of intent could replace actual ownership?
Yeah, so on the retail side of things, and not the rest of it, but on the retail side of things, you are able to secure a license without having control of property. And we use site control, so a lease or deed, not actually having to have the deed. And so we're able to advance folks through a provisional pathway where they use the license to get investors, get more capital, and then of course secure a location. The path that we were talking about earlier was really a pathway to jumpstart and get more stores open for folks who already have locations under their control. And for that, they have to show a conditional lease.
What about the rest of it?
So for the rest of the market, you do have to have site control, but it also is satisfied with the conditional lease or deed. They don't have to own the building.
Okay. And then theoretically, we have at least 1,000 illicit operators out there. Do you think we're going to be able to put this genie back into the bottle to actually have a regulated marijuana distribution, or has it tipped over in a way that we're not getting it back?
No, not without greater coordination and collaboration. As I said, this is all hands on deck. We've pulled in DOL recently. We pulled in the landlords themselves, tried to utilize their powers to get some evictions. We need everybody participating and helping with this effort. This is not something that we ourselves will be able to shut down. But I do think that we're starting to see more folks jump in, the DAs, for example, in the city pursuing nuisance cases, working with landlords to force evictions. That has upticked. We've also seen more recently in Syracuse some action that was taken, with our team, but they also took some additional regulatory action to padlock that is necessary and helpful. But we've got to see more of that across the state. But we'll keep driving it.
I agree with a coordinated effort. I think, that is the approach, but I am concerned that market forces do take hold. And, the longer it goes until the licensed folks are out there, it's really gonna make those illicit stores become powerful and become part of the community and have, pipelines and probably signing contracts. So we really gotta get a giddy up on making that coordinated effort happen.
Absolutely.
And 100% agree with you, Senator. But one anecdote I like adding when talking about timeline of adult use rollout is New York, for some benefit, was not the first state to do this. So it's kind of interesting to look at other states and see where they are at different checkpoints to kind of measure yourself on where you are. So Washington State legalized in 2014, one of the first states to legalize. And one of the interesting things that I noticed is it took until 2020 for them to get 90% of the cannabis that's consumed in Washington to be bought by the legal market. So it is something that transitions over time, even in a state that maybe didn't have the illicit market challenges that we had, but it is still, it's not a switch you can flip overnight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ryan. Senator Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the great things about having these hearings online is that folks out there in the universe, not just folks in the room, can see it. So I got a text message from a friend of mine who is far more experienced about this than I am, and he says the following, and I wanted you to respond, related to requiring carry other people's products. Does not say, referring to the regulations, does not say where on the shelf those products have to be, if the bud tenders have to tell customers about them, and also the ROs can change whatever they want, so they can carry 50% of the products and charge $500 on 1/8 for them, so no one ever buys it. The wiggle room makes the regulation totally pointless, unquote. So what would you say to that? What would you
I mean, I disagree firmly that it makes the regulation ineffective. Yes, a store owner is able to decide where certain products go on their shelves, of course. And of course, if that store owner is producing some of the products that are on those shelves, yeah, they've got a say in that. That being said, what we've done is tie the success of those companies up with everybody else, because you have to carry those products, which means that you got to move them, right? And so I push back.
But does
strongly.
it though? Does it mean you have to move them?
Absolutely. You want to move them, yeah.
But hold on, because you do. I understand as far as requiring for them to be in the store.
Yeah.
But as far as, and again, this is just
No,
one
I
text.
understand.
So are the regulations have enough wiggle room so that I'm gonna put it on my shelf, but I'm gonna charge 10 times more than I do for something else, so it's never gonna move. So is there a requirement also that not only do they have to be on the shelves, I mean, a supermarket can carry corn pops, it doesn't mean that they're gonna sell. Like, it's not,
No, I
you understand what I'm
understand.
saying?
Yeah, no.
Is there a
I
response to
appreciate
that?
It has to be listed on their website. It's what they carry. So it's on their website. It's in their system. When you walk into a store, you will have a POS system where you can pick from whatever you want to buy. It has to be listed there. So it's ultimately up to the consumer. Yeah, I suppose they could try and put a plant in front of it, but it's available. It's on the shelf, and they would have every incentive to sell it to make as much money as possible.
Cool. I don't think you've answered the question, but that's fine. I got a couple other things. So as far as one of the things I suggest is that you've defaulted to a lottery system to hand out the licenses. That's accurate, right?
So what we're doing is a combination of the law has a goal of getting 50% equity representation, right?
Yeah.
We've seen in states like Massachusetts, they try to hand one license to an equity entrepreneur and one to someone who's not an equity. That didn't realize the goals. And so what we're doing is a combination of special programs like the Conditional Cultivator Program, like CARD, with open opportunities. That combination is to expand opportunities so everybody has access, but the only way we get close to that goal is if we really look at it as a floor and not the ceiling. So CARD, for example, obviously 100% of people in that program were folks who had convictions. Largely, overwhelmingly represented that group were also folks who were MWBEs, who grew up in CDIs, our communities disproportionately impacted, et cetera. And so we have to combine those special programs with open opportunities in order to really get to the saturation point we need.
Gotcha. My time is done, so I'll have some more follow-ups afterwards. But thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hinchey.
Thank you very much. Damien, it's great to hear the recommitment on the record that our farmers are the foundation of this industry. It's unfortunate, though, that many of them may be out of business by the time we get more stores open. I want to follow up on a couple of things, but one, Chris, at the end, it sounded like you guys said that there's been no crop loss to date. And that just, I mean, many of us have a hard time believing that, including our farmers, for many reasons, let alone the depreciation value. Do we have a number of the depreciation loss that's happened? Can we quantify that?
No, and I just want to clarify the statement. I wasn't saying there was no crop loss. I was just giving the numbers I was providing was numbers that flew through the supply chain and numbers that's unaccounted for haven't moved through. Obviously, on a day-to-day basis, some of that crop could be lost. I'm not sure.
Do we
so I didn't
know
report that.
how much product from a money value has been lost from farmers for not getting the stores open, being able to sell? Do we have that quantity?
I don't have that number. I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay, that's something that we are very interested in having, and we need, and I know we've asked for that before, so I'd like to just make sure that everyone on this panel gets that information.
Absolutely.
On the micro licenses, we know micro licenses are obviously on-farm sales. Can you clarify, does that allow for farmers to sell on their farm in counties and towns that have opted out of the
It does not allow them to violate the opt-out, and that is subject to retail. For the opt-out, it captures an opting out of on-site consumption activity in the area, as well as retail activity. So if there is a municipality that's opted out, but a farmer has a micro license there, they will not be able to operationalize that there. However, we do allow them to move to get into an area that does allow for them to have retail businesses.
And is OCM providing some of that support to help them find
Absolutely.
a place where they
Absolutely.
can?
We've been able to map out all the opt-outs across the state and make sure that we'll be able to direct farmers appropriately
to
as they
other
transition.
farms or other places where they're interested
Yeah,
in selling? Okay, I'd love to see too kind of what that looks like or how you're coordinating and communicating that with farmers.
If I could, we're also educating these localities of the experience that we've seen thus far and the need that we have for them to come into the market and participate. And that's also an important, heavy part of the work, not just working on the ground, but communicating with NICOM and ISAC about what we're seeing and what additional retail footprint opportunities could mean for the larger state.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, I've heard multiple stories, both from people who are seeking licenses as well as from municipalities, particularly town supervisors, who have called OCM, dialed the 888 number, the 888-626-5151 number, and over the last several weeks, and have not been able to even leave a message, have not been able to connect with anybody. Because of this hearing today, actually, I spoke with one of the town supervisors last night. They made a call. They were able to get to a voicemail to leave a message, but that's the first time over what they're quoting is the last several weeks. Is there a different number that we should be giving people? Is there a different process that we can give people to actually connect with someone in person?
Absolutely, and I think we do have general lines, and we have a call center and a customer service unit that tries to field and facilitate communications getting out. But I would love to get that direct contact to that town supervisor so that he can talk to our team directly.
Yeah, I think the public number is this 888 number, and we're hearing a lot of stories of people calling it because it's the only number that they can find to reach out to. And up until, again, as recently as this morning, no one has been able to even leave a voicemail, let alone talk to someone.
No, just absolutely, we'll take that back. And we do have a lot of incoming right now, just with the application window open and people. So following up with an email is also very helpful because sometimes that's a little easier to get back to folks. So
Okay, if there's some direct context, though, it's important for all of us to
We have direct
of course.
context as well as the appropriate emails for the item and the request, and team managing that email inbox.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hinchey. I'll wrap up here with just a few summary comments and then just some questions based on what was said during our time together today. First, thank you for coming today and for answering our questions. There's clearly going to be a lot of follow-up on the back end, but we appreciate your partnership and your commitment to doing so. On the communications line, just kind of taking a branch off of Senator Hinchy, I know that we have questions as legislators and policymakers, and you've got a team that does interact with us. We appreciate that. But I also know, I've been hearing from my constituents, I'd be curious to believe most of my colleagues have as well, where they're not hearing directly from the appropriate person at your team. So whether they're a licensee, whether they're an applicant, they're submitting information, but it's kind of going into a black hole, and they're not getting a timely response for them to operate their business if they're a licensee. So I would encourage us to kind of think about how we're communicating both externally and internally so that stakeholders have information, and we're happy to kind of think that through with you and share any feedback we're getting so that you have the information and feedback that we're getting just as much as you may be receiving through your general lines. When it comes to enforcement, for me, I know we started the conversation, and there's probably some more work to do in the next legislative session around enforcement. But for me, and this is more of a question for Dan, I think, but is this kind of a chain of command issue? Because it seems like there's a lot of collaborations, which is good, but when it comes to the State Liquor Authority, there's pretty clear division on when's a local law enforcement action, when is, something for the State Liquor Authority for them to step in. And I understand they're not possessing, different types of materials, and there's a little more complicated nature for the work that you're doing. But is there a chain of command issue? Like, do we know who's responsible for shutting down these illegal stores? Is it OCM? Is it local law enforcement? Is it the Attorney General's office? Is it DTF? Who's responsible?
I don't think it's a single entity. I can speak, you mentioned the State Liquor Authority, and I think when we were created, we were pretty much mirrored off of the State Liquor Authority enforcement, which does not have jurisdiction over unlicensed entities.
Right.
They say if they get a complaint about an unlicensed liquor store, they send a cease and desist letter and refer it to the local police department.
Would you want that for you?
Loaded question. I think, then the whole enforcement thing, goes away from my desk, which obviously is a very large lift that we're dealing with. No, I don't think we were seeing local law enforcement jumping into this area, not for lack of want. There's a lot for them to be able to effectively deal with the issues. There's a lot of manpower involved. That's a high cost. And for some of the charges, they're low-level charges because we're not looking to recriminalize cannabis. And also the DA's offices, from what I've seen, have been not looking to jump into recriminalizing as well. So I think that the enforcement role does sit with OCM. And, I think it's important to highlight, we didn't get everything that we had asked for. There was pretty robust negotiation when we were going through and got the expanded authority. And I think the takeaway after that was, while it was a fantastic first step and it gave us the jurisdiction and the ability to do regulatory inspections is huge. It's a huge responsibility.
Right.
It's something that we are very cognizant of not turning into a police function. This is an administrative function, the ability to go in, conduct the inspection, and deal with the shops.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but it has to function in terms of shutting down these stores.
Absolutely.
Right?
And the takeaway, I think, after the law was changed was, okay, you've got that starting point. We have to come back to the table and see what additional steps may have to be taken. Okay. And I think now we have a significant subset of examples of what we have to do, and obviously it's not matching with public expectation, not matching with our expectation of how we get these shops closed in the quickest manner possible. So I think that is something that we're absolutely going to have to address
Good.
going
Well, we
forward.
welcome the ability to partner with you and think about how we can do better on that. Cannabis Growers Showcase, I read the report. I know it's going well. I just visited one that opened in Senator Helming's district this past Friday. Is there a plan to extend that beyond December 31st, 2023?
Yeah, I mean, we've really looked to transition that into a more standing kind of events. We've got a lot of lessons learned from these initial operations, and just trying to get that implemented as quickly as possible and in front of the board.
Yeah, it seems to be going well, and so
Yeah.
when there's something working, let's keep doing it. In terms of, someone mentioned on the panel earlier, the ROs, the medical operators. I know, Director Alexander, you talked about the new regulations got approved, I think, in July of this year. Are those going to be published at any time soon for medical operators?
Oh, the medical
The revised-
regulations.
the
Yeah,
revised
absolutely.
regulations.
They should be published.
Next Thursday or Wednesday.
Next Thursday, next Wednesday. Okay, thank you on that. That's up for me. Thank you so much for your time today and the work that you've done leading up to today. And obviously, this is just the continuation of the conversation we'll have going forward to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now move to our second panel, and we have Dr. Chin, who serves as the Vice Chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board. We welcome you to join us here at the table. Okay, we're going to move on to our second panel. Everyone could please take their seats. We have Dr. Janella Chin, who serves as the Vice Chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board. Thank you, Dr. Chin, for joining us today, and if you would please give your opening comments for 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you to Senate Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, Senate Cannabis Subcommittee Chair Jeremy Cooney, Finance Chair Liz Kruger, Agricultural Chair Michelle Hinchy, and Government Operations Chair James Skoufis for the invitation to present testimony today. I stand before you today in my role as the co-chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board and the chair of the Health, Safety, and Research Subcommittee, and more broadly as an integrative medicine specialist with over 15 years of clinical experience. And I bring a unique perspective to cannabis-based therapies that incorporates the lessons of data science, crowdsource experiential knowledge, and individualized treatment strategies. Through my work as an advisor for several cannabis startup companies, I consult with industry leadership, and I speak at conferences for the industry and internationally. I also put together cannabinoid formulations, research programs, education, training programs for colleagues. I have direct patient care experience, and I do work as a registered practitioner for the New York State Medical Cannabis Program. And I've seen the benefit of medical cannabis firsthand, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the profound impact cannabis can have on patient outcomes. And I just want to share with you an email that I received last week. Dear Dr. Chin, I'm a single parent of a 21-year-old son named Jackson who's diagnosed with autism and epilepsy. All of the kids my son grew up with have graduated college, started new jobs. Some of them are married, starting their own families, while others are traveling the world. And I look on with envy and sadness. These parents have freedom. Their kids are independent enough to start their own lives. Well, on good days, I spend my time playing in the sandbox and stacking alphabet blocks, lining up match cars, just like we did when Jackson was 3. On bad days, he endures about 30 or more absent seizures, and I'm busy patching up drywall, fixing broken doors and windows from his destructive tantrums. I no longer have a healthy social life. I no longer respond to party invitations, weddings, or birthdays. I spend my free time researching various therapies and medications that might give Jackson peace of life, quality, and I live in fear of his uncontrollable, unpredictable violent outbursts. I stare at the bite marks and the bruises from fighting off Jackson, and we can't go on living like this. Jackson's neurologist and psychiatrist stated that we have exhausted all pharmaceutical medications, and I asked about medical cannabis. I didn't want to experiment blindly on my own or go into some random cannabis shop, so they referred me to your clinic. Please help. Now, we know the situation is truly heart-wrenching, and our clinic regularly receives hundreds of emails like this one. But our course of action is clear. We will continue working closely with the OCM to strengthen New York's medical and adult use programs, and we really need to continue to ensure patient access while upholding safety, compliance, health equity to protect the most vulnerable individuals in our community. So as co-chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board, I'm here to represent a diverse group of cannabis industry stakeholders and subject matter experts as we begin the Herculean task of advising the OCM, both on the dissemination of Community Grants Reinvestment Fund and the rollout of adult use, medical, and cannabinoid hemp industries. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and we have a strong relationship starting in researching, understanding the issues ahead of us, and we're working to develop the processes that will be used by the advisory board for decades to come. And lastly, as chair of the Health, Safety, and Research Subcommittee, I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on the importance of funding and prioritizing cannabis research. The OCM has created Cannabis Research License, and under that structure, I am envisioning a future where New York State is the cornerstone of cannabis research, where we work to answer questions related to the cannabis plant, to the medicine, so that others can benefit. But we need the support from legislator and the state to ensure these efforts receive prioritization and funding truly to make an impact and change lives. And I welcome more discussion in this arena as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chin. Before we go forward, if I could ask the Sergeant of Arms to keep our back door closed, because the sound does carry in here and want to be respectful of all of our panelists today, and I ask our audience to be respectful of the noise as well. Thank you, Dr. Chin, for your opening statements. Just a couple of questions for myself. How many members are there on the Cannabis Advisory Board to date?
So we have various members and we have various subcommittees. Right now we have 13.
13. And I've been impressed by the diversity that sits on the board from different backgrounds. Do you feel, in your opinion as co-chair, that the Cannabis Advisory Board is able to provide meaningful advice to the Office of Cannabis Management? And if not, how can we improve that? How could we help you improve that?
Well, I do want to emphasize that the CAB is comprised of really a broad array of industry experts representing different corners, right, of the cannabis landscape. So in the course of 16 months, so pretty short, the CAB has been fully appointed. We have been meeting with the office for work, so we've rolled up our sleeves. We're super excited. It would be helpful if we had funding for a dedicated staff member from the OCM to facilitate meetings, to facilitate better communication between the CCB and the OCM. We are working to develop formal processes to ensure the transfer of critical knowledge. So for example, for the Health, Safety, and Research Committee, I've worked with both Public Health, Safety, and Research Deputy Directors to make sure that we are looking at issues like education, lab testing, prevention of accidental consumption, and how to foster and engage research. So we've met a handful of times.
And in that capacity as chair of the Health and Safety Committee, in terms of the labs that we currently have, I think there's 16 maybe online right now. Do you feel that that is meeting the need, or do we have more? Do we need to give out more licenses for more labs? Because there's been, as you heard from this panel before, a couple of concerns that either product is getting through the labs and it's not meeting the safety standards that were outlined originally. Can you comment on that at all?
I think it would be helpful, of course, to have more labs, but I did note, for me as a physician, I'm always looking at what are the adverse events that are reported, and I noticed from the adult use, there are 0 adverse events. From the medical ROs, there were 4 adverse events, and from the illicit market, there are 73% adverse events. So that is important to note.
Thank you. Perhaps if we had more retail operations open, we would have more events, hopefully not, but clearly continues to be an issue and on our mind, certainly. I'll open it up for questions from the panel. Senator Krueger.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. So I was interested in the letter you received recently that you read to us. So was the point of the mother's concern that she didn't have any access at all to medical cannabis wherever she was living with her child? Or was that there wasn't enough information available to her about protocols in medical cannabis that might or might not be helpful to her? I think it was her son.
That's a great question. So because she is a single mom and she has to see both a neurologist and a psychiatrist, it was very inconvenient for her to go out of her network to find a physician, a health practitioner that understands cannabinoid formulations, which means she was reaching out to my clinic versus staying within her network and continuity of care. So what we have been working in is expanding the medical ROs, making sure that underserved and unserved needs communities are met with more practitioner education.
Thank you. So I certainly have been familiar with, and I've talked to our health chair who's here today, Gustavo Rivera, about the fact that many of the networks we have in place in the state of New York often don't have a diverse enough collection of medical professionals to meet the needs of people who are signed up for them. Do you know from your experience, is there just I think there are more and more physicians who are signing up to be able to prescribe marijuana, so to speak. So do we think, or in your experiences, that the networks themselves aren't recognizing this field and aren't making sure they have adequate numbers of doctors within their networks that have experience in the correct cannabis product recommendations?
That's a great question, Senator. What I've noticed actually with the adult use rollout, more practitioners are wanting to become educated because they realize with or without their consent, patients and consumers are going to go and have access to cannabis, and they would like to be part of the conversation.
And I know that when we were developing the original legislation, we were very interested in making sure we did put money aside to invest in New York State doing its own research about the uses of medical cannabis. And you mentioned that, I guess that's still being an RFP process, or have we gotten past that? Has somebody been actually awarded a contract to do this work for the state of New York?
I believe that the regulations are set, and so we are working to initiate OCM-led research studies, collaborations with external researchers, and hopefully in 2024, we are talking about statewide cannabis research conference as well. So really educating the community and practitioners.
And also, I think because of all my work around the bill for many years, I had an opportunity to speak to many professional physicians like yourself who were doing their own informal research, because we make it so hard to do research on cannabis in this country for ridiculous reasons. But also we're working off of the research findings from other countries who we quote unquote respect for their research, Canada, England, Germany, Israel, and they all seem to have done so much really solid research. Are we as physicians, I'm not a physician, you as physician, are you able to use that research to help guide you in what you think you should be recommending for different patients?
Absolutely, and there are medical centers like NYU Langone Epilepsy Center, Mount Sinai. We are collaborating with other practitioners, on our own to share research, to share patient cases, journal clubs, for instance. So the information is there.
It is there. Great. And where's your clinic?
We're in Westchester and Midtown.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Senator Hoylman.
Thank
Wanted to ask you, Dr. Chen, if the Cannabis Advisory Board, I think you're the only physician on it, do you discuss anything about the unlicensed product and maybe provide advice to OCM about your concerns, if you have any, about unlicensed product? Let me start with that. Do you have concerns about the unlicensed product that's on the streets in New York City?
Of course. I actually get calls, dozens of calls on a daily basis. I purchased this gummy at a shop nearby, and, what do you think about it? And first I say, well, there is a program through New York State where you can recognize regulated dispensaries. What you're showing me is not from a regulated dispensary if you got it from the corner shop bodega. So there's education that's there. I think part of that is the Why Buy Legal campaign, which has been very, very effective for patients and consumers. But we do talk about more outreach to practitioners as well, because practitioners sometimes don't know about the Why Buy Legal campaign, and the patients will find out first.
So practitioners are purchasing from illegal shops?
No, patients, if they're purchasing from illegal shops and they're asking practitioners need to be able to recognize which are the legal versus the illicit shops.
It's maddening. I mean, there's one on 72nd Street, which puts itself out as a licensed shop. The sign says we are licensed, and they're not. And so what is a consumer to do? I mean, not every consumer can go to their doctor or you and find out what's legal and what's not.
Right.
So is the board of which you're a member, are you raising these concerns with OCM?
We are, and that's why they're strengthening the Why Buy Legal campaign. As we have our meetings and we give feedback from the community, from my patients, we do have ongoing conversations about that.
And finally, if I may ask, what are the concerns from a medical standpoint for a young person or anyone purchasing an illegal product? Like what have you seen the effects of an illegal dose for an individual?
I think for my population and for a lot of my colleagues, our patients are 65 and over. So we are worried about vulnerable populations that are on multiple prescription medications, perhaps they're living alone, and they're using perhaps cannabis medicine at too high of a dose. And they try to get up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, and they fall, they stumble. So we know, cannabis is relatively safe, but if mixed with other prescription medications, or if there's a fall precaution, there could be some dangers there. Also, vulnerable populations, I'm a mom. We think about our youth. I know there's a big campaign, public health campaign within the OCM to parents, how to talk to your teenagers, how to talk to young adults about cannabis medicine, what it does to executive cognition. Also, driving while intoxicated is also a big campaign through the OCM. And that's really the best we can do, is really to educate the public in a responsible way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hoylman. Senator Fernandez?
Thank you so much. You mentioned that the medical field is needing to get more educated on the usage of marijuana. Is there a shortage of now patients going to doctors seeking marijuana prescriptions?
I don't think there's a shortage of patients going, because patients do ask. I think there's a shortage of practitioners being well-equipped to have the conversation with the patients. I know we are working on a medical symposium in 2024 with oncologists, gastroenterologists, rheumatologists, so really expanding the specialties and not just looking at pain and opiate mitigation for patient conversations and their specialists. So maybe looking at IBS, women's health, for example, autism.
What options are available to practitioners to give to low-income marijuana users or those that are medicinal users, veterans, other HIV, AIDS patients that might need and want but cannot afford? What are the options that are currently available?
I love that you asked that question. With the expansion of the medical program, the medical ROs, these new applicants coming on board has to show that they are medically, culturally, and linguistically competent, and they are serving underserved areas.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fernandez. Senator Skoufis.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Yes, we're in the afternoon, Dr. Shin. Just one question. Do you feel that there's anything that the board has felt particularly strong about that you all recommended or advised to OCM that the board was not sufficiently heard on?
I'm sorry, ask that again?
Sorry, I asked that very inartfully. The question is there anything that the board has contemplated that you all then passed along to OCM as advice, as a recommendation, as thoughts that you and/or the board has felt OCM was not responsive to?
No. What we would love is just more meetings to be able to have more face time with the CCB and OCM.
Okay.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Rolison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Shin, it's good to see you, and thank you for coming to this hearing. You brought up a really great point, and that is the access to the right product. And when we know about the proliferation of many of these stores, and as we just heard from our colleague, Senator Hoyman-Siegel, about a store in New York that says they're licensed.
Mm-hmm.
So just from a background perspective, if I'm a physician and I'm treating someone's come to me and believe that, medical marijuana or whatever product it is would help them with whatever they're dealing with, do physicians and individuals in the health field, and this would have been a question for OCM, but I didn't think about it then, have access to where they could be pointed to, especially if you're in the New York metro area, when there are so many stores out there? What do you do as a person in that health field?
Absolutely. On the OCM website, and I tell colleagues this all the time, if you don't feel comfortable recommending cannabis or you don't know where the regulated medical dispensaries or adult use dispensaries are, there's a list of practitioners and there are a list of the regulated dispensaries on the website.
And when I was making some notes before to that point, I'm just curious, and you may know this, but I mean, how often is that updated? I guess it's just a matter of when a licensee actually starts to operate, they probably get into the site to be able to say that we are licensed versus the person around the corner that's not.
The last I checked, it is updated because I can't keep track either.
Of course, then I wouldn't expect you
I
to.
do look it up because patients say, "What do you think about this store?" And I look at that address. I said, "Well, it's not on this list."
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Helming.
Thank you, Senator Cooney. Dr. Chin, thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciated the information you shared with us. I was just curious, the area I represent is predominantly rural, it's rural communities. And when we talk about educational opportunities, messaging opportunities, why buy legal? Today's the first day I've ever heard of that. So does your advisory board, when you're talking about all these different opportunities, even access to care, do you speak about it in terms of like these large metro areas versus our rural communities?
I know the members of our advisory board span from Buffalo all the way down to New York City. So, and the reason why I know is when we have the meetings, folks that are in Buffalo, Syracuse, Cortland don't always make the meetings in the city, and they're Zooming in. So I know that there is a diversity in location.
Well, I mean, Buffalo wouldn't be representative of the communities that I represent. I'm talking about our small rural communities where there's such a struggle to get access to any sort of healthcare. But also, I think the educational opportunities, the messaging, we need to make sure as a legislative body, as advisory board, as OCM, that that messaging is getting out to every part of our state.
Good point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Helming. Senator Matera.
Thank you, Chair. Hello?
Yep.
Okay, and thank you so much, Doctor. Quick question. You're a doctor. What do you feel about, recreational cannabis and gummies, and do you feel it's another gateway to drugs?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you because of the noise in the back. Can you say that last part?
And thank you again. How do you feel about, recreational cannabis and gummies? Do you feel that they're another gateway to drugs for our youth and our families and any members?
I think that it really depends on the individual consumer and patient. I wouldn't say it's a gateway. When, I'll give you an example. During the pandemic, our clinic received so many calls from parents of teenagers and college kids saying, my kids are smoking a lot of weed. They came home, they're from, they were in the dorms or they were living away and they came back, and we noticed there's so much more cannabis consumption at the house, and they were very worried. And they contacted our clinic, and the first question I ask, when we have a meeting with the family and the adolescent or the young adult is, how is the cannabis serving you? And the top things are ADHD, insomnia, and anxiety. And so when you dig into that matter and you bring in help and you have an open conversation, and instead of shutting down the conversation, it becomes more productive. So bringing in a psychologist or psychiatrist, bringing in another family practitioner or a pediatrician, if needed, is very, very helpful. So I look at it as the term gateway drug is really outdated. I look at it as, we have legalized cannabis recreationally, whether we all agree on it or not. So we need to have an open conversation with families.
Right, so have you been in touch with any of the drug rehab facilities, like, on Long Island, we have Seafield, Anthony Rizzuto, which told me directly that, in other words, this is definitely another gateway to drugs. But have you been in touch with any of these facilities, these drug rehab facilities?
Actually, yes. I actually lecture at various facilities regularly. One in particular, there's a facility, outpatient facility in Massachusetts and an inpatient in New York City. And how they want to know is, how do we work with you, with folks that have substance use, that want to use cannabis to mitigate opiate medication, or they want to use CBD to mitigate alcohol cravings. So actually there are practitioners that want to know the science behind it and how we can work with the practitioner safely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Previously, you said that OCM has listened to the board's recommendations. Do you have any examples of those recommendations that originated from the board that went to them?
Do I have examples? I do. We have meeting minutes and we have PowerPoint presentations. We have reporting. I can get you something
Gotcha.
in written if you want.
How about just one example that you think was essential to, standing up programs or whatever it might be, or enforcement?
Yeah, so for example, I was really, for Health, Safety, and Research Committee, I can speak about that, I was really concerned about youth poison and gummies of illicit shops. So we started digging in and looking at poison control. We started looking at if there were any reports in the ERs on basically accidental consumption of gummies in the youth. And the OCM, Health and Safety and Research and Public Health Deputy Director, has been very open with helping us gather more public health information so we can connect the dots.
And in the other direction, has OCM come to the board and asked for advisement or insight, or tasked the board with any actions, any specific asks of the board as far as their input on establishing regulations or policies?
Yes, we do that at every meeting. So in our last meeting for the community grant reinvestment, we talked about funding proposals, making recommendations to the OCM for voting, what type of focus communities one we have, accountable stakeholders, for example. So we did have those discussions, and we're going to come back to them with recommendations.
Thank you.
Senator Mannion, Senator Hinchey.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Doctor, for being here. Senator Helming actually opened the door to my first question. I, too, represent a very rural district, and access to health care of all kinds is severely lacking, to put it lightly. We need every tool available, and I personally believe cannabis is one of those tools. So can you speak to anything about doctors being trained in rural areas, or how many stores, or medical, particularly, how many medical stores are open in rural areas and how that's played out?
I think that's why they expanded the medical program, so that we can make sure that the underserved areas are being met. And I know that with the new expansion, the potential medical ROs have to show their history in serving those areas. I think that's the biggest thing. Also, for us working on the medical symposium, looking at med students, looking at medical schools, so really looking at from a, even before you become a practitioner, I think is helpful.
Definitely. And is there any, I don't know if this is your role, but is there any communication or plan to then encourage folks to go into rural communities to either educate or set up facilities and stores in rural areas that are not being served currently?
Yes, that's embedded in the new medical RO expansion. Correct.
Okay, thank you. And I just asked the board to continue to think about some of the rural areas and the lack
Absolutely.
of access and
Yeah.
education specifically. I also ask for the upcoming research plans and the symposium that you've talked about, and maybe this is already included, I just didn't hear it in the short list that you rattled off, but dementia care and dementia treatment, is that
Yes.
something that you're looking at?
Yes, Alzheimer's, dementia, yes, and working with skilled nursing facilities, hospice and palliative care practitioners as well.
Great, that's something that I'm very interested in. Again, that's actually something that where we use medical cannabis, and it was incredibly helpful in our personal story. And so any information or next steps on that you can provide us would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, and also delivery to the skilled nursing facilities. That's what we are expanding as well.
Great, thank you. It's good to know. Would love to learn more.
Okay, thank you, Senator Henchy, and I'll echo her comment about dementia. It's certainly an opportunity for us and so many families who are going through that process. Thank you, Dr. Chin, for the work that you're doing as co-chair of the Cannabis Advisory Board, and we hope that you'll continue to communicate with us
Thank
moving
you.
forward. Thank you. We'll now move to our next panel, Panel 3, which will be Charlie Williams, Vice President of the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York.
It's rocking a little bit.
Is being passed out to the Senate. Thank you very much for submitting written testimony. Just a reminder that we ask you to try your best to keep your opening remarks at 3 minutes. We will have this to be able to review, but if you could keep it to 3 minutes and then we can spend more time with Q&A, we'd appreciate that. Although I know you're doing a lot and you have a lot to say. So welcome. Thank you for joining us today. And please begin, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Cooney and members of the Cannabis Subcommittee, Chairs Kruger, Skoufis, Chair Kruger left, and Hinchy. Thank you for extending the invite to join and present at this hearing today. My name is Charlie Williams. I'm Vice President at the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York, or DASNY. Joining me is R. Nadine Fontaine, who is our General Counsel. And in the crowd are some other staff from DASNY as well, who your staff has spoken to with some frequency. You're all familiar with DASNY, but let me just briefly say, DASNY is engaged in 3 primary lines of business: construction management, financing, and grants management. In 2023, we have managed so far more than 1,000 construction projects statewide. We've issued $2.6 billion in bonds, and we've executed on 800 grant disbursement agreements under the many programs the legislature and the governor have enacted for support to municipalities and not-for-profits. DASNY's 460 employees are located primarily in Albany. We have offices in New York City, Buffalo, and Rochester, and we have field staff in every region of the state working on construction projects, so they're remote field staff. For social equity entrepreneurs, one of the greatest barriers that's been identified is access to capital. Governor Hochul had the foresight to propose, and you all had the foresight to pass, the New York State Social Equity Cannabis Investment Fund in April of 2022. And the whole intent behind that program is to support social equity entrepreneurs with capital to build dispensaries. So we created the fund, and the fund is the first of its kind in the nation. There's no other state that is engaged in this type of public effort, and no one has raised the funding that's been raised under this program. So it's new, and we've already started significant work on it. The state approved a $50 million initial investment, which is ultimately paid back through cannabis revenue to the general fund. And the fund itself was able to secure a $150 million commitment from Chicago Atlantic. So the fundraising part was finally completed in June of 2023. It is the largest, as said, the largest social equity investment in the country. DASNY began by creating a subsidiary, a Social Equity Servicing Corporation, to serve as agent to the fund. So our primary function is as agent to the Social Equity Fund. We find properties, negotiate leases, execute the leases, engage in the build-out of the location, and ultimately service both the loans and the rental agreements on behalf of the fund. When this was enacted in April 22, we immediately began work. We engaged in numerous procurements. So we did the fund procurement to select the fund manager, which is Siebert Shank and Weber Willis. We have selected the design build firms. I think there's 10 or 12 different design build firms that we can select from to build out dispensaries. We issued RFPs for banking services, point of sale systems, and several others. So we started work immediately. As that work on the RFPs started, we had to begin the real estate identification process. So the Social Equity Servicing Corporation, SESC, DASNY's subsidiary, worked very closely with OCM and our real estate experts to figure out what is an ideal dispensary. What does it look like? How big is it? You know, what were the efforts that other states have made? What do the data show about shopping characteristics and locations that make them ideal? So we identified key trade areas through that months-long process, key trade areas around the state where we wanted to seek properties. So that started really with a funnel of 10,000 commercial retail properties around the state. Now, things have to be, that is a big funnel at the top, and it narrows pretty quickly. Once you investigate proximity to schools, proximity to churches, maybe existing medical dispensaries, that trims the funnel down significantly. Then you have to look at mortgage conditions. They might be a federally mortgaged bank, or a bank might be federally chartered and not allowed to have that sort of operation in there. It might be a condo ownership, and the condo board might not want cannabis. Then you have to assess the landlord's interest. They may or may not be interested in having a cannabis retail shop in their establishment. Or they may be uncomfortable with this new concept of this public-private partnership that we're engaged in. So there's a lot of work done with landlords. And just to give you a sense of that, the first tranche they looked at was 2,300 properties. By the time you got to the bottom of that evaluation, we ended up with about 150 RFIs that we sent out to landlords to gauge their interest, and about half of them came back. So it's an intensive effort to find these ideal locations and the correct sort of environment for a dispensary, and it really does narrow down quickly. So when we got into the fall and started negotiating with sites, it's when the first injunction came along, and that was a federal court case came along. The injunction came in. While that injunction was put in place in September of 2022, get my ears straight, Nadine? In September of 2022, while that injunction went in place, we were also seeing a lot of localities that were creating code and land use regulations that really tightly constrained retail dispensaries in their communities. And what the end result of the sort of local zoning and the injunction was, only about half the state's population was really a potential target for the fund. And that threw a big sort of wrench in the works in identifying locations. So that slowed us down significantly. Notwithstanding that, in December of 22, we began signing leases with dispensaries. We rolled forward, we've signed about 24 or 26 leases at this point, but as we went through the summer, started issuing work orders, started building out dispensaries, we got another set of lawsuits. Now, that second set of lawsuits has injuncted the entire state and doesn't allow OCM to take any action on behalf of CARD. The way the process works, you sign a lease, OCM matches an operator to that lease, and then we finish the build-out, using the operator's desires about branding and, certain selections of finishes and colors. We build it out. OCM's not able to match any additional CARD licensees to the dispensaries at this point while the litigation's ongoing. So that really put a hard freeze on the real estate effort. We continue to build out the ones that we have leases signed for.
Mr. Wills, I ask you to kind of move it along here.
Yep.
And thank you.
So I will say the last injunction knocked out probably about 40 sites, but setting that aside for a moment. SCSC and DASNY are completely focused on the success of the New York State Social Equity Cannabis Investment Fund. It's one of a kind, public-private partnership, and we are focused on the success of our equity entrepreneurs. This is a new industry governed by a new agency, and we have a new concept with our investment structure and a new public-private partnership. There's a lot new here, but both DASNY, SCSC, and the fund are committed to its success. The fund itself does a lot of additional services, things that weren't anticipated they would do at the outset. Capacity building, shoulder-to-shoulder mentoring during and immediately after opening. They found banking services almost impossible to find in the cannabis business, and they got retail banking services for these CARD applicants. Insurance, point-of-sale systems free for 2 years to the CARD licensees. So they've done a lot of work. So we're committed. We thank you for the opportunity to present. And we thank you for your support of DASNY and the excellent work our employees do on behalf of New York State.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate you being here today to speak on this. I want to follow up at a point you made, and just want to make sure I'm getting my math correct here. So in regard to the Cannabis Social Equity Investment Fund, the state, through the budget process, put in the initial $50 million, right? And then Chicago Atlantic was tasked with going out and raising an additional $150 million.
Yep.
So
the fund, so the Social
fund.
Equity Fund, and their managers, which are Siebert Shank and
Yes.
Miller Willis, were charged with raising the private equity. They
Okay.
did that from Chicago Atlantic.
And so in June, as you mentioned, DASNY's former CEO and the governor kind of celebrated that had been completed. And the statement was made, Chicago Atlantic's financial commitment will help open the doors for so many who has faced insurmountable obstacles of accessing capital and economic security, some of the issues that you mentioned in your opening remarks. So to date, how much of the 150 has been allocated, been put towards some of the build-outs that you referenced?
So we view the fund as a whole. So it's $150 million.
Okay.
So that you have the state's 50 and you have the 150 in equity. Chicago Atlantic matches the investment for these dispensaries 75%, and the state share is 25%.
I see.
So far, and it's hard to say the 20-some aren't fully complete yet. So far, the state has spent about $25 million, another $5 to $10 million to come shortly to finish out the existing projects. And SCSC has reimbursed 18 to 19 million of that. So that went back into the fund. So that is available to reinvest.
And so that allocation has been used mostly for development and construction, the build-out of these initial cards before the litigation took place.
And for the entire real estate effort. So you have to pay a security deposit. You have to pay first month's rent. You have to buy insurance. So there's closing costs and things like that. So it has been used as the seed money to both establish the fund, to to close on the investment, but primarily for these construction costs.
For the construction. So what about the loan fund that OCM celebrated earlier this year, I think up to $100,000 per card licensee, they would have access for capital loans. And would that be coming out of the same fund as well?
It would.
And have any of those loans been made to this date?
No, the injunction, again, and I don't want to get too far ahead of OCM, prohibits OCM from taking actions on behalf of CARD, and the fund can only serve CARD licensees.
Right.
So the monies from this fund can only go to CARD licensees. They're currently injuncted. DASNY and SCSE and the fund are prepared to move forward as soon as the,
Understood.
as soon as it's lifted.
Understood. And so, just to clarify, is that by statute or is that by regulation? Whereas the funds can only be used for the card program related?
That's a statutory requirement.
That's a statutory requirement. So even though there are other challenges in the regulatory environment, Senator Hinchy talked about some of the needs with our growers and cultivators, for example, they would not be able to access these social equity funds because they're not being used in furtherance of the card program specifically.
And card and real estate for dispensaries.
Card
So it's
and real
retail
estate.
dispensaries, card retail dispensaries is the limitation.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Questions from the panel? Senator Matera.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me again? Hello?
There we
Good.
go.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for your testimony. A lot of these dispensaries, you hear about going into industrial parks. Can you explain, in other words, you don't feel that, if that's a good place to have a business? Do you feel that, in other words, that crime is going to escalate because of these areas that they're considering them going to?
I'm not sure who's considering it. I will tell you, for
Well-
the trade areas that, okay, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
The trade areas that the fund and SCSC are considering, really, we need to have a lot of foot traffic, a lot of other types of retail. Industrial zone isn't the typical area that we would look at in order to have a high-volume dispensary.
'Cause
We
on
look
Long
for
Island-
more of a retail area.
It's on Long Island, that's what they're looking more in industrial areas than into strip stores, et cetera.
Many of the, only 5 towns opted in on Long Island, I believe.
Which I was very, very proud that my Smithtown and Huntington opted out, thank you.
With the 5 towns that opted in, some had fairly aggressive zoning that limit it to light industrial areas. So that precludes a large chunk of Long Island for those towns that have that specific, that's just not an ideal location with, lacks foot traffic, sometimes lacks parking.
Well,
So we haven't looked at industrial areas, we've looked at retail areas.
And these projects, do we have any kind of language for the trade? Obviously, is this prevailing wage, any of these construction projects? Are the project labor agreements involved? Is there prevailing wage tag to this?
I think it is not a requirement, but I think by and large, you pay prevailing wage in New York City and some of those markets. It is not an absolute requirement.
That's not a requirement right now with taxpayers' monies, that this would be prevailing wage,
It
these
is not.
projects?
The projects are very small. A lot of the design-build firms do the work themselves. So there's not a lot of, there may not be a lot of subcontracting work, but it's not a requirement. And the amounts are small. It's around $1 million plus to develop, depending on the dispensary.
So it's exempt, you're saying it's exempt from prevailing wage, it's exempt from project labor agreements?
Correct. Those were not required as part of the enabling statute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Matera. Senator Hinchy.
Thank you very much, and hello. Thank you for being here today. Am I correct that right now the funding that DASNY can give out to card applicants is like a lump sum? There's a large amount of money, or one amount of money, not per need, on each card for the real estate opening.
I wasn't
understand?
following your question, I'm sorry.
So DASNY can help card licensees open their stores. But how much money are you giving each
So it's not allocated like that. So on the rental program, for example, we'll identify the property, execute a lease, the fund executes a lease with the landlord. And then the fund itself has a sublease with the operator. So it just depends on the location, how much rent there is, the build-out, the size of the store, how much work has to be done. Sometimes you get into a location that has to be divided up. It has to, it has greater needs. You may have to do demolition. If it's what they call a clean box, ready to go, it's a little bit cheaper to develop. So
So
it'll
you're
be a
saying
range
right
of
now the
costs.
process is by need for each?
For the site,
license.
correct.
Right. Okay, it's our understanding, I think we might hear a little bit more about this later on, it's our understanding that there's a challenge in that process and that's not actually kind of playing out. So we'll get more a little bit later from another panel and we can follow up.
I'd appreciate understanding what the challenges are at a granular level. We know that there's always a challenge when you get into a market and do construction. It's not an easy process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hinchey. Senator Hoylman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to ask about the seeming delays in building stores. I think there was an estimation that we'd have 150 stores by June of this year, and certainly we're not close to that. What accounts for that foot dragging, if you will?
So I wouldn't characterize it as foot dragging, and I will try to explain some of what happened in the market. So there was a lot of enthusiasm and exuberance about the ability to raise equity funding, which is just cash that goes into an account. And the wholesale market had a lot of problems starting in the fall of 2022. There were, the illegal competition was coming up, the injunction happened. So the ability to attract an equity investor, which to start with are pretty limited, because you can't be federally chartered, you can't report, there's a whole bunch of issues around who could invest equity in this type of program. So the equity markets, as I understand it, now I came to DASNY December of 22, so a lot of this happened before I got there, but as I understand it, the equity markets pretty much dried up then. The only folks left who were willing to invest equity were the regional organizations, and the ROs are restricted under the TPI restrictions, which, as noted earlier, are foundational to the social equity approach that OCM has taken. So they were not able to invest, and that's when we had to turn to a debt structure, which Chicago Atlantic has a REIT and has a debt fund, and that's how they make their cannabis investments. So you can't build without money, right? And DASNY cannot execute a contract without proof that we have the resources available to execute on it. It's the same whether it's CUNY, Office of Mental Health, any of our dozens of clients out there. You have to have the money. We didn't have the money. Now, the governor had the thoughtfulness and foresight to allow us to use some of the money to build some pop-outs and get them open in the market, pop-ups. I know Senator Krueger was familiar with the pop-up concept. We opened some in her district. But we were able to use some of the money to get some stores open early. But until you have the resources to build, we were just stuck signing leases and not really being able to do a robust build-out. Then the first injunction threw a big wrench in that with half the state, and the second injunction, pretty much stopped the real estate identification process altogether. So there were a lot of challenges there. Certainly, we wished we'd been able to open more stores earlier and hit that threshold of 150, but we did not.
So the $50 million that we allocated was not enough to get the...
Oh, not for 150 stores. That was always considered to be the state's share of a larger investment. So 50 of 200 million, 25% of the store. And like I said, we did use some to begin building out stores, but to build out pop-up locations and have them open, in January, I think January of 2023. But there are enough resources to build these dispensaries, and as soon as the injunction's lifted, and we are continuing actually our build-out of the existing leases, we're spending on that because we're unfettered from spending on those leases. We just can't move forward with a broader
Final
real
question.
estate.
What's the interest rate that you offer to licensees on their loans that they take out?
They will pay 13% over 10 years. They're non-recourse, unsecured loans.
Seems
There
high.
isn't there's not a product like that available anywhere. That is a highly advantaged product for borrowing.
Thank you, Senator Hoylman Siegel. Senator Fernandez.
The fund is meant for all social equity applicants, not just CURD, correct? Card carriers.
No, the fund, the New York State Social Equity Cannabis Fund is only for card licensees.
Where in the statute is the fund limited to only card applicants? Where does it say that?
I'll defer to counsel.
Well, the statute specifically indicates that it's for use for, by social equity applicants that are licensed under Article 2. Other licensees are licensed pursuant to Article 4, so we're limited to just those conditional adult use licenses, and it's specifically referenced in the statute that it's for social equity, conditional adult use social equity licensees.
So a social equity applicant must apply for the card status?
A conditional.
A conditional one.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll share the citation with you.
Thank you, Senator Fernandez. Senator Rivera. Oh, I can see him.
Just have a few questions. So as far as, you told us the reason that ultimately you went with Chicago Atlantic, you said it was partly because there was nobody else that was willing to, that they had a particular structure that was, that made it possible for them to enter into this with the state. Would that be correct?
It is a debt structure. It's not the only reason, but they're the ones that came to the table.
So are you aware, and I'm sure that you are, that they own about 50 million shares of Vireo Health?
Yes, I'm aware. I don't know the shares calculation.
Which-
But they as a fund are an investor in lend to cannabis operations.
But-
And they are a lender to the fund. The fund has privity with the card licensee or has the contract with a licensee. Chicago Atlantic does not.
So, according, I'm quoting some published reports, and I'm not, besides not being personally aware, but I'm certainly the reports say that. You don't think it's problematic? It seems to, explain to me how it's not a conflict, that they are a fund that both owns 10% of a firm that, as we were talking earlier, there are legitimate concerns about some of these vertically integrated firms being able to have more space to be able to be financially successful, while some of the folks that we're talking about that we want to be helpful to, the card folks, don't have the ability to, don't have the money, et cetera. This is not, you don't think it's a conflict there?
I don't think it's a conflict because they are a lender to the fund. They are not an investor in these individual licensees, and they are a lender to the fund.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'll wrap with just a clarifying question. Mr. Williams, you talked about maybe $1 million rough estimate would be the cost of a build-out of a store. I'm assuming that's mostly in the New York City area for card dispensaries outside of greater New York City. In Rochester, where I represent, or other upstate communities, I would assume that cost would be considerably less.
I would think so, yes.
Is there like a as you're working with the cards who are eligible to work with you, not enjoined by the lawsuit, is there a number that you're kind of sharing with them so that they can prepare based on the term loan that Senator Hoylman Siegel talked about?
We do an initial assessment and share an estimate of costs, and I would
It's
expect
project by project?
Correct.
I see, okay.
So once they are matched and we go forward with the process of identifying what does the licensee want for branding, what do they want for finishes, and we show them the design of the facility, because we've rented it and done some design work, some rudimentary design work, and we go through that with them. And then they are given the assessment cost, which is a rough rule of essay. You haven't gotten in and really gotten into the nuts and bolts of construction yet. But we would anticipate, they could be anywhere from, some people have spent millions of dollars on dispensaries in other states. But I would expect upstate to be well under $1 million, and New York City to be in $1 million or in excess of $1 million. And some are as high as 1.3, 1.5 million plus design costs. So they can be expensive depending on the real estate.
I know that DASNY is an integral partner with OCM in making sure that retail cannabis actually gets off the ground. What type of communication, resource sharing, what have you, does DASNY have with OCM to ensure kind of a smooth transition? I know that the former CEO is no longer part of the CCB, for example, but just kind of in his change, how are we ensuring communication between both state agencies?
I would say since DASNY was authorized to really have this investment in the fund, the communication's been constant with OCM through that whole real estate development process, through the licensing process. DASNY, for example, developed a tool for card licensees so they can go on and see, is my address proximate? So we do that in conjunction with OCM, but the calls and the meetings and the discussions are daily.
Good. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Thank you very much for being here from DASNY. Oh, yes. Of course. Senator Rivera.
Again, it's wonderful to have these going out to the intertubes, because then folks see it and then they go, wait, there's actually somebody who represents a borrower who can attest that in conversations, Chicago Atlantic is negotiating directly with them. So it's not just about, I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but there might be some folks that are testifying later that can attest to it directly. But the reason why I brought it up is because we have heard as much, that it's not just them lending money, that it's them, representatives from Chicago Atlantic directly talking to borrowers and negotiating directly with them. Were you aware that such things were happening?
Well, the business terms are set, so I'm not sure. I would imagine that an individual card licensee might have a discussion with the fund or with Chicago Atlantic. They're certainly not precluded from that, but the business terms are set, so there wouldn't be like additional business terms. If there are, I'd be interested to know that, because that's not my understanding of the process.
And I do think that there's some folks that are going to testify later that can attest to that. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Senator Rivera. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams, for being here. Thank you both for being here representing DASNY. We'll now move to the next panel, which is the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance, Acting Commissioner Amanda Hiller, and General Counsel.
I'm well, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Doing
Ready?
great.
I haven't run into you in the hallways lately, so.
Well, that's how it works, right?
Yeah, I know, right? Just stuck in the office, but when I walk out, I still do see your car there.
We'll continue and welcome Acting Commissioner Amanda Hiller. Thank you for being here representing the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance. Commissioner, we'll give you 3 minutes for some opening remarks. We appreciate you have your written testimony here. We have that here at our desk, and then we'll go into some questions.
Wonderful. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Amanda Hiller, General Counsel and Acting Commissioner of the Department of Taxation and Finance. I welcome this opportunity to discuss the work of the Tax Department with regard to adult use cannabis. As is true for over 40 other state and local taxes, the Tax Department administers the taxes on adult use cannabis. We register the taxpayers who must pay adult use cannabis taxes, process their tax filings, and collect and distribute the tax revenue. There are two different types of adult use cannabis taxes: the taxes paid by retailers and the taxes paid by distributors. Adult use cannabis retailers must pay state and local taxes on the adult use cannabis products they sell to their retail customers. These taxes, like sales taxes, are based on the retail sales price of the product. We distribute the local taxes to counties, who are permitted to retain a portion and must distribute the balance to the localities where licensed dispensaries are operating. Adult use cannabis distributors must pay a separate tax on the products they sell to adult use cannabis retailers. Pursuant to the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, or MRTA, this tax is imposed at various rates based on the type and potency of various adult use cannabis products. Sometimes the grower or processor sells directly to retailers, in which case they are responsible for paying the distributor tax. To date, the Tax Department has registered 26 adult use cannabis retailers and 124 adult use cannabis distributors. We have collected $8.6 million in retail taxes, including $2.6 million in local taxes. We have also collected $4.3 million in distributor taxes. The Tax Department now also has the responsibility to enforce these cannabis taxes. As most of you know, when the MRTA was enacted in 2021, The enforcement of the new adult use cannabis tax laws was vested in the Office of Cannabis Management. The tax department was assigned administrative responsibilities, but not enforcement authority. That changed this past May when the 2023-24 state budget included new cannabis enforcement laws that are modeled on our tobacco tax laws. The tax department now has the authority and responsibility to enforce the state's adult use cannabis taxes, including the authority to inspect businesses selling cannabis to ensure tax compliance, and the authority to seize illicit cannabis we find. The tax law now includes a number of civil penalties that increase substantially for repeat offenders, and the state's tax evasion criminal statutes now treat evasion of cannabis taxes like evasion of other taxes. The distributor level tax is the key to this enforcement authority. This tax must be paid on every adult use cannabis product when it is transferred to a retailer. So any retailer holding product for which this tax was not paid has already violated the tax law, and all that illicit cannabis can then be seized. Tax Department criminal investigators, together with investigators from the Office of Cannabis Management, began conducting regulatory inspections of retail cannabis locations in early June. To date, we have conducted 275 inspections of 202 unique locations. We have seized over 4.5 tons of illicit cannabis. I'm incredibly proud of the work Team Tax has been doing around cannabis enforcement, and we're just getting started. Again, thank you for this opportunity. I'm happy to take questions.
Commissioner Hiller, and thank you for keeping to that 3 minutes. I appreciate it. Talk to me a little bit about the relationship that did change between OCM as it relates to enforcement after this past session, where you were taking on DTF was taking on a greater responsibility in that role. How is the communication between OCM and DTF in the sense that, is there a process in place where an OCM enforcement action it gets announced or gets decided upon, and then that triggers DTF's engagement? Because it seemed to me during our earlier time with OCM, the enforcement operation just seemed clunky. Everyone's working hard, everyone understands that there's a problem, but it just seems that there were maybe too many chefs in the kitchen, if you will. So could you kind of talk about how the process works in terms of collaborating and communicating with OCM?
Oh, absolutely. I would say that we have an incredibly effective partnership with the Office of Cannabis Management. We go out with Office of Cannabis Management investigators together when we're doing retail inspections, because OCM and tax have different inspection responsibilities with regard to a store. So we go in together, we plan those operations together, we pre-meet in advance of any particular inspection together, we are in the store together. The process then diverges on the other side. We are the ones taking custody of the cannabis that's being seized, and our folks are the ones that are doing the incredibly intensive, detailed work to catalog all of that product. The Office of Cannabis Management is doing other things on the other side of that enforcement around the licensure of that store, around engaging with their other partners around whether or not to seek a closure order, for example. I think it's important to remember that tax only closes a business to collect a tax debt. Right. We don't close businesses in the ordinary course of our operation. So unless there's a substantial unpaid tax debt, we're not going to be the ones padlocking a store. But we are the ones that are cataloging all of that evidence that's then being used by OCM in their administrative proceedings, that are used by tax in our administrative proceedings, and that might ultimately be used in a criminal proceeding. So I think that detailed work that we're doing is an incredibly important part of the role, and that's a part where we diverge. But otherwise, we are working in lockstep with OCM on that investigatory authority.
And do you have enough resources within your existing DTF criminal investigations unit to partner with them as they seek to expand their enforcement operations over the next few months and beyond? Can DTF, under its existing resources, meet that demand?
We received some additional resources as part of the last budget cycle, and we're using that to add staff. Unlike OCM, we have the benefit of having a long-standing, experienced criminal investigative division with a couple of hundred people in it who've been doing tax enforcement forever. And, we have been working closely with OCM investigators in part because they were new to this space. And so we were able to sort of help in the development of procedures around investigations, around evidence collection, around some of the logistics of these investigations. And I think that that's also been a really effective partnership. Certainly, there's always more to be done around tax evasion. We not only are now charged with enforcing the cannabis tax laws, we also enforce the tobacco tax laws, and I would say that these are Sisyphean endeavors. There are a lot of economic incentives to violate the tax law, whether for tobacco or for cannabis, and so, yeah, we could always use more resources, but there's also, it's important to remember that there's a lag time around that. We get some resources, we can go through the process to begin onboarding new investigators. Those investigators will be peace officers. They need to undergo particularized training, and then they're going to still be kind of inexperienced. And so we're going to put them on teams with experienced investigators as they build up, and they aren't going to be working independently for quite some time.
Thank you, Commissioner. As you talked about the seizure of the product itself being under DTF's responsibility, can you comment at all, and I may be using the wrong terminology here, so excuse me if I'm not making sense, but kind of the real versus pure weight issue, does that sound familiar to you? Kind of how we determine under statute, what the product that is seized is valued at?
The tax department doesn't try to value the product.
Okay, so that's OCM.
I think that's really a question for OCM.
Okay, thank you.
We don't try to establish what the street value of the product is. One of the things that's an important component of the civil penalty structure that we have is that the civil penalties apply based on the weight of the product, not based on the potency of the product, for example. The taxes are still measured under the same measures that as anybody else is paying for the distributor taxes based on potency for the various types of product. And that's important as we look to perhaps leveraging the tax evasion statutes that we have in place for cannabis tax evasion. We aren't there yet. I think certainly, my sense is that the MRTA was always intended to look for civil enforcement in the first instance. We still have criminal laws on the books, but there isn't an appetite to pursue them. So we imagine that when we think it's time to try to bring the first cannabis tax evasion case, that will have to be an exceptional case, and that we will have to work very closely with the prosecutor's office around trying to put that case forward. In the meantime, we're looking at civil case penalties, and those civil penalties for us are really just based on the weight of the product.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Senator Krueger.
Thank you, Amanda. I sort of laugh at your being the acting commissioner because I think you've been acting longer than I've been acting as a senator.
It's been about 2.5 years.
Oh, okay, you've just been there forever.
I've been at tax since 2012. I've been the general counsel since 2012, and so, I'm my own counsel here today, which is a little confusing. Yes, I'm very proud. We have a great team at tax, and I'm very proud to be the face of that team.
Thank you. Okay, so we're very glad that you're now involved using your authority as tax and finance to go after these illegal shops and the illegal product. That's why we built it into legislation, to give you that authority. And I see in your testimony you talked about 275 inspections, 202 unique locations, 4.5 tons of illicit cannabis. How many fines have you given out?
We haven't yet.
You have not?
We have not yet. We have been working through a subpoena process to identify the actual specific actors that are the leaseholders of those stores. So we have been going through it. It turns out that that's a very difficult process to establish exactly who we can hold responsible for those fines as a civil matter. So for example, we're subpoenaing landlords for the leases for those properties in order to establish who should do that. I will say that I think that the most notable civil penalty we're imposing right now is the seizure of product. Because every time we seize that product, we take that out of a store, and that's a cost of doing business for those shop owners. And we're going back for repeat inspections, not only because the penalties increase substantially for repeat offenses under the new civil authority we have, but because that also adds to the volume for the cost of doing business for folks. Our experience at tax is that often civil penalties don't get paid until there's a criminal charge pending. And so there will always be a collectability issue on that, on the other side of that. And so finding other ways to put dents in these businesses, like clearing their store every couple of weeks, is a significant penalty for businesses.
And you were here earlier when we were asking very many parallel
Sure.
questions of OCM. You know, I'm of the belief that taking the product but still letting the stores continue to operate 2 days later isn't really effective.
I get that.
I want to padlock the stores. So just on a sidebar, is part of the problem with trying to tracking who to hold responsible, this other issue in New York State, which we're hoping the governor will sign the bill we passed with LLC transparency, that everybody's creating these illegal stores under LLCs, which may not be illegal by definition, but are illegal in the fact that they are doing illegal business. So do you think that having the transparency law signed into law will actually give you another tool to find the players in these businesses?
You know, I don't know that one way or the other because we don't know who's on the other side of a lot of these businesses. So, you know, if it turns out that there's an LLC, I'm a lawyer, I would probably form an LLC, and I'd probably then form another LLC, and then form another one after that in order to create a layer of, I understand that process. Certainly transparency around LLC ownership might provide some greater insight into that, but that doesn't mean we can actually necessarily even find those individuals. It's finding them that always matters. So, you know, I don't know whether that'll make a difference or not.
And we've heard from both OCM and, without asking you directly, you know, that resources for doing these investigations and tracking these down are relatively finite. Do you see a role for NYPD and their 33,000 members in assisting you in the inspections, the closing, the pulling out? I mean, you've done tobacco forever, so to speak.
Sure.
So do you use NYPD in some correlated way when you're going after illegal tobacco sales without tax stamps? Excuse me.
I mean, we do sometimes, but I want to be very careful here. You know, for the most part, the new authority that tax has is a civil enforcement authority. And that civil enforcement authority includes the authority to do regulatory inspections. Regulatory inspections are a particular carve-out from our general warranted search structure, where an industry is heavily regulated. An administrative agency that oversees that regulated industry. For certain industries that now include cannabis, has included tobacco, and also includes junkyards. I mean, there's a range of odd industries. That authority, essentially the deal is that the industry is sufficiently tightly regulated that people who are engaged in that industry, whether they're doing it legally or illegally, are on notice that there is a regulatory scheme in place that they must comply with. And then we can go in and search that store without a warrant because they are holding themselves out to be engaged in that business. Again, whether they're licensed or unlicensed, if they're holding themselves out to be engaged in that business, we can go in without a warrant to make sure that they're complying with our civil regulatory structure, and if they're not, we can impose civil fines. As soon as you bring the NYPD in, we're not engaged in a regulatory civil search. We're now engaged in a criminal search. We need a warrant. There's a whole other set of structures that need to
NYPD
apply.
works on civil issues as well as criminal in some categories, and you write in your testimony you have criminal authority now under tax evasion.
We do actually have criminal authority, and so, for example, we do regulatory inspections for tobacco. We'll go into a bodega. We will search that bodega. They may be selling properly taxed cigarettes. They may also be selling untaxed cigarettes. They might also be selling untaxed cannabis, in which case we'll seize that product. But we go in because it's holding itself out to be in the business of selling tobacco products. And when we go there, we're not bringing the NYPD in with us. Instead, we are partnering with the NYPD or prosecutor's office in our wiretap operations to identify counterfeit stamps, for example. And those partnerships are a different part of the process.
I guess I'll just ask you, my time's up, to think about how we can use more people in law enforcement to help us be creative and go after the owners of these stores so we can get these stores closed down?
Oh, absolutely. I will say that I think at some point we are going to have to revisit our willingness to consider criminal penalties for flagrant violators of our cannabis laws. I mean, we have a tax evasion statute, and when we find the right case for that, we will work with the prosecutor's office to bring that case. But for the most part, I don't see an appetite for criminal enforcement of some of these laws. But we're talking about people and businesses that are flagrantly violating our laws. And we just don't have that willingness yet until we've really tested our civil process. We've had it since May. We started in June. We're, getting up and running was a thing. Yep. We're just getting started. I think we're going to know better this time next year whether we're really making a dent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hoylman Siegel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Regarding limited liability companies, and thank you for the question, Senator Krueger. In our legislation that is before the governor for her signature, the natural owner has to be listed. So you cannot have an LLC owned by an LLC to qualify under our LLC Transparency Act.
I recognize that. I also know a lot of lawyers. They will find.
So do I.
They will find a way.
Which is why we wrote it that way. Next question.
No, and I totally understand and respect that. But I think one of the challenges that we see in tax is that in the course of one tax year, we will see multiple organizational changes.
Let me ask you. Speaking of multiples, it seems that many of these shops they look like McDonald's franchises. Do you have a suspicion that there's a common element, common ownership among them?
I don't feel like I can speak to that. It might be that our criminal investigators have that suspicion, but they haven't shared that with me.
And in terms of the fines that you're levying, you describe it as you said, cost of doing business. That's exactly the problem I think that many of my colleagues see, that these fines really have no teeth if they just build it into their business operations, right?
Well, I think, the current fine structure that we have now that was enacted this past May represented a massive increase in the fine structure as compared to the MRTA that was originally enacted. And we're still early in this process. Both we and OCM are early in this process. And so, as I said, I think we'll see a year from now where that is.
But part of the problem is one of the civil remedies you suggest, which is seizing the tons
Sure.
of cannabis, and you say you can go back every week. There just isn't there aren't the resources to do that. So there are so many that have been shut in our respective districts.
Absolutely.
Products seized. We'll be lucky if we see you guys in 6 months, based on the amount of resources that you have to pursue these bad actors.
No, I think that's absolutely fair. I think there are just pragmatic constraints on our ability to be out on the streets. I think we are working hard to make sure that our enforcement efforts are coordinated and targeted, that we're working in particular to try to support new retail dispensaries by looking at the kinds of businesses that are in those neighborhoods.
Yeah.
But those certainly our inspections are not limited to that.
Final question. Thank you. Thank you so much, Acting Commissioner. I really appreciate it. Final question, which is, you've collected taxes valued $8.6 million in retail taxes, including $2.6 million in local taxes, $4.3 million in distributor taxes. Any ballpark estimate of the figure of those who are not paying taxes? What is the state of New York losing in taxes that are not being paid by illegal cannabis dispensaries?
I don't know that. I mean, my guess would be in the millions, but I don't know that number for sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Hoylman Siegel. Senator Rivera.
Hello, Senator.
So, wanted to ask about the current structure that exists, the current tax structure. And as I understand it, it is, so by statute, we set one up that has to do with potency.
Yep.
And so, and as I understand, the tax structure that exists for alcohol is different. And so, could you tell me the differences between the two, and then whether you have an opinion on whether we should, I've heard from some folks that we should actually switch from the current tax structure of potency to one that deals with something similar as we do with alcohol.
You know,
I want to see your opinion on that.
The existing potency tax structure was part of the MRTA as originally enacted, and as some of you might recall, certainly as that legislation was getting nailed down, tax wasn't at the table. So we weren't part of the decision-making around the specific granular nature of that tax.
Oh, yes. I remember him well.
We can all sort of come back to think about that. But I think that the intention behind the potency tax was to create some scale for products that have essentially a different efficacy and then likely a different street value. But have that measured before we got to a place where there's a retail price that we could attach to the product. And so I think the intention was to try to calibrate the taxes between different kinds of products. We're talking about,
But regardless, since our time is limited, regardless of the original intent, I guess what I'm asking is, do you believe there's some folks that have posited to me that we need to move away from this current structure and perhaps consider one that is similar to the one that we use for alcohol? So I wanted to see if I can get your opinion on that, if you have one.
Well, I think the thing that's most important about the current tax structure that we have on cannabis, which is akin to the structure that we have on tobacco, is that there is a tax that was already due and had to be paid by the time the product arrived on the shelf of a retailer. And it's that tax that makes the product in that illegal store illegal product. And I think that that is an important structure, because we don't want to be penalizing customers who bought those products in the store. We want to penalize the retailer that has a store full of illegal product. But the product is illegal because there was a tax that was due when it arrived at the retailer. The challenge, I think, is identifying a measure for that tax. The MRTA included a potency-based measure for that tax, and I understand that a lot of people in the distributive chain have had challenges around that tax. But it's a tax that doesn't depend on the retail sale price of the product, because we don't have a retail sales price of the product yet. We could measure based on the sale price from the distributor to the retailer, but that only is effective if there isn't an integrated retail chain. So where we allow an integrated retail chain, now that's a price that can be manipulated, and that's a tax that can be manipulated. So I think the challenge is in identifying a surrogate to the potency tax. But if we eliminate the tax at that level, then we essentially hamstring enforcement of the tax structure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rivera. Senator Ryan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are any of the illicit shops paying taxes?
I don't know. I don't think that they're paying cannabis taxes. But there are stores that I think are in the business of just being a weed store. They have a neon sign that says, "I'm a weed store." But there are also tons of businesses out across New York where we suspect that illicit cannabis is being sold alongside legal products, and that might include properly taxed tobacco products. It might include other stuff.
Just weed store example.
Yeah. In the weed store, they're not paying taxes to us. Our return processing structure would flag that they were trying to make a payment to us that didn't include a return that was connected to a registration. So we're not getting those taxes from a store that is exclusively a weed store. But even that weed store is likely to also need a certificate of authority for sales tax if they're selling paraphernalia.
So according to a former panelist, there's conservatively over 1,000 illicit weed stores? and there's not nearly as many legal weed stores, so assuming that the illicit stores might charge lower prices because they're not paying taxes. How are we ever gonna balance out this ratio of, why would anyone go to a legal weed store if it's more expensive than this store up the street that looks just the same? Like, how are we ever gonna get rid of the black market if we're not bringing, hundreds of enforcement actions per quarter?
I suspect that that's a combination of different strategies. One is certainly enforcement, having boots on the ground, going into stores, seizing the products that's there, and undertaking that civil enforcement structure. I think certainly on the other side is having more legal stores. I was talking to somebody yesterday who was telling me, who was operating one of the showcases, and was telling me that she knew 2 farmers who had grown a cannabis crop that didn't qualify because there was mold in the crop. I appreciate knowing that the products that are coming through a retail store are safe, are regulated, and it's the part of the challenge is that there are 5 illegal weed stores and there's 1 legal weed store.
I think we'd be more comfortable if that ratio was correct.
Right. Well,
It's more like
yeah.
there's hundreds of illegal.
Right, but let's say on my, in my little neighborhood, when I lived in the city, my neighborhood was like 3. I lived in my few blocks, and there might be a retail store. There are going to be some other non-retail. Having more retail outlets helps balance that, and I think that OCM is working hard to bring new retailers online, and that will provide a balance. I think we were hearing about alcohol. A lot of the OCM structure is based on the way the state has historically regulated alcohol. I'm going to guess that in the early days of post-prohibition, there were a ton of illegal outlets and there were no legal outlets. But we were able to bring new legal outlets on. Those illegal outlets ultimately got squeezed out, and that's not where our problem is anymore. And we do, certainly the tax department undertakes alcohol enforcement for people are smuggling untaxed alcohol into New York, but we don't enforce in bars for alcohol. SLA does that. OCM will do that. Right now we're in this critical point where the licensed shops are just rolling out, and the illegal shops have had an opportunity to have a bit of a foothold. But as we continue enforcement against the illegal shops and roll out new legal shops, I think we're going to see that balance shift.
In terms of a strategy for the enforcement actions, do you have a goal of how many enforcement actions you would like to bring per quarter?
We're trying to bring as many, we're trying to undertake as many inspections as we can do. We're targeting, one of the things that's important to remember is that, if we're going into a small store, we need a small team. It takes a couple of hours to catalog the product that's in that store and, bag it and take it out. If we're going into a large store with a huge inventory, now we've got a dozen people in that store, and it's going to take several hours for us to work through that site. So we want to be targeting large stores. We can do more small stores, but it's also always part of keeping that balance.
Do you need more resources?
Well, you always need more resources, but I think we're.
I hope when the budget rolls around, you ask for an appropriate amount of resources to be able to conduct the activities.
Right. I think that, as I started out earlier, one of the challenges is that even if we had, money for additional enforcement personnel, we're not going to have them out on the street tomorrow or next month. I mean, it takes such a long time.
I don't perceive this illicit problem going away tomorrow or next month.
And so, having the ability to build out that enforcement team will be important. At the same time, at tax, we are very sensitive to the challenges that are associated with bringing in tax revenue, and so we also try to be really, really responsible stewards of that tax revenue in our agency.
Well, I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, Senator Ryan. Senator Skoufis.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for your testimony today. Some of the Q&A, so I hope this isn't redundant. However, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on the potency tax. I don't think something, I did miss that. Then I won't bore everyone else and be redundant. I'll go back to the videotape.
Go for it.
Okay. Is there any other comparable tax on any other type of product in New York State where there's a sliding scale of a tax depending on the strength of the product? I know for alcohol there are some thresholds. If you're below the threshold, there's no excise tax. If you're above the threshold, there is an excise tax. But is there any other product with a sliding scale based on strength?
I don't think that the tax itself, I'm not immediately thinking of any other tax where the tax is done based on the potency of the product. But I will say that, most of our transaction taxes scale up based on the cost of the product in the marketplace. And so you pay more sales tax on an expensive product than you do on a cheap product. And you pay more in fuel taxes on 10 gallons of fuel than you do on 1 gallon of fuel.
But if I may,
I think that the intention behind the potency tax, when it was enacted, was to try to base the tax not on the size of the brownie, but on the cannabis in the brownie. Or not the size of the gummy, but the amount of cannabis in the gummy. And that turns out to be a very logistically challenging tax. But I don't think it was unreasonable at the time to think, is it a plate full of brownies with a milligram of THC, or is it one tiny little brownie with a milligram of THC? We're taxing the THC, not taxing the brownie. And as I said, I understand that that's an incredibly logistically challenging tax. Although the tax is, by the way, based on the product labeling. So I think that comes back to how products are developed and labeled to get to how that tax is calculated and paid.
I appreciate that. And I do think that likely was the intention, what you just described. I don't know that there is a comparison to you buy more fuel and you're taxed more on that fuel. I think the comparison there, for example, is there's a different tax rate depending on whether you're getting regular unleaded versus premium versus super premium. There is no different rate. It's the same rate of
But that actually might be a really good surrogate, because I think that the difference, the price difference, we're talking about a distributor tax, we're not talking about a retail tax, so we don't have a retail price at that point yet. So at the distributor level, we're talking about a tax on a product that may not have had a series of transactions before it got to the retailer. It might be that the grower is selling directly to the retailer. There isn't, at that point in the process to determine what the distributor tax is, I think that there's a challenge in trying to measure what we're trying to tax. And I think the original intention was that we wanted to tax THC. And taxing THC that comes in myriad forms is a challenge. And so the folks that were putting together that initial tax structure tried to create a THC tax across different types of products. Turns out that's really hard, but it's not immediately obvious to me what the appropriate surrogate for that is. What is clear to me is that we continue to need a tax at the distributor level in order to ensure that we have the tools to enforce in illegal shops.
Yeah, I understand that, and I'm not here to suggest that X or Y be an appropriate replacement, and yes, logistically, it's a little bit more complicated than your typical tax, regardless of whether it's at distribution or at retail. However, the tax also can't be financially prohibitive. And I think that's what a lot of that tier of the system is looking at right now, whereby on a high potency bag of edibles, package of edibles, you're looking at potentially $30 in just this tax before any other costs to distribute the product, before you get to profit margin. And as a layperson, that seems untenable to me, especially when you have a black market where for every one legal store, there are 100 illegal stores that are not paying that tax and don't have to absorb that hit from the state. And so, I just suggest to the department and certainly us as a legislature that perhaps we have to revisit that tax.
Again, one of the great things about my job is that we administer the taxes that you impose, including the potency tax. You know, for us, what matters is that there be a tax at that level, and that that tax be a tax that is objectively measurable, so that we can use that tax as a vehicle for enforcement of illegal cannabis products.
Could you comment on the difference between the retail and the wholesale tax amount? In your comments, opening comments, you said you've collected $8.6 million in retail taxes.
Sure.
And about $4.3 million in distributor taxes, wholesale taxes. Why is there a difference? I actually I'm surprised it's almost 2 to 1.
Well, I think that speaks to the same questions that Senator Skoufis and Senator Rivera had about the potency tax.
Okay,
The
so
retail
that's
tax is based on the sales price that the retailer sold the product to a consumer. And we impose 2 different taxes, a 9% state tax and a 4% local tax on that retail sale. So 13% of the retail sales are coming back to the state in taxes. The distributor tax is again based on potency. I think it's ½ cent per milligram of flour, and maybe it's something like 0.8 of a cent per milligram of THC in in concentrated products. I mean, there are 3 different taxes on different types of adult use cannabis products. That are all, again, intended to measure the amount of THC in the product or be a surrogate for the amount of THC in the product. And those taxes are the ones that are being paid by distributors. And so the distributor tax is being measured on a different base than the retail taxes, and I think that's what's accounting for the difference. I think I've also heard that some distributors have said that they're having trouble paying the taxes on the products that they have sold. We have, the registered taxpayers, whether a distributor registered for the distributor tax or the retail tax, they file tax returns and they remit taxes just like everybody else. There are penalties for failing to file that are different from penalties for failing to pay. And so, as with everybody and every other tax, we encourage people to file even if they can't pay. And then we'll work through the pay process on the other side, but the filing is the first act. And so I suspect that there may also be some unremitted tax on the distributor side.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate your time, appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to move to our 5th panel. The Honorable Gail Brewer will be speaking to us via live stream, so we'll need about 2 or 3 minutes just to move the TVs, but we will stay right here.
What's the lunch break?
Just really into
Councilwoman, can you hear us?
I can, thank you very much.
Look at that technology. Well, welcome, Councilwoman Gail Brewer, New York City Councilmember District 6. I'm not sure if you can see us, but okay, you can. Excellent. So we'll be on our best behavior. But we welcome you. Thank you for joining us via Zoom, Skype, whatever we're using. We'll start with you to give some opening comments and remarks. We do have your written remarks in front of us, council member, so thank you for that, and then we'll do a round of questions.
Thank you very much. I will summarize. I am Gail Brewer, and I do represent the west side of Manhattan, and I'm also chair of the City Council Committee on Oversight and Investigations, and I want to thank all of the chairs for giving me this opportunity. I've been listening to your excellent hearing. Last December, our mayor announced a cannabis interagency task force to crack down on unlicensed cannabis stores. And of course, it includes the sheriff and the police department and consumer department and OCM. I can't say it's been very helpful. And that came 4 days after the Upper Weed Side, that's what it was called, was featured in the Daily News. And that was based on our survey by interns, where we had 61 smoke shops, 26 of which were selling weed. And guess what? Now I have 65 such shops selling cannabis, edibles, and vapes. There was no attention from law enforcement. And I think we heard earlier from Senator Harleman Siegel talk about the robberies. So I would say Chief of Patrol John Schell said at a hearing I had last January that there were 593 robberies in 2022, and that's a 137 increase over the prior year. We know that there was a 6-month delay between the two governors and and signing the MRTA law, and during that time, that's when some of these challenges popped up. I went out with Miranda, the sheriff. And as he said at my January oversight hearing, there are 1,400 unlicensed retailers citywide. Some have higher numbers. But going out with the sheriff was very instructive. We confiscated thousands of products from 3 stores, including one right across the street from my district office on 87th and Columbus. And I watched as OCM and deputies removed everything, even from a trap door. But guess what? 2 days later, that same shop was restocked and is open today. I know because I see it every day from my district office. Interestingly, as you can imagine, there was cash paid and debit card receipts, no credit cards because, it's not supposed to be federally sanctioned. So 1 year has passed since my survey. A July 25th letter from Deputy Mayor Banks to my committee staff stated that citywide, just 5 stores have closed. 9 have vacated the premises, one that was on City Hall property, that was interesting, or entered into agreements to stop selling. And 33 had nuisance abatement cases brought against them by the Corporation Council. We don't have a complete list. We've been asking for it. The DA of Manhattan sent hundreds of letters to illicit cannabis retailers and their landlords threatening legal action under the public nuisance law. Some stopped operating, and some landlords commenced eviction proceedings. But it's a very arduous process, as you heard from others. The DA needs evidence from the sheriff, the police department, OCM to bring the cases, and has not received cooperation, I have to be honest, in this endeavor. One letter went to the landlord of Exotics Town Convenience. This was a store mentioned again by Senator Harleman Siegel. And the agency, DCWP, which is the consumer agency, visited the store, wrote 2 violations, one for not having a non-food retail license and one for lacking an electronic cigarette dealer license. But an OCM raided the store, put a big illicit cannabis seized sticker, and guess what? The sticker was removed and the store is back operating. So what really bothers me are students that are vaping on the halls and in classroom, and it's happening. Liquor stores could never locate within 500 feet of a school, but illegal smoke shops they're right there. They're right next to the campuses. NYPD claims they are unable to police them because only OCM can enforce the MRTA. But what's happening is really, really upsetting to me, and one principal was crying on the phone. The city council passed local law 107, sponsored by Councilmember Schulman, and it holds commercial landlords accountable for their tenants' illegal sale of cannabis. So it sounds great on the paper. But guess what? First violations trigger written warnings and subsequent offenses in fines from $5,000 to $10,000. But we don't know how many landlords have been fined because we don't have the time frame yet for the information. But critics say the fines are too low. So when Mayor Adams announced the Interagency Enforcement Task Force, he said, we're going to go after this. We're going to take care of the whole problem. But guess what? Confiscation is not working. We have some ideas. We must acknowledge that there's no way out of this problem without greater involvement from PD. I'm not suggesting we revive harmful prohibition policies, but unlicensed cannabis stores are large-scale criminal operations. Possession of more than 5 pounds of cannabis is a felony. Sale of more than 16 ounces is a felony. Sale to a minor is a felony. That's really happening. The police need to enforce the penal code, and in doing so, gather the evidence needed to secure injunctions in court. They should start with the illegal stores near schools. Number 2, the Department of Health should take an aggressive role in shutting stores. The health code grants the agency executive authority to assure the safety of the city. Multiple provisions of the code allow the agency to shutter unlicensed cannabis stores, particularly Article 81 and Article 3. The sheriff said in a joint operation that the health department clearly had more significant authority about closing down some of these locations, but they're not doing it. Number 3, recent amendments to the MRTA intended to bolster enforcement have no discernible impact. You heard about this earlier. And I have great respect for Chris Alexander, but OCM can change that by allowing the city's DAs to bring so-called 16A cases against unlicensed retailers. Those cases would allow authorities to obtain temporary and permanent injunctions against these illegal operators and levy fines. Only the AG has authority to bring these cases, but the MRTA allows OCM to delegate authority to local prosecutors. Number 4, I am eager to see these licensed dispensaries open in my district, the legal ones. But there's much confusion among applicants and the community boards on the process, and I think that needs to be cleared up. Number 5, Adams, our mayor, should revive the enforcement task force and add the health department and the district attorneys as members. All government stakeholders should meet in one room regularly to share information and devise a cooperative strategy to shutter stores methodically. Their books have the laws. They need to start today. And I want to add another issue is oath. That's where the fines are adjudicated. So we called oath. Guess what oath said? They have no way of knowing who has paid and who has not. I would have to go to each agency and each store to find out. I'm frustrated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Council Member. We appreciate your boots on the ground report, and we know that you've probably been walking the streets, literally stopping into these stores and looking with your own eyes. I'm curious to know, from a constituent engagement piece, everyone knows that you're very accessible, Council Member. You're hearing from parents, you're hearing from other business owners, you're hearing from community board members. When it comes to enforcement, if you could make a theme up, like what are you hearing the most? What's the most common theme from enforcement from these different constituency types?
I am hearing that the coordination is not there. If you're going to have a shutdown, a padlock, you have to have shared information. The information with all these different stakeholders that I have mentioned and that you're mentioning is not happening. And that's where the problem is. If they were to share information, then I think we would have a chance at padlocking.
Information as a member of City Council directly from
Purchasing, no, you have to purchase 3 times. If you're going to purchase as a sheriff, as PD, as the finance department, then you have to share that with the DA, share that with the OCM. We all need to be in a room to figure out exactly what's needed to be able to close down these shops. The information is not being shared, and so the public has no idea why they're open. How in the world, Gail, could you have 65 shops that are mostly illegal in one location? They don't, it's a mystery. And we have to find a way to padlock them. So the answer to your question is everybody's frustrated, but nobody knows why this exists.
One of your proposed solutions, I just want to make sure I understood it correctly, was that under the 16A authority that you referenced, that part of that could be delegated from OCM to the District Attorney of New York. And is that something that you've had conversations about already with District Attorney Bragg or with OCM? Yes?
Yes, we have had it. It's not happening yet. It does need to happen, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to Senator Hoylman Siegel.
Hello, Gail. Good to see you. As Gail knows, I also represent part of the Upper West Side. And just wanted to thank you first for really being so persistent, which is what's required when you have multiple bureaucracies pointing fingers at each other, foot dragging, confusion on the ground, lack of resources, lack of resolve, and different administrations claiming that they do or they do not have the authority. In terms of the interagency work that's going on in City Hall, have they come up with any proposals thus far, or are these proposals that you have spelled out for us from your office?
These are proposals from my office. I don't even know if they meet, and if they do meet, they don't share anything. And they don't have everybody on the list that they should. You got to include the district attorney, you have to include the health department, and they're not on the list as part of that task force. So I'm saying that task force has to meet on a regular basis with perhaps even more, obviously including tax and finance perhaps on the state level, everybody in the room to come up with, as we heard earlier, some kind of a coordinated padlock program, in my opinion.
And then, and I completely agree with you on that front. And then in terms of the sense of urgency, I can hear it in your voice. Is that based on your concern that young kids, tourists, or unknowing consumers are going to ingest something that may not be safe for them?
Well, yes, obviously we're worried about the safety. We know that all of that cannabis comes from California because you see CA on every box when I have been with the sheriff and seen the bus. But the other issue is some of these cannabis smoke shops are open at 7 a.m. right near a school. I wonder what that's for. And they're within the 500 feet. And I worry about the lack of educational attainment if you're high in the school. So it's not just being sick from the product, but you should not be vaping in the school. It's too easy to purchase.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Senator Hoylman Siegel. Recognize Senator Kruger.
Well, thank you, Gail. I think probably Brad Hoylman Siegel, Liz Kruger, and Gail Brewer have worked together for, I don't know, a total of our entire ages. So it's like 100 years, maybe more for us. And I just want to tell you, Gail, you were spot.
Put me in, it's really old. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But you were really spot on what we can be doing and need to be doing. And I think you heard from the earlier conversations that I think everyone is pretty much in agreement. We actually think we have the tools, civil and criminal, and we have a lot of agencies, none perhaps with enough resources, but the fact that you highlighted the felonies that exist under law now, I get the legislature doesn't want to pass more felonies. And we don't want to increase criminalization of the use of marijuana. That was the entire purpose of MRTA, not to do that. But as you point out, certain of these activities are absolutely already illegal and felonies, and we should be coordinating between NYPD, the sheriffs, OCM, tax and finance. I guess, Attorney General is not testifying today, but she submitted testimony also saying she wants to use the authority of 16A, like the DAs, and get this going. So we all, I think, know the answers. We just need to do it. And so I really appreciate you're playing such an active role on behalf of our city in pushing this and pushing the state to work more in coordination with the city agencies. And I think this entire panel, no matter where we come from in the state, pretty much agree that these are exactly the things we ought to be doing. So thank you for taking time out, and I'm glad you didn't have to come up here today.
Thank you.
Well, you know, we could do it virtually. That's what I meant.
We're glad to have you, council member. Thank you so much for your testimony today, and we'll record it in the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now move on to our next panel, and we invite the Sheriff of New York City, Sheriff Miranda, and Dashita Dawson, founder and director of Cannabis NYC.
Are we breaking?
We'll break after.
Yeah, you said that.
After which we will take a short break.
Thanks.
Welcome both. Glad to see you, and thank you for joining us today. We welcome you to share your thoughts. We ask you to keep your remarks to 3 minutes if possible. I know it's tight, but we're trying to keep things moving along. And so I'll invite Dashita or Sheriff Miranda to start.
Good morning, Chairs Cooney, Kruger, Hinchy, and Scopus, and members of the Senate. My name is Anthony Miranda. I am the New York City Sheriff. We appreciate today's opportunity to testify before the committee. We are grateful for the city's partnership with the state to support the legal cannabis market and create an equitable and safe cannabis industry across New York. Protecting New York City while fostering a legal market is our objective. With this shared effort in mind, we want to start by thanking both houses of the legislature for passing the State Legislative Bill 7508 and Assembly Bill 7692, which permits certain tax deductions related to the sale, production, and distribution of cannabis products. Once this legislation is signed by the governor, the availability of these deductions will add to the efforts that the city and state are making to encourage the legal market across the state. While we look forward to our continued partnership in fostering the legal market, we must also work together to address the bad actors who endanger its success. The unlicensed sale of other distribution of cigarettes, other tobacco products, electronic cigarettes, and cannabis have developed into a considerable quality of life issue throughout the city. As you are aware, there has been a large increase in highly visible, illicit, unlicensed stores illegally selling cigarettes, vape products, and in many cases, cannabis. The lack of licensing, oversight, and control not only creates a health and safety concern for New Yorkers, but it also actively discourages and undermines the legal industry development. These illegal retailers must be held accountable. With respect to cannabis, there is a difference between the recent proliferation of visible unlicensed stores and the previously existing unlicensed legacy market that the MRTA was aimed at protecting and transitioning to licensed businesses. Additionally, increased access to unregulated hemp-derived synthetic cannabis products poses a significant threat without proper oversight. The measures that the city takes to hold these illegal retailers accountable do not resemble the historic war on drugs enforcement framework, which focuses on criminal prosecution. Rather, our current efforts are primarily focused on preventing the operation of illegal retail businesses and issuing civil penalties where unlawful conduct is identified. The Sheriff's Joint Compliance Task Force, which Mayor Adams initiated in November of 2022, is a multi-agency effort to address illegal smoke shops engaged in the illegal sale of cigarettes, other tobacco products, flavored vapes, cannabis, and other cannabis products, As of September 2023, the task force has conducted 1,175 compliance and intelligence inspections. A total of $36 million in civil penalties has been issued. Even these significant efforts, however, have not been enough because New York City and other localities still lack the necessary tools to support the Office of Cannabis Management's developing regulatory and enforcement system. The legislature has granted the greatest authority for enforcement of cannabis offenses to the New York State Office of Cannabis Management and the New York State Department of Taxation and Finance. It would help New York City enforcement efforts tremendously to be explicitly granted the authority to enforce cannabis offenses and initiate related legal proceedings under state law. The Senate and Assembly could pass legislation to clarify the critical role of local law enforcement agencies in the enforcement of illegal cannabis sales. Specifically, the legislature could clarify the procedures by which local law enforcement agencies inspect and seize cannabis that is intended for illegal sale. By granting law enforcement agencies in the city tasked with smoke shop enforcement a uniform set of robust tools, the state can establish a clear framework for limiting the proliferation of illegal cannabis. This administration will continue to support New Yorkers and justice-involved individuals who want to build and operate legitimate, thriving cannabis businesses. We appreciate the opportunity to testify at today's hearing, and we are looking forward to hearing your thoughts and questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. Ms. Dawson, do you have any comments you want to add?
I do. I just wanted to make sure that the clock was reset for me.
We
as
will
well.
do. We
Okay,
will reset it
awesome.
for you.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Sheriff Miranda. Again, good morning. My name is Deshita Dawson. I'm here on behalf of the City of New York as the founding director of Cannabis NYC. Just a bit more about Cannabis NYC. We're located within the New York City Department of Small Business Services, and it was created by Mayor Eric Adams in August 2022 to lead the strategic development of the city's developing cannabis industry. We are on a mission to become the leading global hub, demonstrating cannabis industry excellence that's grounded in equity and education across business, science, and culture. Since last October, we've engaged in the city's largest public education and outreach tour across the 5 boroughs and have helped hundreds of cannabis entrepreneurs with technical assistance and business services. We work with over 120 city leaders across 15 agencies, developing an interagency hub of citywide resources and services that have been organized intentionally and strategically to execute this mission. New York, as I have to remind people, arrested more people than any other state in the country for cannabis possession. New York City was the arrest capital for the state during the height of the so-called war on drugs, during a 40-year period spanning 1970 to 2010, where nearly 60% of the arrests were Black men. The negative impacts of government's past policies have been felt multi-generationally, particularly in communities disproportionately impacted by cannabis criminalization. We now also know that through history, science, and current advocacy, that cannabis as a plant is inherently medicinal, inclusive of both hemp and marijuana, and can be leveraged agriculturally, nutritionally, industrially, socially, medicinally, and even spiritually. Moreover, the top 3 reasons consumers shop an adult use recreational market are to manage sleep, pain, and anxiety. Given all of this, we should be very proud that New York is the first state to pass a law focused on social and economic equity as a critical outcome in the development of this new legal industry. We're also the first state to open an adult use market supply chain that prioritizes licensing opportunities to those previously arrested for cannabis, small business entrepreneurs, and distressed hemp farmers. Cannabis NYC is proudly supporting over 200 of the state's provisionally approved conditional adult use retail dispensary or card licensees, many of which are pioneering the transition from legacy to legal. As an example, we're working diligently to partnership with EDC to launch the Cannabis NYC Loan Fund, specifically to support social and economic equity licensees. However, as the sheriff indicated, the proliferation of illegal stores continues to present a community safety and public health risk for New Yorkers, while also jeopardizing the successful rollout of equity-centered legalization and regulation. Through our outreach efforts, we've learned that our communities are frustrated, confused, and even angered by what they feel represents New York cannabis legalization thus far. However, Big Cannabis is also attempting to thwart the state's effort to focus licensing on those most harmed by pushing lawsuits that position groups of historically excluded against each other. The delays not only negatively impact more than 700 licensees in the state, particularly those most harmed, we know it also provides more space for illegal stores harming our neighborhoods. But the good news is we can course correct as we learn more. And as the mindset on cannabis evolves, we require more education within the halls of government and the agencies. It's why we've partnered with the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition and the Association for Cannabis Health Equity and Medicine to ensure The New York City policies are informed by global experts in policy, business, and science. We need more public health education focused on the medical cannabis program. That is a priority for Cannabis NYC because we know that a more informed and educated consumer population also decreases the risk of adverse reactions and poor experiences. It also contributes to the interest in the multi-billion-dollar entrepreneurial and workforce opportunities. So rather than allow big cannabis to diminish the intention of the state's efforts, we also encourage the legislature to commit more financial support for social and economic equity licensees as they weather the storm of cannabis capitalism and greed raining down on our state. Lastly, as indicated by Sheriff Miranda's testimony, establishing clear and uniform standards for enforcement of illegal stores by local law enforcement will help clear the way for the state's equity initiatives. It took nearly 100 years to destroy our previous relationship and knowledge of the plant, and it will take more than a couple years to repair and restore the harms of the past. The administration is committed to these efforts, and we know that public health and safety are the core of creating an equitable cannabis industry in our state, and those that jeopardize the industry should be held accountable. Cannabis NYC will continue to support New Yorkers and justice-impacted individuals who want to build and operate legitimate, thriving cannabis businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson, and we appreciate the link between the two forms of service here within New York City in terms of enforcement and the small business development side. I'll start with my question for the sheriff. We had talked a lot about enforcement earlier this morning and in the early afternoon, but we talked mostly at the state level, but kind of what was authorized, who can do what. But at the local level, what is your interaction currently with whether it's DTF, whether it's OCM, and then kind of, you alluded to this, how could that be improved so that you may have more authority, working within delegation powers of the existing statute to be able to move perhaps quicker? I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if you could kind of comment on that both.
On both. We spoke about 16A. It should not be something that's granted on a case-by-case basis. It's an authority that can be delegated to the city. It's not just the district attorney's offices. We work with all the district attorneys and all the law enforcement agencies collectively. So that authority, given the authority to be able to utilize it on a wholesale basis, is something that can be done now. Generally speaking, the inspection authority is also something that is being sought after, similar to what we do currently when we do inspections on cigarettes and the other tobacco products that we seize all the time. So we're looking for the parallel enforcement, something that we are in these locations, and all the agencies have already spoken about how they're short resources and don't have the bandwidth to be able to do the enforcement that's required in New York City. Then we're offering that opportunity through our agency, through the task force. All the agencies work collectively, share the information. We do work with, again, the NYPD, DCWP. We work with the Buildings Department, the Fire Department, and the Department of Health, depending on the circumstances of the inspections that we have to conduct. I know you heard testimony earlier about that divided line between law enforcement and civil inspections. Right. So we do civil inspections. That is the primary focus of the sheriff's office, right? We are the ones that connect the court system and do the civil enforcement for the city of New York. We still work with all the other agencies in terms of enforcement. We do not operate on their criminal intelligence. We are operating on the inspections and the information that we receive. But we do get information based on safety issues, which OCM talked about, the safety of walking into a location and knowing that it is either gang affiliated or a possibility of a shooting have occurred there. These are things that we have to know about before we go in and do inspections. We don't have a separation because we work with the Department of Finance. So our efforts are not one versus the other. We're collectively put together and we go in a uniform method to be able to do all the enforcement that's necessary at one time.
And Sheriff, where does that initiate from? So, you're hearing from council members, right, directly to you in the city capacity about what's happening in their community. But we also know that OCM has a hotline, for example, where folks can call in a illegal store operation, and does that come down to you? I'm just trying to think, where's your point of entry when there is an enforcement action that's going to be taken against an illegal store?
We should be clear that we coordinate all the information that's received. We receive it from elected officials, from community residents, OCM, NYPD, and all the other agencies that have enforcement ability. We coordinate all that information so the information is available for everyone. Currently, the NYPD is the one pursuing the nuisance abatements. Yep. So instead of having separate entities with information, all the information is being promulgated. They're the ones who are going after the nuisance abatement. We are doing the civil inspection. So each of us have a different focus of our responsibilities, but we're figured out a method to be able to collectively work together. Again, the greatest authority would be to have the similar rights that you've given to OCM and the Department of Tax and Finance, DTF, and give that to the city for enforcement so that we can coordinate. It's an ability to mobilize our resources to be able to enhance that enforcement. Because currently they've already stated they have all of New York State. They do not have the bandwidth currently to address what's going on in New York City and the proliferation that's going on, and that's increasing day by day.
So, and if, go ahead, Ms.
I was
Thompson.
also going to add that the structure of Cannabis NYC is that we also oversee interagency work groups. Enforcement is actually our largest interagency work group. And so this is more, I would say, more the strategic end as opposed to tactically going in. And But how do we get ahead? How do we actually foresee potential policy changes? And at the table, we have every enforcement agency within the city, and we're able to, again, strategize and get the information coming in from the Sheriff's Department as he aggregates and be able to make a plan going forward. I think the hardest part is it's all been done in less than a year, and trying our best to make sure that we're actually in constant communication. And so we are tasked with an end-of-year report that Cannabis NYC will be aggregating that will kind of share a little bit more of those insights, but I did want to address the previous testimony in that regard.
Well, I appreciate that very much. My time has elapsed, so I will turn it to Senator Krueger.
Oh, thank you very much. First, Sheriff, we know that the Sheriff's Department has been incredibly helpful in enforcement in New York City, so thank you, and to your colleagues for playing that role and stepping up into it. And I guess for both of you, but Sheriff, you specifically referenced it in your testimony, the need for the state to give local police and others more authority to intervene in the illegal stores. And I'm just referencing the point that Councilmember Brewer made in her testimony, reminding us that under existing law, possession of more than 5 pounds of cannabis is a felony, sale of more than 16 ounces is a felony, and sale to a minor is a felony. So given that reality, don't the police have already the tools to participate more actively in going after these illegal stores with you and closing them down?
So there are certain limitations to what you just said. And the first is that would require a different type of criminal investigation, which is not an administrative inspection. Administrative inspection, we verify what the products are, we make sure what's going on, and we confiscate and issue civil penalties. Law enforcement would have to do undercover buys, which they do for minors. And then that also has its challenges, because in order to sell to a minor, you have to be over 21. So if they hired somebody that's 18 years of age, then they would circumvent the law and not be able to hold the people accountable. So we're starting to see that they're bringing underage workers into the stores to be able to facilitate that process. So the NYPD, in that, they can enforce the felony laws. The other challenge was with aggregate versus pure weight. It says after they arrest them, the judges are not finding the ability to be able to weigh the product because it's pure weight, and they have not found the process yet that I'm aware of that separates the cannabis into pure weight. So therefore, after you make the arrest, they're still going to throw the case out, decline prosecution. We recently had a case that I will share with you that was prosecuted by one of the district attorneys, and it was specifically cited that because you couldn't determine the actual weight, they dismissed the case. So even if they went in and seized all these products and then having a successful prosecution, then they'll be challenged with the fact that it's aggregate. They don't have the benefit of aggregate weight. They have to be challenged with pure weight, and there is no method currently to separate that.
And so would either of you recommend language for what you think the legislature needs to fix so that we do have the tools to go after these stores and more aggressively, more quickly close them down?
Well, I think we can after the fact, we can definitely present it.
Yes.
I think we have presented.
Yeah, not right now, but I would
Correct.
love to get
absolutely, we have proposals that have been worked on. I think when they first proposed the cannabis laws, there were some suggestions that were made that were not carried forward. Perhaps we can go back and revisit those with the parties that are concerned and see if there's a better way now that we've been in the market a little bit and experienced the challenges that we're facing.
And I think more for Dashida, Mike, or Ms. Dawson. So are you hearing the frustration from the people who want to open legitimate stores, and even I hear from some, they don't know that they can make it just because there's so many illegal stores. So when they look at it as a entrepreneurial business opportunity, and we know that lots of these folks have their own history with cannabis when it was illegal, and we're seeing this originally when we passed the law, and I met with so many people, as an opportunity to shift gears and to become the legal business people, and proud that they could show their children that they became successful business people and were no longer involved with an illegal activity. Are you hearing that they're giving up hope on this, or they're just still waiting?
Well, there's definitely a recent report that New York City in particular, has the largest group of cannabis consumers in the world. So
Yes.
hope is not being given up. We also, with only 20 stores, saw nearly 100 million in sales. So there's a big opportunity, and what we're talking about is what we can see, and there's still an underground market that we cannot see. What I do think, though, is that if you're the plug, or if you're the person who's been operating in the legacy market, there's a concern that, well, what is the incentive if these stores can operate without any punitive repercussions? And our goal at Cannabis NYC is to help maintain the hope, which is create and facilitate the structures for people to transition over, explain what the dynamics and the nuances are happening within the market. Most of the people who are very upset are the community members, because they know that these stores opening up, they're not owned by community members. It isn't
Right.
for us, by us. These are truly opportunists that saw a loophole in our lag period, which, by the way, is standard in every single market. I was previously overseeing the city of Portland before coming into New York City, so having had nearly 10 years experience in the legal industry, what I can say is New York is tracking to the same trajectory. The difference is New York City in particular is the land of opportunity for most people in general, and so we're seeing it in a much bigger way that we need to handle. But I also just want to not diminish that if we do eventually close stores, if we don't lay down the path for the legal stores to actually open, meaning providing them with the financial support and lowering the barriers of entry, we still will see an illegal market, because the market is not going away. It hasn't gone away in 40 years of our history. So I would say hope is still there. People just want to be sure that if they're going to take this risk and come out the shadows, if you will, that it isn't going to be for naught, that it does create a generational wealth pipeline, and it isn't simply for generational debt, maybe at the state level, and it isn't simply to compete against illegal stores that are not being regulated appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Senator Matera.
Yes, and thank you so much for the testimony. Thank you, Chairman. My question is very simple. If we didn't have cashless bail laws, these people that are illegal cannabis store to selling product, and people would get arrested, and without cashless bail, do you think we would have these problems?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Very simple. If we didn't have cashless bail laws, meaning that people that got arrested and they get out right away, they get arrested for a crime, and they don't have to pay, or they don't get arrested, and they get out of jail, they do not get arrested, do you think we would have these problems?
Well, you're talking about a criminal activity, and we're actually talking about the civil.
Well, no, but this is,
This is two different things, right? We're talking about civil enforcement, which means that it's a different track than criminal, right? And so, for the extent that what NYPD does in terms of criminal investigations, that would be a different pathway. We're doing majority of the civil enforcement and issuing those penalties accordingly, and they go to court, and they have their due process to go to court, and they have the hearings, and the judge decides what the penalties are imposed.
but we have cashless bail.
In the civil penalties, they wouldn't be, there's no bail in that
There's no-
situation.
And they were misdemeanor charges when,
Well, we
for
do-
users,
but-
so they weren't a bail issue then either.
Also, who you're suggesting is coming back out to sell cannabis, that's not who is actually opening these stores. Most of these people are not from the New York market. They actually have an extreme amount of money and resources, so whether it was cashless or not, they would still get out. And they also have real estate. We're not talking about the same demographic in what you're describing.
Well, we do have criminal activity that's going on with this, obviously.
This criminal activity that you see when the police department reports quite frequently on what goes on outside these locations or the locations being robbed and the victims of crimes. So that, again, a different level of enforcement and a different tactics when the police department would have to be involved in taking that action.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Senator Matera, Senator Hoylman Siegel.
Thank you, and thanks for your work, both of you. Interested, Ms. Dawson, you said your experience in Portland. Do you think the same bad actors who are opening up illegal shops in New York City, did literally the same entities and individuals might have done the same in Portland?
We definitely do see a lot of the same real estate interest companies. What's interesting that we have as bad actors, which we never talk about, is those that are bringing the lawsuits to the states. We absolutely do see the same people and the same money behind the plaintiffs in the lawsuits. It's just that in California and in Oregon, these lawsuits get dismissed before they get to a point of injunction. So yeah, we do have bad actors that are working across the state, and they're attempting to thwart social and economic equity efforts.
Can you describe any of those who have filed lawsuits? Could you describe who those entities or individuals are?
I'll just say some of them actually have license in our state for medical cannabis. A large percentage of the money behind the lawsuits across the country come from people who already have vertically integrated licenses that want to have access to the adult use market.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Sheriff, how many deputies do you have to handle your civil enforcement?
We currently have, I know that was one of the questions that they said they didn't want to answer. The force is about 136, 140 deputies and investigators. And we have two levels. We have deputies, and then we have Bureau of Criminal Investigation that works with the Department of Finance and does the financial investigation. So what you see on the street is the street enforcement, and then we do the follow-up investigations to trace the money, trace the accounts, see who the ownership is, and work with the district attorneys about prosecuting those cases.
And obviously, you're not doing cannabis 24/7. You have other responsibilities. Is there a dedicated subset of your workforce toward cannabis enforcement?
Yes, there's dedicated deputies that are trained in this capacity that go out and do the necessary work in this area. But like you said, this is not the only thing we do. We also do all the emergency search warrants, orders of protections, the electronic monitoring programs for the sheriff, and all the court orders that come out of the court as well. But that's to say that we're not working alone in this respect, right? We're working in a task force capacity, which we use level the resources of the other agencies working collectively, and at different times, different people will provide more to the enforcement efforts, and then we could take the appropriate action.
And to echo concerns that were raised earlier, do you have a difficult time identifying actual natural persons responsible for these illegal cannabis dispensaries because of the LLC model?
The LLC model does. I understood that you said that the new law would actually bring some transparency to that process. There are multiple corporations sometimes that you have to go through, but what we found is it takes a while. Those investigations are not 1, 2, 3. They take some time to go through the process, but eventually the money checks back to where it needs to, and we find out who's responsible.
Thank you very much.
Senator Rallison, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dawson, so in your time in Portland, and you were there for, what, tenure?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. So what was the experience there as far as, when it first started in Portland and, the compression, so to speak, where you would have, and I don't know the numbers, but obviously, illegal dispensaries, license coming online. Do you know what the period of time was where it sort of kind of, got to be a more balanced, a balanced number, or when the illegals didn't outweigh the legal dispensaries in that city? I know it's smaller. New York's bigger.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Much bigger.
Yep.
I think that 2.5-year period mark is where we start to see the transition. I like to use Canada as a better example just because it's a lot larger. They literally are seeing, as they do more behind their legal, they see the diminishing of the illegal. I know Washington State is also another reference where they believe that they've transitioned 90% of their sales into the legal, and it took about 8 years in total. I like to use the analogy of us pouring a really big jug of water into a lot of small jugs of water. You wouldn't do that in a rapid pace if you want to capture all the water. The illegal market is a really big jug of water, and we're trying to create licensing types, and we have to move, I think, in a much more methodical way, which I think the state has attempted to do. We are at that turning point, and to be perfectly honest, with over 200 provisionally approved licensees that could open dispensaries, but only 11 open in New York City, the real issue, in my opinion, is a lawsuit that is preventing our legal market from being able to compete appropriately. And so that is delaying us a bit. And I do just want to make sure that that's, really reiterated throughout the testimony.
Yep, and I understand that. And Sheriff, for you, with whatever the number is, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, there's a lot of those illegal dispensaries. What is the price discrepancies with these, the illegal shops, undercutting, dropping a price to become more profitable, or getting the customer base that the individual down the street can't get? Have you seen that, where prices can vary, they drop together? How does that impact the outlook?
Yeah. Did you want me to take that?
Yeah, because we don't. Again, our role is not, we don't distinguish the prices.
You're not the
right?
consumer advocate for
Right.
these guys, I understand.
We're the ones that do the enforcement part
Sure.
of it, and we seize. And the difference of our approach is that we seize everything. Unlike you have individual agencies that only seize one product versus the other, we seize anything that's illegal in the store as the sheriff's, which is the cigarettes, the vapes, cannabis, all the byproducts of it as well. But as far as the price, that would be the
Ms. Dawson?
price.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We do see, I think right now, a trifurcation. We're seeing a lot of hemp-derived synthetics where they're, promoting $10 ACE or $15 ACE. The product quality is of a whole different level, and really what they're preying on is the younger population or tourist population that do not have the same discernment as, I would say, our most knowledgeable New York cannabis consumer. And so then you go to the level of maybe the underground or the plug or what we historically know, and maybe you're going to see a $35 ACE there. Right now at the state's legal dispensaries, it's more at the $50 ACE as well. So I think, for comparison's sake, you can get an ACE in the city of Portland for $35. And in Canada, they've figured out, because the government owns the industry in Canada, that they do need to match the price point in order to see that conversion. But what we're seeing in these illegal stores is trash product that is largely not from California, even though they're counterfeiting that label. But it truly is any kind of cannabis labeling, and then they can, create whatever pricing structure they want. That's how we know who they're targeting as well.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator May.
Yes, thank you. Is this on? I wanted to follow up on something you said earlier, Ms. Dawson, about how the lawsuits on the West Coast don't get as far as they do here. Is there something we could do here in New York State to make it so that it's harder for these national corporations basically to try to gum up our system?
Well, I just want to reiterate that the OCM doesn't defend itself. The Attorney General's office obviously does. And what we need to do is send attorneys that actually do understand cannabis and can properly defend what is really not a law that should be challenged at this point as compared to other markets. California uses race-based language and place-based language, and they still get it dismissed because the people who are coming to the table are ready to defend. So I think we just have to defend our MRTA better. That's the answer.
So you don't think it's a difference in the law? It's
Not
a
at
difference
all.
in how it's being defended?
Actually, I feel like we were very safe. Considering our racially biased criminalization of cannabis, nearly 60% were black men arrested, 35% Hispanic men arrested during that 40-year period. We have the numbers to be able to be more race-based than any other state in the country, but we're not. We're using communities disproportionately impacted, which New York City has the majority of. This should be, I'm not even a lawyer, I feel like I would defend it better. Right? So it just should be defended better.
So do you think the Attorney General's office needs to hire different staff, or they need different training, or do we need
Probably
allocate
not the
more
greenest
funding?
lawyers, but yes, definitely maybe, more focused, that we should not take for granted the fact that there are plaintiffs that are going across the country, and if it can be dismissed in California or in Michigan, it should be dismissed in New York. It shouldn't get to an injunction point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator May. Senator Fernandez.
Thank you so much. Good to see you, Sheriff. Good to see you, Ms. Dawson. Just wanted to reiterate some points. I know I was off the stand for a little bit, but the illegal markets, as we know, is running rampant. A report in New York City showed that there's about 8,000 illegal markets, illegal stores in the city, and it can only be assumed that that's doubled for the whole state. So I know we've all touched upon it, that we need to help with the enforcement, whether that's more funding, whether that's experienced enforcers. But is the tax rate that we have here is it hurting New York State knowing that Jersey is legal, Connecticut's legal? Like, what's the relationship and what's the correlation do you see with the neighboring states that have also legalized marijuana?
Well, I would say that New Jersey's tax rate, by the way, is 6% versus 32% in Washington State. We are obviously at the 13%. So I think we are doing quite well, especially as compared to some of the other tax rates that we have on what we consider sin products, if you will. But cannabis is inherently medicinal, so I still think we have an access issue, and we still need to probably figure out how we're getting low-income access, and that's likely through the medical cannabis program, to be perfectly honest, and that's something definitely Cannabis NYC has been ideating and hoping to create something locally. But I feel like, again, if we're able to go out the door with the $50 eighths, I'm actually shocked that New York was able to make that happen. And I think that the goal, obviously, is to see more cultivators, more in our supply chain, so that we can bring down the prices over time. But it is, I don't think we're at a terrible starting point. I did think we would be more like California, where it's an $85 or $75 eighth for mid-weed.
Cool, thank you. So touching on tobacco, correct me if I'm wrong, but my community boards have brought this to my attention that within a community board district, there are a certain amount of tobacco licenses available. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, to my knowledge, based on my community board, we've reached that limit of licenses. So is it a tactic that is being used when you see a smoke shop, tobacco product store open, that there should be immediate looking into, because maybe they're also selling tobacco products of actual tobacco? Can you speak to what is being done to stop the smoke shops that don't deliberately say that they're selling Zaza, but we can very much assume that they probably are selling it behind the counter?
So we should be clear that we're doing administrative inspections of all those locations, whether they're selling cigarettes, vapes, or any of the alleged illegal products. So we do go and inspect stores that are alleged to sell untaxed cigarettes, and we do often find all the other products that are being sold at the same time. When you spoke about other states, the model that was created by Mayor Adams in creating the task force and leveraging all the agencies is the same model that OCM copied. It's the same model that now we're advising other states who are experiencing the similar challenges on how to be able to handle the illegal, illicit market that's going on right now. And so it is the basis that was created here in New York that is now being the foundation that's being copied for enforcement efforts outside of New York.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fernandez. As someone who came out of local government, we very much appreciate what both of you do, and we hope that you'll continue to work with us as we look at policy going forth into the next session. Thank you both. We'll take a 20-minute break, 20 minutes, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Okay, if we could have the speakers from the next panel come on down. I don't think I've ever eaten a quesadilla that Right? Okay, yes. Okay. I thought I was just me.
It's not you. Sometimes I do think that's thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the time is 4 o'clock, and we will resume. As we shift gears a little bit, we have finished up the government witnesses, and now we will have an opportunity to hear from folks who are involved in the industry, whether they are growers and cultivators, whether they are licensees, whether they are currently applying and going through the process, and then, of course, if they own an ancillary business that is impacted by the work and the goals of the program that we're trying to offer. I want to thank those in attendance for maintaining a quiet environment so that we can actually hear those who are here to testify. I ask you that you continue to do the same and that we continue to monitor the door in the back so that there isn't any echoing sound. And we'll have our colleagues join us as they come back. So we have a panel, one of our larger panels here. Alan, I'm looking right at you here. Maybe you can kind of start, and then we'll just kind of work our way down the end of the panel. Why don't we introduce ourselves first? And in terms of testimony, if you could try to keep that brief as possible. We do have it right here in front of us. So, thank you. Alan.
3 minutes each.
3 minutes each. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Senators, for having me today. My name is Alan Gandleman. There we go. As I sit here today, I wear many hats in New York cannabis. I'm an organic vegetable farmer, an AUCC cultivator, a processor. I am a member of the state's Cannabis Advisory Board, and I'm also the founder and the current board president of the Cannabis Association of New York. CANY is the largest cannabis trade association in the state. We have hundreds of members stretching across the supply chain from cultivators to retailers to ancillary businesses. I'm just going to talk about a couple broad things in terms of long-term solutions for the market and some short-term solutions. I won't go too in-depth in them because you've already gone through a lot of these things. But I think, for the market to survive and stabilize over the coming years, there's really a few long-term things we need to look at. We need to adjust the cannabis potency tax. We need to fix our marketing and advertising regulations and laws and make them friendlier so that smaller businesses can market and advertising while allowing positive consumer education. And we also need to address license size and vertical allowances for some of the largest operators in the state. So in terms of tax, you've heard a lot about it today, but one thing you didn't hear today is that at the current potency tax rate for flower, that tax equals to about $1 million per acre that a farmer grows, and each farmer is allowed to grow up to 1 acre. That is more money in tax than the farm actually sells in cannabis. In terms of marketing, there's a lot of restrictions on businesses that they can't educate consumers about their products. And so customers are really just going online and shopping for potency and price. And so that is very contrary to the goals of the MRTA, and it's very contrary to all of the public health things that we've been talking about. Also, the marketing regulations, the way they are, they're really preventing dispensaries from marketing and advertising in their own neighborhoods. So especially the ones that are surrounded by illicit shops, they cannot get to their customers. And we have to look at how we allocate canopy. There's enough current supply for years to come. And so at the same time, we're allowing a small group of large companies to enter the market with 10 times the canopy that the next size license has available to them. So this is just going to create more of a supply problem. And we must continue to find ways to provide support and relief to all the small farms and the businesses who took the risk over the last 18 months and struggle every day. We need to continue the Cannabis Growers Showcase. The state needs to create a fund for cultivators and for card dispensaries to continue and help them operate. And we need to pass the Cannabis as an Agricultural Crop bill. And I think a lot of these solutions can be done, and they could be done pretty quickly.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? There
Yes.
we go. I'm Renee St. Jacques. I'm with New York Farm Bureau. We are a member-driven organization, very grassroots, and we represent a lot of the farmers across New York, but also the farmers who are growing adult-use cannabis or interested in growing adult-use cannabis and entering this market. And as we've heard today, there's a lot of issues, and I won't go through those when it comes to the Office of Cannabis Management and Cannabis Control Board. I appreciate all the questions that you asked the beginning of the day on how that's going, but I'll just bring up a few things that hopefully the Senate can do to help us out here in the next session and solve some of these issues. Alan mentioned the potency tax issue. Senate Bill 4831, Senator Cooney, thank you for sponsoring that. That bill would solve that issue. New York Farm Bureau supports that bill. It would implement a more reasonable tax collection method. So if you can please try and pass that at the next legislative session. Alan also mentioned the cannabis is an agricultural crop. It needs to be defined as that in the state law. Right now there's a lot of gray area, and when it comes to agricultural assessment, farmers already have to meet certain criteria to receive that assessment. Growing cannabis should not be an issue. It should not be a barrier to them receiving that benefit. And as we've heard with all the issues of financial issues that farmers are facing trying to get into this market and make it work and have a viable business, this agricultural assessment is just one way that we can help solve that. So another one that also mentioned in the written testimony, the exemption for cannabis when it comes to sales and use tax. A lot of the farm operations across the state rely on a sales tax and use tax exemption for certain goods and for certain services. Adding cannabis to that, and that's another bill, Senator Cooney, you're sponsoring, so thank you so much, and please try to push that through our next legislative session. That would really be helpful. And then lastly, Alan also mentioned the concern over the vertical integration of the registered organizations. New York Farm Bureau shares that concern, and how we're going to make sure that farmers are not pushed out of this market as what's happened in other states, where these large organizations, these large businesses come in and take it over. So please keep that in mind, and we're willing to work with you to try and find a solution to that issue. And I just really appreciate the opportunity to come here and speak today and share the concerns of our farmers.
Thank you very much. Kim.
Good afternoon, Senator Cooney. I extend my sincere gratitude to you and the esteemed committee for convening this hearing, which grants stakeholders like myself to have the opportunity to address you today and explain some of our concerns. Just to give you a little background as to who I am, my name is Kimberly Tsunami. I'm a born and raised New Yorker from Queens, New York. I'm also a mother of 5. I am the CEO and founder of HBI Canna, which is a women-owned business that holds licenses in the adult use cannabis space for cultivation, processing, manufacturing, and distribution. HBI Canna also operates one of the largest state-of-the-art drying, processing, and extraction facilities in the Northeast, and works with approximately 40 other farmers, and cultivators within the state to bring high-quality cannabis into our supply chain so that we can keep our brands on the shelf. With over 20 years of business experience, I have acquired valuable insight into varying market dynamics that pose a risk not only to small businesses, but to industries as well. The focus of my testimony revolves around the potency tax. This established potency tax is a tax currently paid by licensees on the supply chain side, which is cultivators, processors, manufacturers, and distributors. This tax structure is broken down into 3 distinct categories, one for concentrates, one for flour, and one for edible products. Today I would like to explain how the potency tax imposes a significant threat to the long-term stability of our market, hinders our ability to effectively be competitive against the illicit market, and sorry, I lost my place. This is my 3 main points.
Okay.
So it basically imposes a significant threat to long-term stability of our market, hinders our ability to effectively combat the illicit market, and the taxation, if it continues, it will basically decimate our supply chain, forcing many small businesses to close. To illustrate these points, I will focus on one single product SKU from the most profitable category in the cannabis industry, which is edibles. Currently, wholesale Prices for 100 milligram edibles typically range between $10 and $15 to the retail store. Under the potency tax, a fixed $3 tax is imposed on each 100 milligram unit. So if I charge a retailer $15 and the tax is $3, that constitutes 20% of the SKU. If I charge that retailer $10 and that same $3 tax is applied, that tax now accounts for 30% of the SKU price. This type of burdensome taxation by itself places a substantial weight on licensed stakeholders in the supply chain, hindering their ability to grow and advance their businesses. What makes the situation even more compounding is that the state told us that we'd have stores open and a market to sell to, but this did not happen and still has not really happened. Consequently, we find ourselves in the position of having to manage outstanding debt and pursue expansion, all while dealing with a 20 to 30% potency tax. Just to also note, this is required to be paid in advance. The tax begins to accrue at the time of transportation versus in like a typical sales tax, it gets paid upon the sale. So all these stakeholders are paying out of pocket this potency tax without actually having received the money. Now when it comes to the illicit market, the potency tax directly impacts the legal market's ability to compete with the illicit market. When you add the extra 13% retail tax into the equation, our legal products end up being almost 50% almost 50% price higher compared to those found in the illicit market. The true consequence of the potency tax will come to the forefront as the market naturally transitions and self-regulates, shifting from the current market lows to the new industry highs. In our current market, just to repeat it again, we're charging between $10 and $15 to the retailer. When there's market compressions, we'll typically see between $10 and $5. The problem is that tax rate doesn't change. The $3 remains the same. So when we get to our mid to low price range, we are now paying the state 50% of our profit margins, if not more.
Kim, if you could just kind of condense a little bit here.
Oh, sorry. Well, I mean, basically in a nutshell, no industry would survive this type of taxation, especially not an emerging one. When you're charging 50% of the profit, no industry could survive. With that said, you know, the challenge posed by the potency tax lies in its inflexibility. Unlike a percent-based tax tied to a market value, it is a fixed rate determined by the product's potency, unresponsive to market fluctuations. This is a significant problem, and it will decimate the entire supply chain, causing a number of businesses to go to fail. And at the end of the day, you know, it's one thing when you fail as a business owner, but when you fail because of a variable outside of your control, it's a much harder hit. And you know, the state has many examples to look to. Like if you look at California, their whole market is destroyed, and it's because of the type of taxation. What New York State did was far worse because, again, it's not a percent. It doesn't fluctuate with market compressions.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Miranda?
Thank you for having me here today. My name is Miranda Bromberg, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my farm, Hudson Valley Herbals, located in Ellenville, New York. We are a woman-owned and operated business and a C applicant. We recently submitted our adult use processor application as well. Today, I speak for fellow C applicants who are new to the market, but who anticipated applying in this current window for cultivation licenses. For years, we planned and waited for the application window, and last month, were shocked when additional guidance from the board was released on September 29. This licensing application FAQ contained critical guidance which informed us for the first time that mixed light, outdoor, or combination license types would be disallowed in the October 4th application window except for micro-businesses. This unexpected information contradicted what was communicated to us by the office throughout this arduous process. I resigned from my prior career in 2021 to focus full-time on this business and invested significant personal capital into it. These past few years, we have all patiently waited out lawsuits, attended virtual board meetings, applied for educational initiatives, critically read every control board and OCM publication, sent in public comments, and have been writing, researching, and collaborating with industry counterparts to create a winning business plan. Until September 29th, the guidance provided by the OCM stated that applications would be scored on a number of factors, including social equity, community involvement, environmental and energy plan, economics of the applicant's municipality, and other factors. It also seemed to allow applicants to apply for the full range of cultivation and tier types. Like many, we spent over a year building our business plan and application materials, as well as conceptualizing our physical site, relying on the OCM's guidance. The current portal, however, provides no option to upload additional materials to bolster our application, so these details won't be seen by the board. We are ready to continue investing significant capital and energy into our beloved town. We want to hire employees, purchase our property, reassure investors, and budget our business, all of which is difficult to do without a reliable process and a realistic timeline from the state. I counted on the Head Start the OCM promised C applicants, just like me. However, these changes make that reality seem less likely. The farm site we have optioned in our historically agricultural community sits just down the road from the future site of Cresco Labs' New York mega facility. We have done everything right by the standards set in the legislation and regulations, and even so, Cresco will be able to operate and establish itself before we will. We were told sustainability, community impact, and social equity would be a focus of the state, and yet a fully indoor, multi-state corporate operator will be able to operate far in advance of us. How is this in line with the stated values of the Control Board and OCM? While we appreciate the efforts put into the newest guidance, the degree of changes required significantly more time for applicants to adjust than was afforded. Like thousands of others, we are frustrated with how long it has taken to roll out the legal market for cultivators, processors, dispensaries, and consumers. We want the process expedited. I hear the struggle and frustrations of the conditional license holders, and I am glad the state has taken action to support those farmers. But there are many current and would-be farmers, especially women, who never got the chance to grow hemp and who are being left behind now. Those in our position have been told once again to wait and see. There are many hardworking and experienced applicants who have not had the opportunity to present their plans to the board. There are many applicants like me who deserve access and a chance to apply now as they intended, so we too can be part of the New York cannabis market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joseph?
Yeah, hi. You guys have a lot of stamina. I have to muster mine right now, so thank you, Senators, members of the committee, and fellow citizens. I'm Joseph Calderon, Vice President and co-founder of Cannabis Farmers Alliance and CEO of Grateful Valley Farm, AUCC number 34, and Farm Bureau member. Thank you for recognizing and acknowledging the CFA as the voice of over a third of all AUCCs. We have submitted evidence and exhibits, including personal testimonies depicting the heartbreaking state of our members, and we hope the committee will consider the overwhelming evidence. On behalf of the CFA, it's 31 farmers. On behalf of the CFA, I'm here today with a plea for your immediate intervention to rescue our distressed farmers. While we understand the complexities of governance and legislation, we must address the needs of our growers, particularly with their livelihoods and their lives at stake. CFA urges the Senate to pass bills the aforementioned bills on the potency tax, repealing that, and the cannabis is an agricultural crop and cannabis exemption for sales. Also maybe revisiting the original Cannabis Rescue Act. We thought there were some pretty good ideas in that as well. New York promised to put independent businesses at the heart of the legal cannabis industry. Now MSOs are rolling out millions of square feet of indoor growing capacity while small independent farms are being crushed by onerous regulations and a failed retail rollout. We already know all this. We've heard it all day, right? That we've legally, AUCC's, cards, and AUCPs relied on the Office of Cannabis Management to fulfill their regulatory and legal obligations to construct a functioning program. And that promoted social and economic equity, which is actually kind of impressive. That's a first, leading with social equity, which is kind of amazing for the MRTA. It's a great law. Just how it's rolling out is, it needs to be addressed. With the resilience of 36,000 illegal businesses, the consequence of the current program is a parallel market eroding the ability for small legal operators to survive. Our immediate concern is the inventory of over 300,000 pounds. I guess that's what, around 171 or something I heard earlier, from the 22-23 crop season, which remains unsold due to insufficient retail outlets, and 400 cards that remain in limbo. To date, the projected $1.1 billion New York market has brought in, thank you, $87 million. The market should have experienced a multiplier effect of about 2.4. So for every 100 cannabis jobs, the state should have created an additional 204 jobs in the New York economy. And we are seeing jobs lost, businesses closing, homes foreclosed, families broken, and mental health tested to extremes. A recent survey of our members saw 65% of our respondents blame the OCM for their current challenges. The issues are attributed to decisive missteps of the office deviating from the original intent of the MRTA. Since the industry is approximately $1 billion short of its projected revenue, legislation needs to make up for this shortfall. The aforementioned legislation will go a long way, but economic relief should come in bill form. Is a $1 billion relief for the entire industry an outrageous ask? Well, maybe, but this number serves to point out the magnitude of the financial losses for industry stakeholders. The current state of the market will continue to have profound negative effects on our agricultural sector, including the potential loss of thousands of jobs, the closure and sale of numerous farms, and the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue and taxes. This will have a ripple effect throughout the industry and will only serve to drive many potential consumers to an already thriving black market.
Thank you very much. Before we start questions, just a reminder for those observing in the back, if you could please keep your voices down a little bit. I'll turn this over to Senator Hinchey.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. We know that our growers are the backbone of this entire industry, and we have to make sure that we are supporting you and supporting New York farmers if we're going to have a thriving New York market. And we know, as you all know, that it has been incredibly challenging. To quote my colleague, Senator Skoufis, challenging is putting it nicely. I have a couple of questions. I think you all did wonderfully in outlining some of those issues. My first question is for our Farm Bureau, but can be open. While OCM staff have met with some farmers to discuss issues, I've heard from many of them that their questions often go unanswered. Can you confirm this? Is this something that you see? And can you give us an example if so?
Yes, definitely. I do hear of instances where the farmers are meeting with OCM staff and they get some questions answered and think things are going to be great, and then people are reaching out and not getting any responses at all. The emails seem to go down a black hole, and same with trying to do phone calls, and realize that they're short-staffed, but it's still an issue. And actually I think even one of the other problems are too is that they receive information, like I think you were talking about, just out of the blue, oh, this is changing, or it's posted onto the OCM website and a fact sheet is updated and nobody's notified. And so having to check that information and make sure that it's up to date and that we're keeping up to date with all the requirements. I've been with a farmer once where that everything was going great, and then all of a sudden he looks down, he gets an email saying, oh, I submitted this weeks ago, waiting for a response back, and now all of a sudden the OCM says I have a couple days to fix this little thing that's gonna cause me tons of stress. So I think that there's just those burdens that I don't know how to fix them, but the OCM seems to keep bringing up.
Right. That was another question that I had. Are you being, for anyone, possibly Miranda, you too, are you all being communicated to when there's a change in regulations or guidelines? Is there any that you've seen? Has there been any effort to outreach to individual farms or to a group like the Farm Bureau to then disseminate? Have you seen that?
I mean, they published that FAQ on a Friday, 5 days before the application window was set to open. It was maybe 2:30 in the afternoon. It was buried in an email in a PDF, and it was a 45-page document. And I started reading it, and it fundamentally changed the rules for people who thought they were going to be able to apply on October. I'm sure there's some people who went to apply on October 4th and they opened up the portal and they were like, oh wait, I can't submit my application. And they had no idea.
Yeah, it also presents legal issues, I think, as well, because I believe that there needs to be an announcement at least 30 days before, right? So we had a very short window, even like in terms of the announcement for the opening up of the applications. So I think that there were a couple weeks, recently there were a couple weeks added on to probably fill in those 30 days, but, you know, a crafty lawyer could have looked at that and said, oh, you know, you'd get a 30 days notice, you know, so if I were a lawyer. But also I wanted to use an example of the recent changes in the nickel standards. So a lot of farmers had problems with nickel last year, and so they couldn't do anything with their product. Nickel changed their standards, so now people there was one of our farmers who had a nickel reading of I think 0.5 parts per million, which now they passed, because I think before it was between 2 and 5. But they had to hear about that from word of mouth. There was no announcement that came from the OCM about this change. And these people had a considerable amount of pre-rolls that they could sell on the market. And these are people that are working 7 days a week, packing groceries to save their farm. And I think that that's kind of unconscionable, that something this small that they had to find out, that they had to discover through word of mouth.
Right, and I think, I mean, so many of our farmers, I mean, Miranda, you said you quit your job to do this, and now here we are, but so many of our farmers have to work 1 or 2 other jobs just to be able to keep the farm. It would be ridiculous to expect everyone to be able to read through and find on their own all of these new guidelines and pieces of information. It has to be disseminated. On that line, when it was clear that we were not going to have a market because we did not have stores, did OCM or anyone ever reach out to any of our growers to say, to help plan, to help say this is a better way to store, to preserve, or this is what you should be thinking, maybe this is a way to help? Did anyone reach out to you when we knew there was not going to be a market, but we knew we had product?
No. We got no notification whatsoever. We were always kind of in the dark. I mean, many of us expected a market come 2023, and what we found ourselves doing was just trying to find a way to keep the lights on until stores actually did open. Now it's like 12 months later, and we're kind of still in the same spot. But we got no insight.
Yeah, and I think that like there's a sort of a data gap, right? Like we would love, I mean, I'm kind of a data head, and for my farmers, I would love to have as much data as possible that we can act upon from the office. And I know that it's a young office, so filling out their IT and their data science department is probably not a top priority, but
I know my time is up, but on that point, you know, we all received documents and we heard in testimony down to the pound of the illegal illicit market. It should be much easier to know what's out there from both the depreciation value and how much was grown, and yet we heard today we couldn't actually get any of those numbers.
Well, I have an answer for that. We have to fill out every 2 weeks. We have to fill out a inventory of what we have remaining. So I don't understand why the OCM didn't know that, and why they were able to offer that and just say, well, they could at least scrape that data and give that to us so we know just a range of what the supply looks like.
Right. And I'll say that in closing, sorry, Kim.
I was going to say a simple harvest report form like what they did on the hemp side would suffice for that.
Right. And I know my time is up, but I'll say, Joseph, your 1 billion number, while we believe too much or realistic or not realistic, is so far the only number that we've received, and we've been asking for this for months. So thank you for finally getting something on the record.
Thank you, Senator Hinchey. Senator Skoufis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to each of you for your testimony. You're all obviously affected stakeholders, or you represent many affected stakeholders. I would like to do a bit of a lightning round. If the answer is yes for you, raise your hand. If the answer is no, keep it down. Do you believe OCM has set up effective lines of communication with stakeholders who have questions? In case the cameras can't see, for the record, none of them raised their hands. Second question, do you believe OCM sufficiently considered feedback from stakeholders during the development of regs? No hands. Question 3, do you believe OCM could have better anticipated and proposed for the prepared for the lawsuits and injunctions? All 5. Question 4, do you believe OCM is doing an effective job with enforcement actions against illegal outfits? None.
New York Farm Bureau, that's kind of a middle.
All right,
No, yes,
4
no.
and 1 abstain.
Yeah, abstain, thank you.
5, do you believe OCM has been acting with enough urgency given the troubling circumstances you've all outlined? 0, none of you. Last question for each of you. If you can apply a score of 1 to 10 to how just generally you feel OCM has conducted itself in the regulatory process during this rollout, 1 being the worst possible score, 10 being they've done a great job, if each of you could grant a score.
That's a tough one. I would probably say a 4 or 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's hard for New York Farm Bureau since I'm speaking for farmers when it comes to policy, but I have to say just from the voices from the farmers, probably the same thing. 4 or 5. We have many Farm Bureau members at this table too, so.
I would give them like a 6, 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I would give them like a 6.
Okay.
It's difficult for me to do this because I'm too much of a nice guy, but I would go along with about a 5 out of 10 because I think they're a great office and they're really capable and people but 5, yeah.
Understood.
They need more resources.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator Skoufis. Senator Krueger.
So all those same questions, if you knew that in fact it's the legislature and the governor who are actually responsible for those decisions, would you rate us the same way?
You would get the same rating. Yeah, and I'd like to point out one of the reasons that all these farms thought there would be all these stores open is because the governor, specifically herself, last fall said, we'll have 20 stores open by this date and 20 stores every month. That was from that office. So I think I'd also just like to be fair in terms of not only bashing one government agency, but I do think responsibility needs to be shared for all of them.
Thank you. Given that you're farmers or representing, should ag and markets play a bigger role in the communication and the decision-making process when it comes to this product? I mean, it's another vegetable, so why isn't ag and markets playing a bigger role in this, and would that be helpful for you all?
That would be tremendous. Ag and Markets was excellent on the hemp side. The way they rolled out the program, how it was organized, they were accessible. They were also very discretionary. For example, like if you had a location for your farm and something happened at that location, because it was dependent on Mother Nature and we're growing a crop, they gave the real-time attention needed to address that farmer's issue so that they can relocate elsewhere and continue their operation. Right now, we don't have that at all. It's a very rigid, agency in the sense that there's a lack of communication, right? So ag and markets would be ideal to take on that role. They also understand the ag exemptions that she was talking about. Like right now, cannabis is up in the air. I lost my ag exemption for 2023, and the future is unclear as to where I stand with 2024. The problem is I have a 434-acre farm. If I don't have that ag exemption, I have a very big problem. But yeah, ag and markets would be a great candidate to take on the cultivation side.
And again, OCM can't do anything about that, nor could ag and markets, because that has to be a state law change.
Yes.
Yes, okay, just, I get it, people are upset about a lot of things, but I also think we have to think through cause and effect and who actually, has some authority to do something about it or not.
Whatever
So.
governing body that needs to make cannabis an agricultural crop, that would be very
And I
helpful.
know a number of you, I guess Alan's testimony first, maybe just because you went first, you want to get rid of the tax that is based on the potency. Have you looked at different states' models? And what states do you actually think have a more rational tax model? Because as I said before, yes, it's my bill. And when it got to tax, it was the one place like we couldn't move the governor. And we, to be honest, like in that final night said, okay, let's just get this bill done finally after 7 years. And then when things don't work out right with taxation, we'll fix them afterwards. So I don't think we, the legislature, were specifically tied into anything. And even today, I'm like, it would be nice if we actually got any taxes at all, because based on the data, we're not really collecting any taxes. So I'm very interested in looking at what models have other states used, or Canada, I guess, was brought up at one time earlier today, to look at. Because if the proposal is just don't tax us at all, that's probably not going to happen.
Right.
So I'm interested in what you all think is a better model based on any research anybody's done.
Okay, so there's a lot of different ways to go that are from super basic to really complicated. I'm just gonna address your comment about the revenue, because every time we talk to tax people or anyone that you'll hear from Department of Budget, they want revenue neutral tax proposals. And I think that's an insane ask. One, there's no revenue. Two, cannabis moves at light speeds. So what might have made sense 3 years ago does not make sense today, just because cannabis is evolving so quick as an industry, state by state, and then also hopefully at the federal level. If you look at the most simple ways to collect tax, you're looking at Massachusetts. There's a 20% tax at the register and nothing on the supply chain. We heard today from the tax department that's not possible here, because we do need a supply side tax. There are states who will just tax the distributors at 2% on whatever that invoice is and be done with it. And then raise the excise tax a little bit higher than the 13% we currently have at the register. So there's a lot of different ways to do this depending on the goals. Back then, Senator Krueger, what you were talking about, we had, I remember accepting the potency tax because the public health outcries were that if you tax potency, we'll save public health. Well, I think what we've heard today is public health is more about the illicit market and about actual enforcement than it is about taxes. And putting a sin tax on cannabis just simply does not work, and it's just the wrong approach. So I think there's multiple ways to do this that actually make it a lot easier on the businesses and on the state to actually collect the taxes, because what's the point of taxing something that you can't actually get the money? And I will also mention, as a cultivator and a processor, it takes my bookkeepers and myself days every quarter to figure out potency tax, because it is insanely complicated and really, really difficult. And if we could barely figure it out and we're a small business, what's going to happen when there's thousands and thousands of more businesses trying to pay this tax quarterly? It's going to just be an impossible thing to overcome. And it's putting a real burden, and the burden isn't only like the dollars. I'm not saying let's not tax cannabis. The burden isn't necessarily the dollars, it's the time that it takes and the stress that you're not going to do it right, because we make so many different products. We make 90 different SKUs. The potency changes every day by batch, and it is just really, really difficult thing to track.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to jump in, or?
Can I add to that? So with regards to the potency tax, the state of Missouri opened their market February 3rd of this year. As of right now, they have about 200 stores. They have a 10% tax, and they're about to hit a $1 billion market by the year's end. And this is the state of Missouri. Just imagine what New York State could do. When it comes to the potency tax, when I say it's detrimental and will kill the supply chain, I genuinely mean that. I'll just give you one example. I didn't get to go through the actual SKU number, but if I'm selling to a retailer a 100 milligram edible at $5 and there is a flat rate $3 tax, you are taking more than 50% of the profit. Now the problem is, on the retailer, you just have the retailer, but on the supply chain side, that's covering the cultivator, processor, manufacturer, distributor, and the brand. So we have to look at a different way of doing our taxation, because ultimately, at the end of the day, what this program was designed for will kill the entire licensee supply chain side, because no industry could exist when you're taking 50% of the profits. So I just wanted to reinforce that point.
Thank you. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator May.
Thank you. And thanks all of you for your testimony and the work you're doing. I I wanted to follow up on your comment about the 45-page application, because it seems like just the sheer paperwork, set aside the potency tax, which we're hearing a lot about, but paperwork in general seems to be massive for this program. Is that your experience, that it's more than for other, anything else you've done in this space?
So that was just an FAQ that they released. There had been so much other documentation before then, and I think I speak for anyone who's not licensed and isn't a conditional cultivator and is like trying to get into the industry. It's so incredibly complicated, and you need help from lawyers, you need help from application writers, unless you dedicate 24/7 to this, you can miss something like that in a second. And to have to read a 45-page FAQ 5 days in advance of opening the application window, and then opening up this window that now has been altered. They released like a sample of what it would look like, but they now altered it 5 days before. So when you open it up, you're no longer prepared for the application that you've been waiting 2 years for the application window to open. I'm sure that there are people who had less resources than I do and weren't as lucky as I am to be able to quit my job, who were completely screwed and had to rewrite their whole plans.
Is there any technical assistance offered by OCM?
I have emailed the office many times. I emailed them about that FAQ. I've never received more than a stock response. I've called them and reached people, but I don't really get any actual solid information. Like, I just wanted like a timeline, a reasonable timeline for when application windows would open for specific license types, and they're unable to provide that.
Okay. And then on the potency tax, just as somebody who's pretty ignorant about the entire market situation, I would assume that the more potent product was, the higher the price would be, and that you could just use price as a proxy for taxing potency. Is that reasonable? Because it seems like you could simplify this dramatically and have the same rough result.
Yeah, I would say yes, that is correct. Higher potency products cost more money, and so they're just going to be higher priced at the register.
But at the end of the day, this is a problem. If we want to combat and get rid of our illicit market, we need to be competitive in our pricing. Right now, we're 50% higher than the illicit market. Getting rid of the 20 to 30% current existing potency tax on the supply chain side would help us tremendously in getting our prices lower so that we have the ability to compete.
And that is a problem, yeah, competing. I mean, you talk about competition for farms when it comes to competition against other states and other markets. This is just another barrier, and I've been in a showcase there where they were, where I talked to some people who walked in and said, wow, these prices are pretty high, and they're like, yeah, but it's better, though it's clear, we know what's in it and everything, but it's still pretty high. I don't know, maybe I'll go back to where I was buying it before illegally. So I've witnessed that in my own backyard, so I just want to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator May. For those of you who are cultivators yourselves, or representing a number of them, could you raise your hand and say whether you relied on the statements that were made by the state of New York regarding the number of dispensaries that would be opened, 20 per month? Because if we had done that, if you do the math, right, it'd be about 200 dispensaries. Now, that was before all of the legal stuff that kind of came into play. But did you actually make business plans, hiring plans, purchasing equipment plans based on that statement? Yes. Not seeing nodding heads. Okay. One of the ways that I think the Office of Cannabis Management has done a good job of trying to reduce the strain is the Cannabis Growers Showcase. You heard me ask some questions this morning of OCM about that. Have any of you participated in the CGS process? And if you could say if that's been helpful in your work with processors, and then obviously card retailers who are doing the point of sale, and would you be supportive if it was extended beyond December 31st of this year? You can comment on that. Open question to the panel.
I mean, we've participated in CGS as a cultivator and a processor, and we have a couple more that we're doing, and yeah, they've definitely been helpful, and they seem to be extra helpful where there are no other card stores around them. So that's been really nice. And I'll say that, you know, they're also a really great place to educate consumers about our products, because we are, as I mentioned in my testimony, we're not allowed to do education in stores to the customers about our sun-grown sustainable cannabis. That's currently not allowed. So we have no access to the customers. And so the CGS is actually the only place where we could differentiate our products currently.
I guess I'm speaking for our membership. Most of our membership either can't get their products to market because they're too much in debt, and the people that have gone to market, they think it is a great interaction with the public, but they kind of they describe it sort of just an expensive marketing event, you know. So they're paying to kind of have their brand exposed to the public, and you know, to interact with the public. So I think they should definitely be extended. I think that they're going to, if it does get extended, I think that they're going to, there's going to be more creative ways, you know, to present these CGSs, you know, with events. And so I certainly think that I would support them being extended, especially with the new, with the new crops coming in. That'll give our farmers a better chance with their new crops coming in.
Thank you. Senator Hinchey, you want to close us out here?
Yes, I would like to ask just quickly one follow-up. I'm cognizant of time. Particularly for outdoor grow, do you feel like outdoor grow is incentivized or embraced currently by OCM, or do you feel through especially recent regulations that it's disincentivized?
I'll start that one. Okay, so two things. One, I think they made a mistake on outdoor grow with the licensing fees. The outdoor 1 acre licensing fees are way higher than mixed light or anything else, or even tier 1 or tier 2 indoor. So I think I'm going to chalk that up to an oversight. I think the OCM has actually listened to the AUCCs when it comes to transitioning licenses. Some farms want to move from outdoor grows into mixed light or into micro business, and you know, that is allowed now, so that's great. Some farms, like myself, we're keeping our outdoor grow because we're vegetable farmers and have been for almost 15 years, and that's just what we know how to do, and we'll continue doing it. So that's been great. So I think it really depends where you kind of came into the program and where you sit on that supply chain.
I'll just add, as far as the Office of Cannabis Management, I think we are bashing, I guess would be the office a lot, but they have taken some good steps, and I think it's trying to keep that relationship going. I think it's an interesting idea of letting maybe ag and markets in the future into that conversation. But I don't want to put down everything that the OCM has done, and I'm not sure what they're thinking at this point. And I think that's also an issue as well, as we don't know what they're thinking. So that as they, as the office and what they're planning to do next, and what their intentions are. And so a question like that, I think that's the issue, is that we have ideas on what the plan is, but we don't know what their intentions are going forward.
I think our membership's issue is just sort of how fixed, a lot of these licenses are. So if a lot of our members decide to transition to microbusiness, which a lot of them would like to, they would like the option to be able to switch from one modality to the next, whether it's from outdoor to mixed light to indoor, depending on the market dynamics or even the type of genetics they'd like to use for their grows. Even for R&D reasons. Will this genetic work better in indoor? So there's a lot of different reasons why they should have a little bit more flexibility to be able to engage in any of the modalities.
I think the newest update to the guidelines that the OCM put out makes it very difficult for people who aren't already either aren't a conditional cultivator or aren't an RO to get an outdoor license unless you want to be a micro business, and that very much striates the market into very small businesses and then extremely large businesses, and there's no middle ground there. And I think we need room for people who want to grow outdoors but maybe can't afford to start a business on their own unless they have an investor or someone helps them out or they get funding from someone else. And how are you to do that if your only option is to have a micro business license? So in that way, it hasn't really supported people who want to grow outdoors or in mixed light or greenhouses or any of those options.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just close on that with saying we know outdoor grow is possible. I think there's a misconception often in our state that it's not, but it is, and we have some aggressive climate goals, and of course, indoor grow and greenhouses are highly energy intensive, and so anything we can do to support people getting licenses for outdoor grow should they want it, I think is something that we should be pushing for as a state altogether. So.
It's really the only regenerative environmental choice, and I would hate to see that go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time, and thank you for being here today. We'll now move forward with our next panel. Bristol Extracts, Jenny's Baked at Home, Central Processors of New York, 4J's, No Wave, Beacon Skiff.
I figured you're going to do most of the talking. So.
This is J, 4J's. So, I don't know.
For traveling to Albany to be here with us. Why don't we start, John? I'm looking at you, right? Go left for right here. I ask you, thank you for those of you who submitted your written testimony, very helpful. And if you could please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, I would greatly appreciate it so we can spend more of our time on questions. So, John, I'll get you started representing the association.
Thank you, Senator. Good afternoon. I really appreciate, I think we all really appreciate the work that you're doing here because I think it's important that, everybody hears what's really going on. I'm John Vavalo. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Central Processors based in Syracuse, New York. We are a greenhouse grower, and we are also a fairly decently sized processor here in Central New York. I have just also been elected of a new organization, which is the Association of New York Cannabis Processors, really set out for a singular mission of really representing the processors, extractors, and manufacturers of cannabis in the state. And I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Eric so he can give you guys a little bit of additional time on what we do and what we're thinking. So, Jenny, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much, Senator Cooney, for representing us today, and all the other senators. I am Jenny with Jenny's Baked at Home, processor number 13. Can you hear me? Everything okay?
Yep.
And I'm also going to defer my time right now to Eric. We have a lot to say, but I am certainly here to answer questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm Eric Blazak. I'm from Bristol Extracts in Canandaigua, New York. If any of you can spell that, that's impressive.
I can.
But I'm speaking on behalf of Bristol Extracts, LLC, and also the association that John was just talking about, the Association of New York Cannabis Processors. We are an AUCC and AUCP, and I'd like to thank everybody on the subcommittee for being here and for inviting us to this panel. It's been very difficult at this point to have a legitimate voice in the New York State cannabis industry, and despite how important our collective voice is to this industry, it has been extremely difficult. I am grateful for the opportunity, both now and moving forward, to work in collaboration with all of you and with the OCM and with the governor's office. It's important to us that the rest of the country uses New York's model as a what-to-do model as opposed to the opposite. While we applaud the OCM for their effort, we do not share their enthusiasm for what has been executed thus far. nor are we instantly feeling optimistic about the future of the regulated cannabis industry in New York without real substantive change. Fortunately, the future has yet to occur, and if we're able to collectively and in the best interest of the program overall adjust our sails, then the ship can be righted and we can all look forward to bluer horizons. The OCM was finally staffed in January of 2022, and we learned a little bit more today about how they all felt about that. New York was eager to get the program running, creating an urgency, and the AUCC and AUCP regulations were written in order to curb the negative effects of a regulation-free legislation. And that happened far too quickly despite obvious flaws. These flaws were easy to see for anybody with Google and a calculator. We're concerned that the permanent regulations are flawed in a similar light. And this is one thing that hasn't really been talked about yet today. When we all agreed to this journey with New York State, we had a tremendous confidence in the state that we live in, conduct business in, and are proud to be a part of. Now, as I meet cannabis professionals from other states, it's the same reaction every single time. Boy, did they screw that up. And it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. And yet we hear it time and time again. Until now, California has been the poster child of what not to do as a program. But New York is quickly taking that title away from California, largely because it appears we are using California as our model of choice. It doesn't have to be that way, because it still is very early. We have time and we have a chance to right this ship, like I said before. So briefly, because we've heard about this a little bit before, but from the beginning, California did not open enough stores. That was one of their biggest problems. They were and continue to be soft on regulation enforcement in regard to the black and gray markets, and that also continues to be one of their biggest problems. In 2020, California legally distributed 2.5 million pounds of cannabis. That sounds like a lot, and it is, but also in 2020, there were roughly 11 million pounds sold in the black and gray markets in California, which is a direct reflection on California's enforcement measures. Regulated companies in California have never been able to compete with the gray and black markets, because of the taxes, as were just discussed a moment ago. And out of desperation, many of the regulated companies have succumbed to the gray and black markets, which we have already seen evidence of here in New York, as their products are on the shelves of all of these unregulated stores. Businesses that have stayed 100% compliant in California are largely no longer businesses at all. And that's a problem for all of us here that are in compliant in New York State, because it shows negatively in our crystal balls. In contrast, Colorado has been largely successful because they nipped the gray market in the bud very early in the process, spending upwards of 2/3 of their budget on enforcement and tapering off from there year by year until they had a healthy regulated market and no gray market stores. This proved to be wise as the market continues to thrive and is certainly doing much better than California. New York is following California, and as we've heard today, the amount of open gray market stores in New York State are deep into the thousands. This morning, the OCM said that getting this under control is not a quick fix. I don't know if you guys remember him saying that. I'm telling you today that there's no other choice but for this to be a quick fix. The illicit market cannot be afforded more time to mature as it did in California. And additionally, like as these guys were saying earlier about the taxes, I mean, there's no way that companies like ours who are competing with the black market should have to pay taxes until all of those stores are shut down and all of the unregulated processors are shut down and unregulated growers that are selling to these stores are shut down. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense and it creates an unlevel playing field for us. We talk about unsafe products, which is a huge concern in the illicit stores. And, but the problem is that many of these illicit stores actually carry high quality products and high quality flower from outside of the state that's much cheaper than buying it here. And make no mistake, there's plenty of illicit actors in New York State as well, illicit growers and manufacturers. You can find them advertising in trade magazines right now if you're having trouble finding them otherwise. Many of them are earning significantly more revenue than any of us are, and that's a problem as well. 3 days ago, on the 27th of October, the city.nyc released an article. Yes? let me see what I need to cut out here then.
And we'll have a chance to go back and forth with questions, so don't worry.
Okay. So I'll skip ahead here to the regulation problems. With regulation, the problems that we have right now, this morning, the OCM was clear, stating that approximately half of the material grown by regulated cultivators in 2022 has been sold in the regulated market. And this is something that has not been discussed yet. If half of that has been sold, if that's true, we've had 24 stores at best for most of the year in 2023 from March until now. In fact, for the first few months of the 8 months that we've been open, the number of open stores was but a handful. According to the governor's rollout plan, we should have over 200 stores open by now. The OCM also said several times today that we need stores to be open to save the industry. That seemed to be the only solution that I heard there. Believe me, all of us here today are depending on new stores to open to avoid layoffs and shutdowns. We all need to make more revenue. However, how is it possible to have more stores open at all when half of the inventory in all of New York State, according to the OCM, was sold in 7 months to 24 or less stores? The answer to that question is it's impossible. One of the problems with the permanent regs is that the math is off. When we first saw the AUCC and AUCP regs last year, what jumped off the page was that the amount of material would just be a fraction of the market demand. The permanent regulations are equally concerning. We will still experience a severe shortage in supply in 2024 if this is not addressed. We will also, on the other hand, have far too many processors. Our processing equipment at Bristol Extracts alone can process up to 600,000 pounds a year on one 8-hour shift, 5 days a week. So we don't need to introduce more processors at this time.
Especially, Eric, we gotta really wrap it up here because we want to get to some Q&A, and I don't want to.
I understand. I thought I could have both of their times.
I gave you that time.
What's that?
I added it into the time you've
Am I
used so
at
far.
over 9 minutes?
Yeah, you've got between the clock and everything. So
Okay, well then let me get the last thing. We need to grow
30 seconds or less.
5.4. California grew 12.6 million pounds. Colorado grew 1.8 million pounds. That's how much their markets were based on their populations. In New York, based on our population, to satiate the market, we need to grow 5.4 million pounds. That's a problem based on the regulations for the next year.
Thank you. Rick?
Am I on?
Yep. It will automatically go.
Oh, okay. You hear me? I'll give you 1 more minute. I'll come back to you, okay? So, all right, my name is Rick Burton. I'm from Mount Vernon, New York. I'm the president of 4J's LLC. And I just wanted to paint a small picture of what I've been through by having a card license, okay? About 4 years ago, I wanted to go into this business. I knew it was very important for me to have a successful business. I'm from a town that's been damaged by the law. My kids have been arrested several times. I was a former basketball player. The only way I was able to avoid that was being a basketball player because I was checked by police all the time with marijuana. So my goal was to be successful in this business. To do that, it's not cheap. I had to go out and find the best consultant I could find. I had to go out and find the best lawyer that I can find. I had to go out and find the best trademark lawyer I could find. And my team is behind me today, still supporting me every day. All right? The problem that I have with the OCM is that they don't tell you anything. I have a card license. I have a lease that I pay $10,000 a month. $10,000 a month. I have nothing. At some point, I'm going to be broke, and I'm trying to hold on. So I'm asking the OCM, and I'm asking you as senators, what would you do? How would you hold on? What can I do? I have an obligation to my town to give back because people gave back to me. Mount Vernon is considered the black sheep of Westchester, but Mount Vernon was very good to me. I grew up in a boys club. Some of you might know Denzel Washington's from Mount Vernon, Puff Daddy's from Mount Vernon, Rick Burton's from Mount Vernon. I have an obligation to give back to Mount Vernon. So I'm asking the OCM, just tell me something. Do I hold on? Do I pray? Do I guess? Tell me something. I have a card license that means absolutely nothing. And then they say or just apply for the general application with no guarantees. So now I'm going to gamble on another route that I might not succeed. So I'm asking you guys, if you were in my shoes, what would you do? That's it.
Thank you, Rick. Brian?
Thank you, Chairman and Chairwomen. It's an honor for me to speak today. My name is Brian Lane. I'm the compliance officer and one of the founders of No Wave, one of the original 17 hemp processors. We're GMP certified and licensed since 2019. In addition, No Wave is one of the 40 current AUCPs providing products to the legal cannabis market. Our company has never been cultivators, so we've been reliant on establishing relationships with farmers since the inception of the hemp program. The philosophy of our company has been to develop our own unique brands, as well as to bring market brands for farmers, both in the CBD and adult use cannabis markets. No Wave has input biomass from over 20 licensed farmers and also developed over 10 brands, including for farms such as Walk in the Pines, Taproot Fields, Harvest Farms, Singer Farms, just to name a few. Sorry for the rest of you. My testimony is to discuss the Cannabis Grower Showcases specifically and how essential they have been to helping farmers and new cannabis brands who lack the marketing capital to compete with more well-established brands from the state. Senator Rivera, I appreciate your questions earlier today because it's a big concern of processors of ours of allowing them in quicker. So to your point, No Wave has participated in 25% of the approved showcases, including 2 of the most successful events, Rochester and New Paltz. Collectively, we have learned many lessons through this process. We'd like to share some of our findings from a neutral party. But before I make any further points, I just want to clarify, No Wave, number one, wants all dispensaries to be open first and the enforcement to come hard to shut down, but that has been talked about ad nauseum today, so we'll not continue on that. Based on the CGSs, here are some of the benefits we've seen and realized through the event so far. One of the most unintended benefits, and I'll be very clear about this, but to me was the most crucial component in my perspective, has been the relationship building within the license holders, which was not as prevalent before these events. The model of combining growers and processors together with the existing card holders helped bridge the gap many license holders were having communicating in any capacity with each other. Farmers and brands have been busy managing operations and preparing future products, while current dispensary owners have been overwhelmed trying to communicate to as many as 200 of these vendors. Email inboxes and voicemails of dispensary owners are regularly overwhelmed as brands try to bring additional SKUs to less than 30 open retail locations. To put it in perspective, there's over 300 varieties of gummies alone available to these dispensary owners currently. One of many examples of a licensed grower benefiting is East End Farms, based on Long Island. The owner has come to market with Harvest brand and has sold 1,300 pre-rolls at $4,000 at CGS, as we'll call them to save my time, sorry. The CGS farmers helped this farm forge relationships with fellow growers and dispensary owners, including being added to a pair of additional dispensaries. The stories of this are endless, including Sarah Stenoff's Amanada Farms, who basically has said that most of her revenue this year is the result of the Rochester CGS specifically. High Fall Canna in Hudson is selling an average of 11 pounds of finished flower product a week at New Paltz for 122 pounds total. In addition, the High Falls Canna team has been able to educate the consumers on its operation, CBD products, and adult use gummies while funding a 20-person payroll. I know my time is up, but I just want to make a couple quick points. Allowing the licensees to have an opportunity to discuss products with consumers, having them try non-infused samples, smell and see the flower grown by New York State growers have shown success through sales week after week. The New Paltz CGS is a perfect example of this, as the retail sales have exceeded $50,000, that's $50,000 retail, each weekend, with a group of farmers reporting a healthy mix of new and returning customers over the 12 weeks that it's been enacted. Some of our partner brands have struggled to be able to get small number of SKUs into the current open dispensaries, especially if they not have enough quality smokable flower to supplement their value-added product offerings such as gummies, beverages, or vapes. These restricted packaging and labeling regulations place a burden on those smaller brands with limiting marketing reach or capital. Compounding the problem is the out-of-state brands and medical licensees who will be able to funnel capital to their brands, which would allow these brands to establish themselves within the state faster than us smaller brands. If the brands are not allowed to market within dispensaries, out-of-state brands will control available marketing opportunities like cannabis trade events, where there's a significant cost of entry at times. These CGSs are not money-making events. They're a break-even event that covers the marketing costs for these farmers, essentially. So I want them to continue with a couple modifications. Ensure the Cannabis Grower Showcase meet with the current adult use regulations. This is big to make sure it's legitimized. provide a marketing opportunity for less funded brands in a relaxed setting. This goes with the model of I Love New York, craft beer, craft wineries. Clean up the fulfillment regulations that can be a little confusing with the two models. Should be a supplement to retail licensed locations. Number one is always the card holders in them. Allow the markup on flour to be 100% like the processor value-added items. Provide products to ensure customers have the same experience at the CGS and licensed dispensary, which means that flour will be the same price at the CGS and the dispensary. If you need further information or statistics, please reach out to me. But also, card holders should be the only ones running these CGS's event. It should be a medical dispensary or a future licensee. It should be the original card holders running these CGS's. Sorry.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. Mac, you've got about negative 10 minutes. So, just kidding. Just kidding. We welcome you and Beacon Skiff to present.
It's 5 o'clock, right? Thank you. Hello, my name is Mac Huber. I am the Chief Financial Officer for Beacon Skiff and the President of Heirloom and Gen 5 Labs, our cannabis company. I first would like to thank the Chairman, Senator Jeremy Cooney, for inviting me to testify and for your continued support for our industry. Additionally, thank you to the members of the Subcommittee, Finance, Investigations, and Agricultural Committees for making time to convene this hearing. I would like to focus my testimony on one issue in particular, the potency tax. It is, amongst the many challenges you will and have heard about today, the greatest threat to the success of small and medium-sized businesses in the industry. But first, I'd like to provide a brief background on who we are. Beacon Skiff is an over 100-year-old family-owned apple orchard, cidery, distillery, agro-tourism destination, and now cannabis company located just south of Syracuse. We are no strangers to the perils of commodity farming or the challenges of building a brand. Over a decade ago, the company turned to the burgeoning craft alcohol industry to offset the shrinking margins of fresh cider and apples. We have built our hard cider brand, 1911, into the top-selling cider in all of Wegmans nationwide and have a distribution network across 22 states. This experience prepared us well for cannabis, and we now proudly produce more than 80 cannabis products, including our brand Heirloom. We are not afraid of hard work, and we understand that when our business succeeds, the taxes generate benefit our home state in countless ways. This is something we are proud of every single day. But this potency tax proposed by the then Governor Cuomo is dangerous to the health of this industry, which will, in time, hurt the state too. Cuomo's office compared the potency tax to the excise tax paid by alcohol producers. I want to explain why this is a faulty, damaging comparison and why this tax will eventually result in a cannabis landscape run by illicit operators who do not remit any tax at all. For example, we pay 13 cents in tax on every 4-pack of 1911 hard cider. Yet on a 4-pack of our Heirloom Up lemonade, the potency tax adds $2.40 to the price. That's 18 times more for a product that will not leave you hungover. It gets worse. For our tincture, a favorite amongst those who use cannabis for wellness, the consumer is paying an extra $73 for a product that retails for $100. It's a 65% effective tax rate. For context, we make $7.20 off every tincture sold. This is just unsustainable. $7 of profit on this tincture, and I will soon be competing with 11 well-capitalized multi-state operators who are more interested in their stock price than turning a profit month over month. Simply put, they can afford to absorb this tax, we cannot. We are also, unfortunately, competing with thousands of illicit shops. As this competition and market forces generally drive prices down, the amount of tax paid per unit stays the exact same. It is our profit margins that suffer, and as a result, our ability to invest in communities, new brands, facilities, and our workforce. The potency tax is creating a cash flow nightmare for over the 300 licensed producers. We are required to pay the tax at the end of every quarter, yet regulations allow retailers to pay 30 days after receiving a product. As a result, we are sometimes paying hundreds of thousands in taxes on products we have not been paid for yet. And again, I am struggling to understand how smaller businesses can survive with this. There are many more arguments and evidence for how destructive and nonsensical this tax is, including variations in lab testing, increased administrative burden for the state, and the fact that consumers are being driven to the unregulated marketplace by these unsustainable prices. Something has to give, and I fear it will be the hundreds of small and medium-sized businesses such as us. I implore you all to support Senator Cooney's Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes bill to repeal and replace the potency tax, S-483-1.
Thank you, Mac. Appreciate it. We'll now open up for a panel for questions. I'll start with one, just kind of building off of that. You alluded to, Mac, the fact that whether it's the potency tax or other factors are kind of hampering your ability to bring your products, in which you have many, to sale. And I guess if you could talk to me about, from the processor's perspective, what are some of the main reasons that in the current marketplace, with all these barriers that you've alluded to, that why processors are not purchasing more of this biomass? Is it really lack of retail sales, or are there other hesitations in the marketplace?
Yeah, I think it's a supply and demand factor, right? I think when you look at how much or how many plants are needed to, let's say, make a liter of distillate and what that liter would translate to in terms of finished product, it goes a long way. I don't have the stats in front of me, but if you can just say, on average, 30 pounds of flour will yield 1 liter of distillate, or 1,000 or 1 million milligrams, right? So that would make 100,000, excuse me, right? 100,000
minus waste.
Yeah, 100,000 bags of gummies. Makes a lot of vapes, but even beverages, it's in the millions of products. So 30 pounds goes a long way when it's turned into a finished product. So I think that's the main factor. I mean, to Brian's, kind of to piggyback off what Brian was talking about, we worked with a lot of local farmers. We've turned enough biomass into over 1,200 liters of distillate so far. So there's just, that can only go so far into the retail channel with the 20-plus stores right now.
Thank you. And John and members of the association, feel free to jump in, whoever wants to take this. If you could talk to me about product safety and quality. You know, we've heard from different presenters today about how you know, there's good standards that OCM put out, but they change sometimes. We talked about nickel earlier in terms of metals. Are you seeing kind of forum shopping as processors, where people are kind of sending things to some labs versus other labs? Are you facing that right now as well, in terms of considering when you're buying products to consider creating a product? I'm just curious for your comments on that.
We work with a couple different labs, so I don't know of anybody that is pay for play, which I heard earlier, but I'm not familiar with any of the labs that would be willing to do that. I do think that the OCM has pretty good oversight over the labs themselves. I would say that some of the quality standards that we have in place are not necessarily perfect, you know, certainly in terms of flour and in terms of finished products, and the lead times, waiting on the lab sometimes for weeks and weeks, you know, is also, I think, a detriment to the program. But in terms of quality, pay for play, you know, I can't validate any of that for sure. I don't know if you guys can.
Well, I don't think that's an issue. I think there may be also the entry level for cost for these lab tests are awfully steep. And if one lab has a discrepancy against another one and you have to do retesting, it can really absolutely kill your margin entirely, especially for a small company that's trying to enter the market.
Final question from me. I'm very hopeful that some of the conversations that we've had today with both the regulators and other members of the industry will see more and more of these retail operations open. And if they open as we hope, and as OCM is working hard to achieve, then there'll be quite a bit of demand on all of you to be able to produce products to fill the shelves. Do you feel confident that you have the ability to do that based on the vendor relationships and marketing relationships that you have already? And will that be something that you feel that you can meet the demand for?
I'd like to answer this.
Of course.
So I believe that that won't be an issue. There's going to be, if they open up 400 stores overnight, the supply and demand there's not going to be enough supply. And then I think the real issues aren't going to be because there aren't enough stores. I think that there's not going to be enough product. And then we're going to see an in-house regulatory issue of product coming from out of state to supply that. So I think the problems are going to become cyclical if we're not careful. Problems currently right now, we don't have enough stores. If we have enough stores and not enough product, that is going to be a bigger concern. So if we continue to open up licenses without fixing the current problems, that we're just going to keep chasing our tail.
Thank you. My time has elapsed. I'll open up to the panel. Senator May.
Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony. I want to especially thank John and Mac for representing the 48th Senate District so well and the breadth of what we do in Central New York and in this space. I had two questions, and one was for, with the Beacon Skiff experience of having alcohol and cannabis and also just really, really good cider, non-hard cider. I asked a question to the previous panel about the red tape involved in cannabis. Can you speak to that? Like, is it a lot worse?
I think the difference is with alcohol, you're dealing with a mature industry. And so some of the challenges most of your colleagues in the industry have gone through and help you get through it. I think with us, luckily, we kind of rely on each other, but we're all kind of learning as we go together. So I think that's, we're all kind of, like they say, building the plane as we fly it. So the challenges there is just, you get something on Friday afternoon in your inbox, FAQ, reaching out to Brian or other processors, and how do you decipher this and how do you move forward with this? So it's just different in the sense that you have a more mature playbook, I guess, with alcohol.
Okay, thank you. And for Eric, just because you kind of ran out of time or you had to speed through the points you wanted to make, is it fair to say what you're arguing for primarily is to put as much funding as possible into the enforcement up front, and then, we can, once we get that under control.
Yeah, I think that it has to be an enormous part of the budget. Once that is under control, then you can taper that off because the stores won't be there. And so, it's just obvious when you look at the different markets where they're investing. And if you look at it and you do the research, it doesn't take long to figure it out.
And what's the answer to Jenny's concern that there just isn't going to be enough product?
So that's all math. It's just about figuring out how you can roll these stores out now, because we're already in trouble. The stores didn't come out as quickly, or didn't roll out as quickly as anyone wanted them to. But John and I, when we first met, we had the exact same comments to one another when we looked at the original AUCC, AUCP, and how much you were allowed to grow. And if we were in 200 stores right now, if there were that many in this state, we would not have any.
So it's a matter of more licenses for growers, or
it's about now it has to kind of be rethought. And so if we just jump into this too quickly, that could be cutting off our nose to spite our face.
And we do have a glut right now, right? There's a glut of product which will sustain us for a period of time as those retail stores come on. I mean, the best thing we could do, honestly, is codify card, give 4 to 5 acres to each one of the outdoor farmers right now, because we need about 400 acres per 100 dispensaries. So very quickly you realize that we need a lot more cultivation. And at 4 acres, even at biomass prices, like Senator Henchy said, even if it's $300 a pound, that's about a $3 million a year business for a 5-acre farm. They can hire staff, they can produce good quality product, and we need biomass. There's going to be a need for probably close to 5 million pounds of biomass in a mature market here in New York. And so when we get to 1,000 stores, as long as we scale everything collectively, we will be fine. I think the biggest problem that I have seen is the lack of communication between us and the OCM. I've never received a response from the OCM, ever.
And there's no reason why crops can't be designated just for biomass. People started growing and it was all lumped into just cannabis. As long as you designate part of your crop for just biomass, it's worth about 1/10 the price of smokable flower, then you should be able to grow significantly more of it. Especially people who have already spent years growing CBD and already know how to do this. There's farmers who have grown 30, 40, 50, 100 acres of CBD successfully. And there's no reason why they can't grow biomass at scale.
Thank you. Senator Krueger?
Thank you all. So Rick, I want to start with you. We want to give you the license. We want to let you open this, or these are court cases that have basically been brought against the state by large corporations who want all of you to fail, okay? I was checking as you were saying, yes, apply for the other license. It's going to cost you $500. That's it, $500. Given how much you've already invested and are talking about having to go bankrupt, get that lawyer who's here behind you somewhere to file.
She's there. Stand up more.
All right, and to file, and according to OCM, which, if the court case gets resolved sooner, you'll get to use the card license. If you've started the new license application and it gets done before the court case does, they'll use that one. So it's just do the well, you're saying no, but I'm texting with them and that's what I'm being told. So I would recommend that you've gone in so far and you're so close that that's what they're recommending is the best option. If your lawyer says differently, I don't think it was your lawyer waving at me, it was someone else.
No.
Because you said her and it was a him.
That's not my
waving
lawyer.
at me. Okay, fine.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, fine. So I'm sorry, so I guess it's a.
Can I respond back to that real quick? Or am I
Can
allowed
you
to?
respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just a question.
Yeah.
The only issue with that is they don't tell you, there's no guarantee. It's almost like you're gambling
No,
now.
you're gambling, but you're gambling $500 versus everything you've already put in to do this far, and I'd say it's worth the $500 gambler. Although I don't believe in gambling, so when you lay it out that way, I got to keep going
Okay,
because he's
all
going to
right.
cut me off. So it was Mac. Wait, Mac, right? Even though you traded
Yes, we
seats.
did.
So one's hard cider, thank you, and one is a THC lemonade. Is that what you're
Correct.
holding up?
Yes.
So you talked about the tax difference, but what's the actual price difference? I mean, if I go and buy a hard cider, it's like $2 a can retail, right?
Great question.
So
that
what's that
Yeah, the
retail?
4-pack at Wegmans there, the hard
Yeah.
cider, that retails for around $15. This,
For one can or for four?
for a 4-pack.
And it's candy corn flavored?
It is candy corn
Yeah,
flavored.
sorry. I don't like hard
Wait till you
cider.
try it.
I don't like candy corn.
And then our heirloom lemonade retails at licensed dispensaries for $16. So it's about $1 more. For
With that big a
4-pack.
tax difference, so that's very helpful, thank you. So, and I'm sorry, Jennifer, so you're, at the point, and I get it about needing to balance off supply and demand, but just for the record, it can't come in from other states, because that's illegal, right? We still have federal law, we can't bring product in from other states and pretend it's legal product being sold here in New York.
We currently have illegal product both in the illicit market and the legal market selling.
Well, we're not actually
We're not
supposed to have
supposed
the
to,
illegal.
but we
So
will, and that will
afterwards, you'll tell me
increase.
how illegal product is getting into the legal market also, but I don't think you're gonna give me time to go down that road.
2 minutes.
Okay, can you explain why we have illegal product in our
Because
legal market?
BioTrack is not in effect.
Oh, so they're just not getting caught. So you think people who are licensed in the state of New York and in theory are following all our rules are actually buying product from out of state and using that illegally?
Maybe they don't know. Maybe
You
they
say
don't
they're
know.
not, wait, so maybe they don't know, and your no means what?
We can't tell. We don't know what's, we've seen some of the labs not reporting correctly, that's for sure. And this is some of the things you've talked about with the pay-to-play that you've heard about. So if it's pay-to-play, then we're having some product that's coming underneath the radar. So until we get until regulations are enforced and BioTrack is put into place, we can't say exactly what's happening, can we?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Senator Krueger. Senator Rivera.
Okay, so I got 3 minutes and I got 3 questions. First, because you actually brought it up, I don't know what BioTrack is. Could you give me a quick definition of that, please?
It's another
It's
panel a
trace-
little later.
Oh, it's a little panel about.
It's our trace and track.
We'll do it later.
system.
Thanks,
Yeah.
thanks. So we'll deal with it a little later. Second, as it refers to the, so just to understand, it's probably the two last folks, because we're talking about supply and demand, we're talking about I guess you kind of answered my question. Part of it has to do with the scaling, because I guess what you were saying was that if you were to open 100 stores overnight, there would not be enough product that is New York-based to actually fulfill what they require, but there won't be 100 stores. I mean, it'd be great if there were, 20 opening a month as was promised by the governor, but I'm saying, as long as that, so I guess the point that you were making there is as long as the scale of the growth of the legal stores and the production matches it, then we should be fine.
Yeah, we are an ecosystem, so we need cultivation, we need manufacturing, processing, and we need retail to sort of correlate together upward as the market grows.
Gotcha. And as far as the props, I hope you brought enough for the entire class. But in all seriousness, this was actually very helpful because this is one of the things that I've been trying to understand. That this is kind of a more simple way to understand that you have basically two very similar products. You have two wonderfully tasting liquids. I have not had the one on the left, but I've certainly had the one on the right. But then you have a difference of $1, but a difference of ours taxation because of the potency. Now, if this was, for example, I don't know about this. I haven't purchased the product on the left. So, are there different levels that you can have, like a less potent lemonade? Maybe you have like a high end and a middle or something, and therefore the tax would be different.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
guess, this is also a good comparison because this hard cider over here is actually at the limit for what hard cider can be. So it's at the
Which
max.
is what?
I think it's 6.9%. Once you hit 7%, you're considered a wine, and that's a different category.
Really?
So,
Okay. So yeah, just.
so this is also the 10 milligram, which is the most you could be for an edible in New York State. So it's similar in the sense that you can't get any more potent in a can, and there can't be more than one serving in a can.
And I guess what you're saying is that if we were to establish a system much like this, much like it exists for alcohol, in this case hard cider or other, I figure this is also for craft beers, is a similar system. So you would suggest that as opposed to the potency tax, that we should establish one that is very similar to this. And if that were the case, for example, if it were the case that this was done in a similar fashion, and obviously we're kind of like talking in hypotheticals, but how much would you still sell that can for $16?
No, so the difference right now is around, in tax alone, $2.20.
Yeah.
So, we would definitely probably drop the price on the THC product, again, to offer a more competitively priced product to combat, against the illicit stores. So it's always trying to offer products to the end consumer at the best price and best value. So I think if there was any reduction in tax, it would be reducing the retail price of the cannabis product.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rivera, I'll turn over to Senator
Chi.
Thank you very much. And Brian, I just want to say thank you for highlighting the New Paltz Cannabis Grower Showcase. That's my district. I've toured it. I've been there, and it's great. They're doing a great job. We would love to see that extended and expanded too. So I'm curious. Thank you for your modification list. We'll look at that. I think that's an interesting place to start. But Rick, I want to give you a couple minutes. What would be helpful to, obviously, other than getting open, but what could we do that would be helpful to you? And maybe it's a follow-up from the conversation that was happening with Senator Krueger.
I know it's difficult for the OCM, and I'm not here to beat up on the OCM, but I think if they just gave us just more guidance. Okay, if you apply for the general application, they can say 99.9% you're gonna get it. So in this way, I still keep paying my rent. But if they say apply for the general application and we don't know, then what am I to do? I'm just nervous. Okay, I've been fighting this fight for 4 or 5 months now, and they don't tell you anything. So that's my only issue with them. If they're more transparent, then I think everybody would feel more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to jump off the boat. We're in it now. I'm stuck in it now. I can't go nowhere, right? So I'm going to be along for the ride, but they just don't tell you anything. Just hold tight, hold tight, hold tight.
Yeah.
And the second thing I noticed that if they're going to go to court, no disrespect to the lawyers that were there, but I watched the proceeding. And if you're going to go to court, bring your best lawyers.
They
Right?
weren't the ones in court. In fairness, it was the state attorney general's office. in
Okay,
court,
bring your
not the
best lawyers.
OCM lawyers.
Like it was comical. It really was, and that kind of hurt us too. So I'm sticking with them. I'm pulling for them. I just ask for more transparency and give us some hope. That's all.
Yep. And how long have you had your lease?
3 months now.
You're paying $10,000 a month. And where is that?
I'm in Poughkeepsie now.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
close.
Yeah, close to you.
I'll come visit.
I will.
And then I think the exchange, interesting for real-time information, thank you, Senator Krueger, would it be helpful to obviously get that in writing from the OCM
Yes.
or guidance
Yes.
to say, you can apply for this other, you should apply for this other license, it won't undermine the license you have? That would
Absolutely.
be helpful.
Absolutely. I will. Thank you.
I think they're listening now, so.
Oh, okay.
That are watching. Thank you, Senator Hinchey. Senator Fernandez.
Thank you. Ms. Jennifer, you mentioned that labs are not reporting correctly. How do you know that? And what deems them correct?
I didn't say definitively that they're not reporting correctly. I said you were alluded to, there was a pay and play. So I think there's always a discrepancy with some of these labs, and it's just a new industry, new science. So you could have one lab that was maybe saying a result was 3 milligrams and another lab said it's 5 milligrams. That could just be the calibration of their equipment. So I think right now we only have 16 labs, and it's a little bit new. And so I think they're working out the kinks. So I think sometimes that, if that's what you're asking me, are they reporting different numbers?
Yeah,
I think it's a calibration of machinery sometimes in a new industry, and we're kind of working it out. But the pay-to-play is a different topic.
Okay. You mentioned also out-of-state brands coming into the New York legal market. Is that because businesses such as yourself are not getting state product at a quicker time frame?
No, I think that we're mentioning this because of what could go wrong in the future. If they're already starting, there's a serious lack of enforcement on the regulations. And that spans all the way from shutting down the illicit market to regulating the legal market. We just aren't seeing any enforcement or communication from OCM on any level of regulation. So I have shopped a store before and seen a product that did not comply at all with OCM regulation labeling, at all. As a matter of fact, the QR code went straight to a California website. And I let OCM know this.
And how long did it take them to correct or to enforce?
I had to reach out to both the governor's office and to the AG's office and let them know it was a health risk to get any sort of response.
But like from the time that you first notified, how long did you finally get an action response?
We don't ever get responded to.
Got you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing your time and talents. I appreciate it. You can leave the product here. No, I'm just kidding. We'll welcome the next panel. Next up, we have the New York Cannabis Retail Association. We have ConBud. We have the Bronx Defenders and the Bronx Cannabis Hub. And we have Gotham.
Do I get to keep this? Is this souvenir for me? Yeah, you want to.
Rick, thank you.
Thank you.
I got something I do want to try. I never had the drinking version.
Yes, this one. Which one?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can move them around too. Which one? South Face.
Oh, I can sit here?
Yes,
Okay.
we're good.
Thank you.
Where am I?
You are right there. Yep.
You want to sit over here, Jason? No, it makes no difference. Damn, it's cold.
Freezing.
Yeah, they turned it up.
Yeah. I'm about to go to sleep.
Let's continue here. We will start with Joanne and we'll make our way down to Brittany. We'll ask that you each spend no more than 3 minutes, and I will be a little bit more tight-fisted with this. I'll call it the Rivera rule. But thank you. In all seriousness, thank you. I know many of you traveled great distance to be here, and we appreciate you being here. So I'll start with Joanne Wilson from Gotham.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak with everyone today. My name is Joanne Wilson. I'm the founder and CEO of Gotham, a licensed legal cannabis dispensary in Manhattan. In my spare time, I chair New York City's Public Housing Community Fund. And I'm also the co-founder and president of Gotham Gives, a public charity that focuses on impact in the New York community, as well as a few other things. My intention today is not to place blame or complain, but to offer insights and constructive suggestions to help improve New York's legal cannabis regulations. I hope to shed light on the challenges faced by those of us who are operating within the system and to advocate for change where it is needed. There have been many prohibitive burdens placed on both dispensary licensees and farm licensees. While I believe many of these were put in place with the best of intentions, we know now how costly and inequitable some of these policies are. The journey to becoming a legal dispensary begins with submitting an application. We were awarded our first license during the initial licensing process in 2022. In the case of our store, Gotham, we acquired the property in the summer of 2022 in preparation for applications to open it at a date we could only speculate. We were finally able to apply for our license in September 22, and it wasn't until late November we were granted our license. During those 6 months of waiting, we were paying carrying costs on the space, not knowing if we would actually be awarded a license. In early October of this year, a new round of dispensary applications opened. In this round, it was no longer required to apply with real estate, but we were advised that applicants would receive priority status if they did so. In this round, we've applied for 2 more licenses, each with costly leases in place to ensure as best we could be that we would be considered. I was recently told that the licenses will not be granted until the end of January, possibly early February 2024. And you must understand that it's hard to get a landlord to even rent a space to a cannabis operator. If the landlord has a mortgage on their property, most banks do not want to be engaged in the cannabis business. But if you do find a property to lease, you've got to hold on to these for months, waiting for the license. Asking license applications to hold licenses for months is expensive. Storefront rents in Manhattan, where our store is located, average at $35,000 a month. And if you manage to get past the real estate challenge and get awarded the license to operate, you must navigate the next hurdle, extending waiting periods for the OCM approvals. Opening up a licensed store is an expensive process requiring robust security systems, insurance, software, compliance teams, and employees. The delay in obtaining approvals only adds to the financial strain. For example, we wanted to lease a car for delivery, but we were forced to purchase a car because leasing was unacceptable. As dispensary operators, we are under immense pressure from the state to open up quickly and generate tax revenue. However, there seems to be a lack of support from the state in navigating the obstacles that hinder revenue generation. A prime example that is the proliferation of illegal stores throughout the city and state. We have at least 10 in a 2-block radius of our store. There must be 4,000 illegal stores in New York City. Most New Yorkers don't even know that these stores are illegal. Where are the PSAs telling the public about them? We don't allow unlicensed liquor stores to operate in New York City or New York State. Why do we tolerate unlicensed cannabis stores? As I expressed before, the licensing process is challenging. The proliferation of illegal stores throughout the state and city is undermining the growth of the legal market, and the disconnect between the issuance of farmers' licenses and dispensary licenses have caused a huge supply chain issue. And I might add that while I applaud the creation of the Cannabis Growers Showcase to address the surplus, it is not the way to build a business. I also commend the state for granting 400 licenses to previously incarcerated individuals. However, we should provide them with more support. What if the New York State created a $400 million fund for the licenses, giving each $1 million with oversight to return the money with a small stake in their business? Like venture capital, the state would have winners and losers. And at the end of the day, it would create jobs and revenue for the state, and you would get it all back in spades. Here is, in light of these challenges, I propose the following suggestions. 1, amend the lease requirement for all applications to requirement of an LOI and a prospective dispensary. In most cases, this would not be a cost to the applicant. 2, allocate more resources to the OCM to expedite the decision-making process. Licensing applications and legal operators should receive responses in a day at most, not a month. Current communication is grim and confusing. 3, we need to educate the citizens of New York State that buying cannabis products from unlicensed, unsafe, illegal stores that don't pay taxes is wrong. The only way to tell that story is my store is legal by a tiny little sticker in front of the window that nobody looks for. We can and we should do better. The licensing process needs to move more quickly. Certainly we should be saying no more quickly. Applicants that don't meet the bar should find out immediately. This is another reason the OCM needs more resources.
Joanne,
And I'm
got it
done.
here.
I have tons to share. My door is always open, and I hope these issues will be addressed. The OCM needs assistance and flexibility to adapt and evolve, and I am eager to collaborate with this journey.
Thank you very much. Jason?
How's it going, everybody? Thank you for having me. My name is Jason Tantello. I'm VP of Operations of the New York Cannabis Retail Association. I wasn't really prepared to write anything down because our journey is way too complex to put into the 3 minutes. But I can tell you, I've never been so unstable in my life. I've been in this industry since I was 14 years old. We've invested everything that we possibly can invest in chasing the dream that, the Office of Cannabis Management promised us. And that was turnkey dispensaries, the opportunity to be successful in the industry that I rightfully helped build, to be honest with you. So, I suggest, you guys getting involved and making sure that policy, regulation, and law match and equally represent each other. Because at the end of the day, if we can't survive or we can't make money, then what are we all doing here in the first place? The OCM, the CCB, the state, every one of them have a salary. They make a salary. We've got members that sold their businesses to invest into this program. We've got people that have invested millions of dollars and have storefronts that can't operate because there's 60 illegal dispensaries wrapped around the neighborhood within like a mile around his whole block. I mean, it's just unacceptable. And I really, truly hope that, any one of you guys have any questions at any given time, you can reach out. I've got petitions from the governor to codify card. I've got, we're out here in the streets every day, 18-hour days. I'm working in my hydro shop. I own an ancillary business. This market has completely collapsed. The unregulated market has completely deteriorated anything that we can possibly have on a legal infrastructure. And to be honest, it's appalling. It's embarrassing. The entire United States is watching what we're doing, and it's like they're laughing at us. You got OCM saying, well, you know what? They're not from New York, but then they're hiring agencies outside of New York. It's a mockery. And New York should be ashamed of itself. And I'm not here to talk bad, but at the end of the day, you have regulators, you have policy, and you have law, and we should all be working together to make sure that we all stand unified and as one. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Kass?
Thank you, Senators, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ComBud and also the co-founder of NYCRA, the New York Cannabis Retail Association. I got that right. We just rebranded from New York Card Coalition. And bringing it back to card, one thing I want to mention is that we need a codified card. This solves a lot of the issues. I know we can't really call an emergency session, but the first thing that should be on the table is probably codifying card. Second, I just opened 9 days ago. As soon as I opened, Google said I was not open. Marketing on a platform didn't allow me, but you have all these illicit smoke shops that are allowed to be on Google Maps. So when you go on Google Maps today, you can't even find us. And a lot of people are trying to search us, trying to find us, and they're saying, are you open, are you closed, what's going on? And third, I think one of the biggest issues is that I live in a Latino, Asian community, American community, a hugely diverse community in the Lower East Side. And the only sign I could put is 2 logos. I could put ComBud. If you expect me to compete against these illicit market, I know there's probably over 60 in just a 1,000-foot radius in my neighborhood. I have one of the largest. Joanne and I live right next to me. I don't mind competing against them, but let me compete the right way. You know, I can't put I think marijuana leaves on a window is tacky for me, but I can't do anything else but put 2 logos on my window, put adult use cannabis dispensary, and there's a Latino community that doesn't speak English. I can't write that in Chinese, I can't write that in Mandarin, Cantonese, Fukienese, Spanish. I only could put it in English, so I'm disservicing my community. So I'm asking today, can I put language that communicates to my people and let me market the right way? I lost my voice this weekend stopping people and letting them know that we're open, that we're combating this market, but we want to educate the market. The OCM, I think they said they spend millions of dollars on ads. I really haven't seen them. And if people are putting ads up there, nobody's reading them. Nobody's really coming into the store and saying, oh, I saw an ad, and you have the sticker that's 6 inches tall, and that's how I know that you're different from this shop. You know, we need to get out there, put the word out there, really brand and allow us to really market the right way. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Cons. Eli, always good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
It worked.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I'll talk loud. Yeah, thank you for having me. Eli Northrup. I'm here from the Bronx Defenders, the Bronx Cannabis Hub. I'm a public defender, and when I started my career as a public defender, my arraignment shifts were full of marijuana arrests. I think in 2011, it was the #1 charge in New York City. Over 50,000 people, almost exclusively black and brown young men, were disproportionately targeted and arrested for marijuana. So there's going to be a lot of criticism levied, and I will levy criticism today, but I do want to say that legalization has been a total game changer in criminal courts in New York State. There are no longer any marijuana cases, and that is a huge win. The odor of marijuana is no longer used as this pretext to stop and search people. And we've seen that. And also the notion that legalizing marijuana was going to be a gateway to all these other vices and crime would explode has been disproven. This was a rationale that was used for many years to prevent us from legalizing. That hasn't happened. So I just want to acknowledge that. And we should be proud of, at least of that. But the difficult task of repairing the harm done by the decades of criminalization was to ensure that New Yorkers whose convictions made them eligible for participation in this new market were able to participate and have the support that they needed to. We launched the Bronx Cannabis Hub in 2022 to fill this need. Between July and September of last year, we screened over 600 applicants for the CARD program. We held workshops and office hours free of charge in our office in the South Bronx. We connected applicants to pro bono law firms to form LLCs and org charts. We walked them through the intricacies of the TPI forms. We scanned documents. In the end, we helped 30 individuals successfully complete their CARD applications. And 23 members of our cohort received conditional licenses. 20 of them are now in complete limbo. And others on this panel have talked about the issues facing, and previously issues facing card holders because of the lawsuit. I'm not going to belabor that, but I do want to talk about the individuals who actually did move forward, identified retail stores, and are now dealing with the Social Equity Cannabis Investment Fund. Because this fund is perpetuating many of the inequities that this law was enacted to combat. As lawyers to individuals who are negotiating with the fund in this very moment, we have a first row seat to these proceedings. And it's not like the fund provided lawyers or the state provided lawyers to these social equity applicants. We stepped in and are doing it. But the terms of the loan agreements that are offered are not reflective of a social equity model. Interest rates are set at 13%. There's restrictive financial covenants that significantly increase the likelihood of default under the loan. Borrowers are limited in their ability to refinance if better terms come available on the open market. They can even be forced to foot the bill for the expenses of the fund's administration. And the negotiations themselves, like the tenor of the negotiations between the fund, Chicago Atlantic, and these individuals are also predatory. They've been threatened.
We want to hear more about this, but I just want to be conscious of time because you are over now, but we want to get back into this with Q&A.
I'll move forward, and I hope we can have some time for questions about this. But
Definitely.
I will say that the card holders who do actually have brick and mortar stores, many of them have been left dispirited. They sacrificed their jobs, their time, their energy because they believed in this program, and now they don't know what to believe. And I'm just going to quote one of our applicants with respect to dealing with the fund. Quote, "It's like I can't even afford to say no. I have to accept the terms that are less than because of the power and financial dynamic. They know I didn't go to Harvard or Yale. They know where I came from." End quote. Senator Krueger, you've been a champion from the beginning, well before the MRTA was actually enacted. Promises were made to the social equity program. On the day that the MRTA was enacted, you said New York's program will not just talk the talk on racial justice, it will walk the walk. And I think we've talked the talk, promises have been made. We need to take the steps to ensure that those promises are fulfilled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eli. Last but certainly not least, Brittany Tantello.
Do I have to turn this on?
Nope, you're good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Sorry, guys, my voice is a little raspy. I apologize. Hello, my name is Brittany Tantello. I'm a woman minority card applicant, number 317 Flower City Dispensary, and president and co-founder of the New York Cannabis Retail Association. NYCRA is the largest cannabis retail association in the state, comprised of over 200 plus card license holders and applicants, along with cultivators, processors, and ancillary cannabis businesses. Thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony today. I know you have received my full written testimony, so due to limited time, I'll focus on 4 main areas. First, the ruling by Supreme Court Justice Kevin Bryant in the Carmine Fiore versus the New York State Cannabis Control Board could not be more clear that CARD is likely to be deemed unconstitutional. Millions of dollars have been spent, entire life savings are gone. Unless CARD is enacted into statute come January, there will continue to be an extreme threat of financial ruin and harm for hundreds of people. The livelihood of myself, our members, and our family depends on it. Secondly, the decision made by the OCM to allow early entrance of the ROs poses an extreme threat to small retailers, better yet, the whole supply chain. Due to the circumstances of a volatile and unpredictable rollout, it appears that CARD has lost its right to establish a market presence first and recoup any of our initial investments. We ask that the ROs be delayed 18 months in order for CARD to be able to truly have an opportunity to survive. Thirdly, retail applicants need clarity on SEE grants that have been promised. Information on grant amounts, timing, eligibility requirements, eligible expenditures, processing timelines, and any limitations placed on the grants would be helpful. We must have transparency up front. And lastly, as you may already know, there have been, problems between DASNY and CARD. Myself and members would like to know, have the funds been distributed? If so, to who, for what, how much? And what are the terms of the Chicago Atlantic Fund? We must have transparency in order for us to make a true, informed, and educated business decision for our dispensaries. Thank you again for your time. I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to represent myself and the members within our association, as I know they have submitted their own testimony, but were not given the chance to speak today. I appreciate all of you so much, and I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brittany. Appreciate you and all of you for being here today. I'll start with a couple of quick questions. Brittany and Joanne, actually perfect on opposite ends here. One has a dispensary legally open and operating. One is going through the process and hoping things work out with the agency and litigation and things beyond your control. For the operation right now, you talked a little bit about in your testimony, Joanne, about some of the challenges going back and forth with the agencies, getting the car situation for delivery figured out, is one I know. Could you talk about any perhaps missed retail opportunities because of either communication or just we were trying to figure things out? I'm not trying to really point blame, more so just opportunities that are already on the table that current operators have. And then Brittany, after, if you could comment about what kind of information are you getting from the OCM or DASNY as it relates to kind of your status as an applicant? But we'll start with Joanne.
Yeah, I mean, some of the expectations in the laws make zero sense. You know, the Cannabis Grower Showcase is a perfect example. It's a great thing. Like, we want to do it. We're doing it. We have one up in Hudson. We care about these farmers. They've been completely hosed. And the truth is, it's not a way to do a business. It's like a lot of pressure on the dispensaries to find people, get a space, do the right thing. And OCM never responds. Like, are we good? Are we good? Are we good? I mean, the fact is we had to go get a letter from the mayor of the town, and this particular town had already given the okay, you know, a year ago when they asked all the different towns if in fact they would be okay with having cannabis in it. And so there's never consistency and there's no transparency and you don't know how to talk to them. And so it just, you know, the thought of having to deal with the OCM makes everybody cringe.
In my particular situation, when we chose our 5 regions, my first region was the Finger Lakes region, just to give you some information. As you know, the Veracite case had occurred and put us all under injunction. So due to that in itself, obviously outside of the control of the Office of Cannabis Management, we were put on hold. As things started to move forward, 4 regions were open and then eventually Finger Lakes. During the duration of the injunction, we were told that processing would still occur. We heard nothing, radio silence. When myself and others in areas such as Brooklyn and the Mid-Hudson region and Buffalo had reached out just asking on the status, we were either told nothing or we were told, you know, this is where you are at this time and this is all we can give you and that's it, deal with it. So once Rochester had opened up, in particular the Finger Lakes with my case, first round came, I heard nothing. The second round, I was asked to submit a piece of document verifying an address. I had done that. Nothing had come of it. I started to get extremely concerned. My husband and myself each carry cannabis convictions. We each have been able to prove over 2 years of profitable business experience, retail business experience. And so I was just very confused what was going on. My last correspondence with them was that everything is fine, everything is great, just to wait. We actually took it a step further and foiled for our score. Never received it, and we're being extended and extended, and you know, speaking to the members within our association, it's the same response. I guess we may never know. I don't even know if we can continuously be extended. But that's kind of where we're at. And then the second Fiore lawsuit came in and stopped all rounds, forcing me to, Mrs. Kruger, spend the money and reapply in social equity, which I understand that it is only $500. But when you have nothing and your businesses that made money are now gone, it is a lot of money. And it is a lot of money when you don't know if you're gonna get it. I have a 3 and 5-year-old daughter and son that are counting on me. My ancillary business is failing, and not just me, many others. I'm not gonna cry and point blame. I just wanna figure it out, and I want the opportunity to open a dispensary in Rochester, New York, who is extremely economically disadvantaged. These tax dollars are a must in our community. We have 9th graders reading at a 2nd grade level. We have food links going through our cities to feed our kids. I want to change that. I have been doing the work voluntarily giving to my community, not asking for $1. We formed and run this organization, and I'm not even licensed yet. I ask you to please, please intervene and help us. Help those who are open and those that are still waiting. We are innocent bystanders. We are not just an application number. I am 317. I am Brittany Tantel. I'm the mother of 2 children. Please, please go home and think about that when you think of us. Cos Marte is expecting a child. He has a little girl. He has to be here today. I went to his store and watched nobody come into it while other stores thrive because he can't even put a sandwich board in front of his shop. I want a dispensary. What's that going to do for me? I mean, this is scary. New York is built off a small business. Even though we're trying to get into the cannabis space, our real businesses that aren't are failing. Please remember that.
Thank you, Brittany. Just a quick question, my time is up. Do you have a dedicated either contact or team or email address as you're going through the application process that you're communicating with?
No, they just say to email AU licensing, which is the Abyss.
And Joanne, for current licensees, retail licensees, do you have a dedicated staff person, email address, phone number to call for some of these operational type questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rivera.
All right. So as it relates to, you folks have been here most of the day, if not the entire day. So I'm sure you saw the agency earlier when I asked very explicitly whether they wanted to have codification of CARD into law. Do you want to respond to what you heard them say as an agency?
It
sounded like a maybe.
Yeah,
Very uncertain.
very vague.
Very vague.
I think they're just nervous about litigation in the court
Correct.
case, but.
But it seems like that would be something that you all could do as the legislature.
All these people that have gotten the golden ticket should keep their golden ticket. And not only should they keep their golden ticket, the state should come up with $400,000 to put towards these people and give them money to open up their stores. No one is giving money to companies because it's federally illegal. People aren't investing in cannabis companies. People aren't investing in cannabis brands. The only people are family offices, not private equity, not venture capital. You can't get money. You're not going to get money for New York State from the fund of retirement.
Since my
fund.
time is limited and I want to get to another thing that's very
Okay, but-
specific. No, but I get it. Certainly, I just
Yes.
wanted to get the response of it. Eli, I wanted to go back to you. Take the rest of the time. There was a response of Dasney. When Dasney was here, I asked him specifically about Chicago, what's the name of it?
Atlantic.
Chicago Atlantic. And the response was like, no, they're kind of hands off. And you're saying that your actual experience with folks is that is not the case. Could you please linger into that? And Dasney, if you're listening, pay attention, please.
Yeah, I think this is so important because this fund was created, and if you go back and read the press release, and Senator Cooney, you're quoted in it, about the promise of empowering people who had been affected by the war on drugs. And then what's essentially happened is the state put in $50 million and then handed the keys to these private finance people. And that is who is negotiating with card applicants directly. They have conversations with applicants we're helping without.
Don't use pronouns, specify who you mean, so that we can make sure they're like
they
representatives of. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Like they're talking to applicants without their counsel present. They're trying to coerce them. into
Chicago
bad
Atlantic,
deals.
like,
Chicago
again, be
Atlantic,
specific, please.
Chicago Atlantic is negotiating directly. The fund is not a social equity fund. It is a private investment fund.
At
The money needs to
13%?
come from the state
13%.
for this to work. And right now, it just doesn't work. They are looking to make money off of this transaction. You can't really blame them. That's who, the state decided to partner with. They are looking to make money, and applicants know that they're a target for money. They don't feel like they're supported. And I think that that's really important. That needs to be reformed immediately because they are dangling these contracts in front of all of these cardholders, and they're saying, sign tomorrow or you're going to get kicked out of your store. And this is happening like right now.
So my time is up, but I certainly, Mr. Chairman, I certainly would want for this to be and I had a guy hope that the state agency who was before us just a couple of hours ago saying that this was not the case. I hope that they're listening because it is not something, we're certainly going to do hopefully legislative things when we get back to January, but that's months away. And as you're describing, what we hear right now is that most of these decisions are being made on a day-to-day basis by business owners who feel constrained by people who are certainly, it's the scorpion and the frog, right? They're acting in the way that they're going to act But we as a state, I believe, should certainly step in much more forcefully, and DASNY should do so, to make sure that this is not what is occurring. They should not be the ones negotiating directly with business owners. So sorry for my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, clarification by Senator Krueger.
So, I'm sorry, Eli, so it's actually the company that's talking with the cardholders, not DASNY doing this?
It's been a variety of different actors in these conversations, including principals from Chicago, Atlantic, in these conversations, in these negotiations to nail down the terms of the loan agreement.
So I do think that I do believe that the DASNY representative misrepresented that, because it was always my understanding it's DASNY doing the negotiating and actually, being the one who's named on the leases, along with the cardholder. So I don't quite understand why Chicago
Atlantic,
whatever, is the one talking to the cardholders at all.
Right.
Which is a separate point about the state thought it was doing X, it couldn't get investors, so it shifted to Y. You make the point, the state should just pay for it. I agree with you, but I don't necessarily have the power to do that, at least not right now. But I really don't think we were ever led to believe that somehow this company was going to be negotiating individual deals under individual terms with any cardholder.
In the immediate term, I think what would be helpful would be to gain some sort of transparency about the negotiation between the fund and all the different cardholders, because they're being negotiated in silos.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows if anybody else has signed. They don't know anybody else's terms. It's not like they're just out there being like, this is the terms of the agreement. They're doing it all separately, so it leads to this huge amount of uncertainty and also a feeling that, and a reality that many of these terms are restrictive. They're not emblematic of supporting people through social equity. It's like a private fund.
Just to clarify, Eli, is your organization working with applicants, representing applicants as they go through this process? So you're seeing this multiple times with different card applicants?
We provide pro bono, we are connecting them to pro bono legal support, which is even kind of scarier, because without that support, they wouldn't have counsel. It would just be like a card applicant and all these people from the fund who have much more financial experience possibly. Yeah, it just happens to be that we have provided lawyers and they're the ones really negotiating. So yes, this isn't just a one-time thing.
Thank you. Senator Hinchey.
Thank you. Following up on that thread, it's my understanding as well, especially in smaller communities where you're only going to have maybe one store on Main Street, that, and I'm part of it, clarify this for me, that it's either DASNY or Chicago Atlantic that's purchasing real estate before applicants are able or even approved. And so then once an applicant is approved in that, say, small community, there's only one place they can go, and then they're locked into whatever is option at a very high lease rate. Are you seeing that? Is that true? And can you clarify that, anybody?
Yeah, they're not purchasing, they're leasing.
Leasing, sorry, thank you.
And
Also, sometimes also purchasing, I think there's.
yeah, also so both, I guess. I haven't seen that. But the loan amounts that I've heard from other card applicants are $1.5, $1.7 million. Payback terms 10 years, 13%. That means you're gonna probably pay triple, and it's setting you up for failure. You're not going to do that.
Especially in a small community where your sales will be decent, but they're not going to be astronomical, hopefully.
And you can't compete. If there's so many shops around you, you can't compete.
And some of the shops that they're picking are excessive. Like, some people don't need 3,000 to 4,000 square feet for a dispensary. They're like, hey, I can bank some money at 1,300, 1,500, 1,800 and build it to 3,000, but you don't get that leisure. So that in itself is inflating it dramatically.
So you're boxed into an amount, you're boxed into a space.
Yeah, this massive dispensary that you didn't need, but you have to take it because that's what they picked and that's the deal. So a lot of people are scrapping whatever money they have in their savings and going for the 1,800 in a municipality and doing less than they thought because it's not worth it.
My partners and I, we self-funded the whole thing, and I wish I would have got the DASNY contract. I would have built everybody else's dispensary at a third of the cost, you know, because we did it.
Yeah.
It's true, you know, and it's just wow.
But that became an option later.
How
in the
much?
process.
How much did I spend? A third. You know, if I'm talking about 1.5, about a third, less than a third.
And if I can just bring attention to the fixed year contract. So like, if I want to borrow $1.2 million at 13%, I'm going to pay back almost $900,000 on interest because the 10 years is fixed. You can't buy out early. They went actually on record and stated that they could go buy, you could buy out early when they had the meeting in DASNY and Queens. They didn't want us in there. So it was like, they went on the record and stated, it's not 10 years fixed, you can buy out early, but then after speaking to card, licensees in like, the southern tier, they were locked, they were fixed.
And they're spending the state money right now. They're paying for rent without operating. So where is that $50 million going? Money's being thrown out. You know, I could use that. I could pay for payroll. I'm stretched super thin, and I need capital ASAP.
And cost for you, forgive my ignorance, but where is the block for you on being able to promote? Is that in, I don't think it's in the law, I think it's
Right. It's
regulations.
in the regulations.
Can you just tell us for the record
So
what that is?
the regulations only allow you to put 2 logos on your storefront and put adult use cannabis dispensary on one line, and then you have the sticker. When you have other shops that have every piece of marketing material, sandwich board,
Yeah.
flashing lights, neon lights, you're going to stop automatically. I had frosted windows that nobody could see through, you know. I get we don't want to market to individuals that are under 21. I get we don't want to promote that to kids.
People already doing it.
But it's already out there, you know. Like, let me compete with the other competitors. I'm not going to put candy in my store, but come on.
Thank you. And in the last 40 seconds, Eli, if there was anything else you wanted to add from your testimony that you didn't have time.
I just think that it's the lack of transparency. If you all can ask for the contract between Chicago Atlantic and DASNY, has anybody even seen that? Do we know how many of the stores have signed card contracts? Do we know the terms of those contracts? Like, at the very least, as an oversight body, it would seem that you all would be able to get that information and intervene expeditiously, because it's really a problem like yesterday.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
I just want to say, maybe we can consider going back to your bill, Cooney, with Bronson, of the adult use market entry fees, and see with the ROs coming in of dedicating, money for card, for grants, into zero interest funds for operational due to this horrific rollout. I know we didn't get anywhere, but I really think that a lot of these dispensaries that are opening, Cause included, could really use additional funds operationally, because I don't know, just as much as farmers might not be there, I don't know if Cause and any of them are gonna be there either.
I appreciate that. One clarifying question for you, Kaz. When you described the number of logos and what it could say on the window for Senator Hinchy, is there a language requirement that it has to be in English only? It can't be in
just says
other
English. The only words that you could put adult use cannabis dispensary in English.
But in your case, you couldn't put it in
I can't
Chinese
put
characters.
it in Spanish. I can't put it in Chinese. I can't do anything. It just says these are the only words that you could state. And so I'm stopping people, speaking to them in Chinese, speaking to them in Spanish, like literally, like communicating with everybody on the street. And that's the only way I could communicate, is by actually word of mouth. If they're looking at the store, they're not realizing what it really is.
And did you raise that concern previously? It may just be an oversight. I don't want to speak for an agency, but did you raise that concern previously?
I found out a week ago when my compliance officer, Alfredo, right here, told me this is the only words that the law state, the reg state, that we could put on the window.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. I appreciate you being here today and the work that you continue to do across New York State.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next panel will be Essential Flower Legacy Dispensers, Housing Works, Herbal IQ, and Just Breathe. are good. Really good.
Yes, this one's a new one.
Thank you, brother.
Oh, exciting. We'll go ahead and get started. Thank you again for joining us here today. We'll start with Matt, and we'll ask you for 3 minutes. I haven't said this, but I probably should have, like 12 panels ago. There's a clock underneath this camera.
They know.
Okay, they know. All right. I just want to make sure that I'm not the only one looking at the clock. Well, it's getting late now. So please try to stay within your 3 minutes, and Miles will remind you with placards.
This side, we have a clock too. No one's really looking at it, but we have one. I'm just saying.
It's that time of the night, Matt. So please, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senators, for having me here. My name is Matthew Robinson. I'm the owner of Essential Flowers, DBA Legacy Dispensers. I am an opened AUCR-TD, which means temporary delivery. You guys have heard everything today. There's nothing really that I can bring up that's new. What I would want to say is the rollout from the OCM, they did the best job they can. They're understaffed. There's no way they can accomplish that goal that you or anybody would want them to accomplish. I want to get straight into it. The CGS events, the Cannabis Grower Showcases, have sustained me. Delivery was doing okay, but I've been sustained because of those events. I was struggling. I mean, my construction company that I owned, it took me 4 years to build. It's completely gone. I mean, I don't make a dollar from it. Make nothing. It hurts. But to be here and have a chance to be open is a blessing. The AUCCs, the AUCPs, and AUCRs should be allowed to split costs at these CGS events. Rent costs, booth costs are high and expensive. To ask a card to say, hey, cover this building's rent by himself and get no help, I only see a 50% markup. There's no extra money left over. I make enough to pay for my bills. The marketing rules that are there, like Kosh just spoke about, they need to change. There's no way we can compete with the illicit market. There's things that we need to do better. We need to allow us to market in better ways. We have to find some way outside of 2 signs in front of a building to market. That's not gonna cut it. Media marketing, stuff like that, it's so regulated, you can't mention anything, you can't say certain words. My company has donated over $10,000 to different non-for-profits. Not because I have the extra money to spend, but because it's the right thing to do. And so it's bigger than just like a little guy like me. This is about the whole industry. We're trying to progress here. We're trying to move forward. And in order to do that, we have to be unified. Right now, the MSOs and ROs are allowed to come in. They're gonna be here. They've been around for 8 years, 10 years, making $80,000 a day, $100,000 a day. I don't make that much. How can I compete with them? They have unlimited resources. I've created 40 jobs by myself. I've created 40 jobs. I staffed the Newport CGS. I staffed the Schuylerville CGS, Copake, Granville. I staffed over 10 CGS events. We've done almost 100 as far as days by ourselves as one company. So these events have to keep going. Could you imagine come January 1st, there's no more CGS events? What are all these people gonna do? We have over 10,000 customers. What are they gonna do? They're gonna go back to Massachusetts, back to Vermont, and then back to the streets. That's what's gonna happen. And you all know, once you lose a customer, how hard it is to get that customer back. It's almost impossible. I'm not gonna stay on too much longer. I did want to get into the DASNY situation. Their loans and that money is predatory. It is no good. I have seen the contract.
Matthew,
I have-
your time is the last, but why don't we come back and talk about, we'll ask about it. We'll get
Thank
back to it. Anthony.
Good evening. I'm Anthony Feliciano. I'm Vice President for Advocacy at Housing Works. And I'm just going to go straight into the problems and equity in terms of recommendations. And I would say that through the Cannabis Social Equity Coalition, we've been in lockstep together on these recommendations. First, we need to review current conditions and modify the cannabis law by restricting or lessening the impact of vertical integration of the ROs, or at least have the cards in the O should be on the same mandatory timeline for approval for opening on their second and third locations. The other thing I will want that the legislators urge the governor to sign the 280E city tax code bill before the end of the year. The other thing is we must develop new reforms to the social and equity plan, the social economic equity plan. That includes codifying the cards. So you can address the inequities and protect the state and industry from significant future legal challenges. It won't stop it completely, but we need to. The other thing is we need to fast forward anticipated cannabis tax revenue and medical marijuana application fees from the state funds to monetize zero interest and low interest loans to support social equity dispensaries, cultivators, microbusiness, and other segments of the cannabis supply chain. The other thing is we need funding streams that can advance and provide technical, vocational, and capacity training for impacted members of the community. Housing Works put already investments around this area, and we just need to see more in terms of other players being able to get funded for it. The other thing is leveling the playing field by allowing 50% of all 9 license categories to the social equity population and awarding 11 new medical marijuana licenses to social equity applicants from communities that have been impacted, Black and brown communities, by marijuana prohibition. The other part is to cap the number of licenses, to incentivize cities and municipalities to establish zoning policies that support indoor cultivation and processing facilities, prohibit the medical marijuana companies from selling wholesale cannabis products to cannabis dispensaries for 3 years. And finally, I grew up in Lower East Side, LES, and I agree with Councilwoman Gail Brewer originally in terms of what we need to be doing there as well. But again, this is not about criminalization of individuals. This is about looking at the predatory and the corporates that are coming into the system and taking advantage of what we all fought for a long time to get passage of.
Thank you very much. Damien.
Oh, my goodness. You know, I am. You know, Kelly got me to wear a suit for this thing. I'm telling you, this is a big deal for me. My name is Damien Cornwell. I'm the founder of Just Breathe, the Director of Operations for Broome County Urban League. I own a radio station. I've spent the past 2 decades helping to bring Black-owned businesses to the forefront of Binghamton's economy, uplifting my community. And then in my spare time, I volunteer and serve on the board of directors for Canny. I know you guys have heard a lot of stuff. I'm trying to watch the clock here for you. The first thing I'll talk to you about is the THC tax. The biggest issue with the THC tax from a retail perspective is when these guys talk about it, it's being taxed at wholesale, correct? So by the time it gets to me, it gets doubled. And in fact, effectively, if you come in the store, you're paying tax on the tax. Think about that for the customers that we serve. Just think about that. Forget about all the particulars that exist when we talk about the minutia of the market in this room. But be the retailer that has to explain that to you and your family, and also combat the argument from the illicit market, which states that everything in our stores is overpriced and undervalued. That policy makes that, I almost swore, it makes that true. You're paying tax on the tax for something that clearly is not of the same value. That's not what Mac's telling the stuff to me for. It's being inflated. You need to move where that's coming from, right? You need to move it at the end of the chain, or figure out a way that it's not weight-based, right? Figure out a way to do it maybe how they did it in Massachusetts where it works, or maybe set thresholds. That's the first thing. I have this beautifully written thing here, but I'm trying to get everybody out of here, right, because it's so late and I have a 2-hour drive. The other issue is this. The package marketing, labeling, and advertising regulations are absolutely horrible. as a retailer, I'm almost made to feel like I'm less than when compared to other retailers from other industry. Why can't I advertise on TV, radio, all forms of social media? I have a restriction for billboards. I own a radio station and I can't put ads on it. That's insane. Think about that. When 3 doors down, the illicit shop that's next to me is selling illegal stuff, bootleg stuff, half the price at a breakneck pace. And there's lights and signs. I'm surprised they don't have a marching band out there. It's ridiculous. We need your help. You have to fix these things and help us create an environment that's not counterintuitive to everything we're trying to grow within the industry. Does that make sense? One thing I would say is very, very important. I would ask each of you here today to engage with the regulators, right, so that we may modify the regulations that I'm speaking of, right? We talk about specifically the potency tax. And I thank all of you for giving me the time to speak here today. And I would ask you to please join in support of Senator Cooney, Majority Leader Crystal Peoples-Stokes, and repeal of the potency tax 4831.
Thank you, Damian. So Binghamton, obviously New York
Yes.
City, and Matthew, where are you located?
I'm located in Albany.
In Albany?
Albany.
I've heard of that place. Okay. So different experiences, different markets, different populations of access. I'm curious to know what you're hearing from your customers specifically, people who have made the choice to buy in a legal dispensary, who have, you're starting to build that marketing relationship with, that brand relationship with. What is their experience? Have they come from other illegal stores, right?
Let me
Were they
speak to that.
previously?
Can I speak to that first?
Sure.
We were the third store to open in the state and the first in all of upstate New York. And the number one complaint we had immediately coming out the gate was price.
Price.
The second issue that happened was every illicit market in the world, every illicit operator in the world immediately attacked us and said, on Google, I would go to the illicit market stores where I can get this for this price. Just decimated our entire profile on Google. And then one at a time, right, we have to go through the channels and see if we can get them erased, and that whole 9 yards. But you know what? You can't make a first impression twice. You can't do that. And the problem is, I say this all the time, to all the guys in the back I'm friends with, you can't win a fight by complaining to the referee. You win a fight by fighting. Except these policies tie my hands behind my back. Let me operate, and then we'll beat them, right? But I can't beat them if I'm made to fight like this guy's punching me in the face, right? They do all the shooting, we do all the dying. It's a bad look. It's horrible. We need change. Go ahead.
I will say something similar. I mean, we're the first not-for-profit to have the dispensary. So we have some advantages.
First
Yeah,
dispensary.
dispensary. We have advantages that I know very clear and being candid about. However, we still get our customers that come in who say our prices. We're still having problems getting the products that we want from communities of color that we want on the shelf as well because of all the lawsuits and everything that's going on. So there is plenty of people of color who are doing this work, and we can't even get the connections we want to bring in. The other part of that is we've had the issues also of the fact that we're in the East Village. We're surrounded by many illegal dispensaries, many as Kruger was talking about in her district. It is hard to even compete because we're under the scaffold and we have all these other issues, and we're not for profit. Right? So I think we're in the similar situation in the sense of competing with folks who can actually do it better in the way of advertisement and getting it out there. Then the other part of that is, I have a 12-year-old son. He is literally can walk down the block on 12th Street and he's hitting 5 dispensaries, all illegal. And customers that come to us and say, I don't know how to tell the difference. I don't have a map that can show which ones are illegal or not. And so those are huge issues in terms of education. But these has to be done with the folks of the stakeholders that are on the ground. If we go do it, all this education, and we do it from the top, it's still gonna have problems because it has to be going through us and having those conversations how to do it.
Thank you. Matthew?
The first thing that my customers complain about is the price. Pricing is just way too high. The excise tax, that THC tax, is just increasing prices by 20% about. It just makes it too expensive. And then the product that we're selling, they say isn't as good as the illicit products that are out there being sold. So now that makes it doubly as hard because now we have to sell a product that customers think is less at a higher price, and we have to be efficient. We have to generate the tax dollars. But when all that's said and done, at the end of the day, what about the dispensary owners? Where's the dispensary owners' profit and revenue? If everything is going to tax, whether it's state, federal, retail, THC, everything is just leaving. So we don't really see what people think we're seeing as dispensary owners. The next thing that my customers complain about is availability. There's not enough dispensaries. They can't find the dispensaries. I mean, I can't use third-party marketing, so I can't go on Leafly or Weed Maps and put it on there because it's against the rules. So now I got all these dispensaries on Weed Maps and Leafly, and all the customers are going to go there because when they Google it, when they look it up, those are popping up. Mine will not pop up.
The illicit dispensaries are
illicit dispensaries
on Weed Maps and
are on Weed Maps,
Leafly.
but the legal ones, we're not supposed to be on it. That makes it just almost impossible to market and advertise correctly, and we can't fix the price, so there's nothing we can do. We're just stuck between a rock and a hard place. We're drowning out here. Not just me, but there's other retail dispensaries that are actual dispensaries that are drowning. There's farmers that have lost their farms and are losing their... I talk to farmers every day, and these guys are struggling bad for 2 years. 2 years. They got beat with the hemp. Hemp went from $3,000 a pound to $30 a pound, and they grew acres of it, and now they got nothing to show for it, and now they're getting beat again. This is wrong, what's happening. These MSOs and ROs that are coming in are taking over, and that's what they're gonna do, and they're gonna suck up and eat up all the smaller companies. Everybody that couldn't get in first to market are gonna struggle because these MSOs aren't. They're gonna just come in, dump money. There's a lot of issues going on. I'm gonna let you guys speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. My time's elapsed. Senator Hinchy.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. And Matt, it's great to see you again.
Good to see you.
Thank you for your work in the New Paltz Grower Showcase. It's great, and you've heard other people rave about it here too. So that's a testament from outside.
Well, thank you very much, and I do want to attribute that to HV High Falls because they made it happen, and everybody else from Rise, Bannerman's Batch, everybody that's involved, No Wave, Empire Farm, shout out to them because they made that event happen. It's a great event, and I do a lot of these events. I'm not going to say half, but close to it, if not more.
Thank you. It's clear, I mean, even just in your testimony and your comments, right, you're thinking about the whole industry. You're here talking about farmers when we just had the panel before, panel 2, talking about all the challenges that you're facing, which are many. Before I give you time to talk about the leases, could you quickly mention, you would talk about wanting to share costs with other store owners, I think, wanting to be able to help pay or split some costs originally in your testimony. Can you just elaborate on that?
Yes, so with the CGS event, the rules say that you can't split costs across tiers, which is understandable in a real dispensary. But you're talking about a pop-up. I got to go rent a space, a building. There's going to be a green tax because it's cannabis. So normally it's going to be $2,000, now it's going to be $4,000. So I have to pay the $4,000. But then the markup I'm getting from the sales, because I can't afford to pay the $4,000 and then buy $50,000 in product to do 100% markup, is less. So now I might do a smaller markup, I pay more, and I gotta pay employees, staff, I gotta get shelving, tables, electricity, I gotta pay for everything by myself. I'm doing an event in Hudson right now where I have a building that I pay everything, but I spent almost $20,000 just to get into this space, to that building. I'm not seeing profits every day. I can't really market too much because of the rules, so I got a building, I might get 10, 15, 20 customers in an hour, if that, on a good day. But I'm losing money. I'm going negative. But the farmers are making money, so I'm helping them because they've been struggling for way longer than me. So it's okay for right now, but it can't continue like that. It has to change.
Thank you. And can you talk a bit about what you're describing as predatory loans from, I believe it's DASNY. I want to give you some space to talk about that.
So I can show it. I have a bunch of those DASNY, a couple of them. And I've read them, I've seen them. where it's $6,000 for the rent, which is decent, but then it's a $23,000 estimated a month construction loan, where they're forcing you to take all this money. I'm from upstate New York, from Albany. I can get away with $150,000 to $250,000 to get started, but they're gonna force me to take $1 million? What am I gonna do with the other $750,000? I can't keep it. DASNY needs to change. They should have never been involved in the first place. Let's be honest. DASNY was a bad decision to get them involved, and that's the simple fact. They've come into this industry, and they've got this loan from out of state, and there's nothing that's gonna help these people that take these loans, but they have to. And how are you gonna pay back $30,000 a month in upstate New York? This is not New York City. This is upstate. So in 5 years, 6 years, when everything settles down and the allure is gone, you still gotta pay $30,000 a month. So what if you're not making $30,000 a month? What happens then? What happens to the money? What happens to your space? What happens to your license? What happens to your family and your business? What happens 7 years down the line? Like, think. It's more than just a couple months. We have to sustain for a long time. I'm in a 10-year lease right now, and I can't even open under injunction. I'm in a 10-year lease, been in one since July, that I'm stuck in. I can't get out of it if I wanted to. But now I don't know if I'm gonna get licensed because I'm only temporary delivery, so I can't open up my brick and mortar, so I have to reapply. Well, what happens if I get denied on my reapplication? What happens if the card doesn't work out? If it's not codified, or they just stay in injunction, or just lawsuits for 2 years, 3 years, because these things can take time. Then what do? My delivery service will close in April. My construction company is gone. I'm gonna go get a job at Walmart. That's what I'm gonna do.
Who did you negotiate your lease with?
I negotiated my lease with Vanguard, and I did it on my own. I did not use DASNY. Ben Feynman, who's a great person, he helped me. He actually works with me. They do a great job. Even though I can't open, they work with me. They help me out. They're great people. They've been there for me since day one. They found me a property, and they work and they help me. But still, an agreement is an agreement.
Right.
You know, I'm a man of my word, so if I say something, I'm gonna do it.
Right. And I think it sounded like you might be the only person in this room who saw some of the contracts. So I know my time is out, but if you, whatever you have, it might be, if you're able or you have approval to, it might be good to share some of that with us in this committee.
I mean, the paper, the contract says confidential, but I didn't sign anything, so I really don't care about the contract at the end of the day. So what it says is this. Yeah, not a problem.
I don't know if I'm out of time, so but maybe we can talk afterwards, or maybe there's a way that you can share it with us so that we can.
Yeah, well, it says lease years 1 through 5. Annual rent $72,000, monthly rent $6,000, 4,000 square feet, $18 per square foot. Then it goes on to say, in addition to base rent, tenant pays 12% proportionate of all CAM charges, including taxes and insurance. This is a triple N lease. Then it goes on to say, anticipated monthly construction loan amount estimated in the range of approximately $19,000 a month. I can't tell you the location, but that's just one of the leases. Another one says $23,000 a month. And these are upstate locations. These aren't, I'm from the capital region. You guys are here in the capital region. What building that's 4,000 square feet is $19,000 a month? Even with a build out. I can pay the build out for a year, and then that'll be all paid off with interest. But why over 10 years? Why are you trying to make $3 million off of $1 million when I don't even need that much? You know, you're overcompensating. Not you, but the Atlantic Pacific, whoever they are, Chicago, Atlantic. They're overcompensated. You know, they're taking money, taking advantage of people that don't have money. I was blessed to have a construction company that was successful. I mean, it was successful. And I used my funds from that to start this. But what about people that just had jobs, that don't have extra money sitting around to invest? What about those guys? No, they have to take this loan. They can't come up with $150,000. Where are they gonna? They work however many hours a week, make $40,000 a year, if that, and got to come up with $150,000, $200,000 to build this. It's impossible. So they take this loan, they get involved. What'll happen is years down the line, they won't be able to pay it. They'll lose their license. They'll have an MSO come in and take it. And that's what it is. I mean, this program, it was designed for social equity to be profitable and successful, but in reality, it was designed for MSOs to come in once social equity couldn't. and they're gonna say, oh, we gave these smaller guys a chance, they couldn't cut it. We had to bring them in and take over. That's the goal. We know, everybody knows. Nobody wants to say it. I'm not a politician, I'm not an official, I'm gonna be honest. That is the goal of the program, not for us to be successful, but to say we've had a chance, we failed, now you have to bring in MSOs. That's the reality of the situation.
It's not just high interest, it's also equity transfers for capital.
Right.
That makes it even more.
We're going to be looking more into these issues and some of the other issues that were raised in terms of pricing or products, et cetera. So thank you all. I appreciate your time being here. Thank you for what you're doing for legal cannabis retail access in New York.
Thank you.
Our next panel, we're going to keep on moving right along, will be Acreage Holdings, Columbia Care, and the Medical Cannabis Industry Association. Okay. We're going to move forward here. Brian, Adam, and Katie, I will remind you that there is a clock right below me here, and Miles will give you a 30-second warning. We'll try to keep it to 3 minutes, and then we'll have time to go through with Q&A. Does that sound good? All right. So I appreciate you all being here and hanging with us. And Brian, do you want to start? Or Katie, do you want to start? Okay, Brian's starting. It will automatically turn on as you start talking.
Okay. This is good?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. So,
hold on one second, Brian. If we could have order in the hearing room, I guess that's the way to say it. Order in the hearing room, and if you could close the doors in the back so that the sound doesn't come in. We want to be respectful of those who have taken time to testify and prepared with us. And we do have your written materials in front of us, so thank you for submitting.
Great. And do you want me to do this under 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
No, we'll restart the clock. We'll put 3 minutes on the clock. It's all you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Well, good evening. Thank you, Chairman Cooney and members of the Subcommittee on Cannabis. My name is Brian Murray, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Government Relations and Communications at Acreage Holdings. We are a New York-based company operating as Nicana LLC and doing business as The Botanist. I also chair the New York Medical Cannabis Industry Association, but am not here in that capacity. Acreage began operating in the medical program in 2017. We employ more than 80 people across our 4 dispensaries and cultivation center in Buffalo, Queens, Babylon, Wallkill, and Syracuse, respectively. Despite diminishing patient participation, Acreage continues investing in New York's medical cannabis market. We believe the therapeutic benefits of cannabis should be accessible to all, in particular those suffering from chronic pain, as recent data from the New York Department of Health suggests patients using cannabis regularly for pain use fewer opioids. We further believe that the medical program can advance health equity through expanded patient access. That's why we continue advocating for legislative upgrades to the medical program and look forward to working with all of you next session. Acreage supported the historic MRTA because it clearly envisioned a role for medical operators to work side by side with social equity and other license types to meet New Yorkers' demand for safe, regulated, and quality cannabis and accomplish the wider goals of the MRTA. With the ability to only co-locate 3 of the potential 8 medical dispensaries and 50% of all licensees going to social equity, we were confident the stated goals of the MRTA would allow all license types to participate with no one adversely dominating the market. The MRTA promised to create the world's most successful cannabis market, and one from its inception had social equity as a priority. The promise of the MRTA that you, the legislature, envisioned, capturing the illicit market, raising billions in tax revenue, investing in communities harmed by the war on drugs, protecting and expanding the medical program and its patients, strengthening New York's agricultural market, and ensuring participation in the industry by social equity applicants continues to go unfulfilled. We as Acreage lament the very challenging rollout of our home state's adult use program. The MRTA is clear in its direction, but the AU opportunity was stymied from the outset. Our regulators forgot that an indisputable barrier to achieving the MRTA's goals and social equity goals, apart from federal illegality and capital, is an entrenched illicit market, not registered organizations like Acreage. Instead of seeing our ability to protect patients and consumers with access to safe, regulated, quality cannabis, we were directed to wait and wait while the illicit market thrived. New York's rollout is projected to gift the illicit market $7.2 billion, cost the state more than 20,000 jobs, and $2.8 billion in tax revenue by 2030. However, 2030 is a long way out, and we have the opportunity to change this projection by working together to get the market open. With that, I yield.
Good evening, Senators. My name is Adam Gores, and I'm a Senior Vice President with Columbia Care, now known as the Cannabis Company. We are proud to have been the first registered organization to start serving patients in New York back in 2017, operating out of the Kodak facility in Rochester. And we're also a New York founded and operated company. We grew to over 100 employees, but now sadly are down to 70 given the challenges in the medical program and also the competition and the uncertain rollout of adult use. We've invested tens of millions of dollars, but yet will be many years ahead before we see a return, and we hope to have a return. We're also not part of any litigation. We've actively supported the card program, lobbied on behalf and support of the MRTA. I joined Columbia Care almost 8 years ago after a decade advancing progressive politics throughout the country. I'm actually a justice-involved person who's been directly impacted by the failed prohibition on cannabis. I've also crafted legislation for cannabis now in over 20 states. So I believe I have some informed perspective on what has thus far failed in New York. And my message to you today is that the MRTA was the roadmap, but we've certainly have strayed off of it. And I hope that we can get back on the path by allowing the marketplace to work. And I think that's by cutting red tape, as that we've heard all day long today, and without delay, licensing operators, whether they're entrepreneurs, big and small, RO, social equity or otherwise. We can't wait any longer. Issue new BIPOC-owned RO licenses, implement the medical regulations that should have long been implemented from the MRTA, because patients can't wait any longer. The MRTA promised public access to regulated, tested, trusted tax products. Instead, we have thousands of unregulated shops. Consumers cannot wait any longer. But these were not unforeseen circumstances, though, and unforeseen consequences. We offered detailed analysis during the legislative process and then to OCM that a delay would lead to a massive unregulated market. In the recent weeks, we've seen OCM better engage, and so we're hopeful that this is a positive sign to come. But it's been, for the last 2.5 years, as though the RO entry into the market was viewed as a zero-sum game. That ROs had to fail for the program to succeed, even if the delay in including the ROs might cause the failure of the launch of the program. Concern being that 30 RO dispensaries would be unfair competition. But guess what? Consumers without a legal way to purchase just found that competition in thousands of unregulated shops. And that's hit the medical cannabis program as well. So I remind us all that one of the biggest promises was revenue from this program, and we've lost hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and we hope that by quickly licensing all types of licenses that we can get back to a good program.
Thank you, Adam. Katie?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you all for staying here with us this evening. My name is Katie Neer. I am representing one of my clients, the Medical Cannabis Industry Association, here this evening. The MCIA represents 9 of the 10 operating ROs in New York's medical cannabis program. Collectively, they employ just shy of 1,000 unionized employees, and they serve currently around 125,000 patients. That is down from the date when the MRTA was enacted. Despite New York being one of the most progressive states, our medical cannabis program here is the most conservative in the country, and that is not the legislature's fault. We know that the program implemented is very different than what many legislative champions tried to enact. That said, while the board continues to do its comprehensive adult use rollout and move to implement the medical expansions codified and the MRTA, I want to make a few positions of the MCIA very clear. So number one, I think there can be a lot of confusion when people use MSOs and ROs interchangeably. So MSOs, or multi-state operators, means it's a cannabis company with licenses in many states. ROs is referring to the registered organizations, and that's a New York-specific registration or a license to operate within the medical program. New York has many ROs that are MSOs, but not all of them are MSOs. And many more MSOs are looking to enter New York through the various license opportunities in the adult use program. So I do just want to make that clarification. Number two, MCIA supported and continues to support the MRTA. MCIA also supported Chairman Cooney's CAUDA bill and Senator Hinchy's bills introduced this past session, all of which would have kind of resolved a lot of the complaints you're hearing and a lot of the issues you're hearing from stakeholders today. And importantly, Senator Cooney's bill also would have codified the transition of the ROs into the adult use market, giving them the certainty that they need and that they're looking for. Last but not least, MCIA supports codifying CARD, full stop. So with my last 30 seconds here, I want to just do a quick overview of the RO's option when it comes to adult use. They've got 2 paths. They can choose to enter just the supply side, or they can apply to enter vertically integrated. If they enter vertically integrated, they have to pay a $20 million license fee, and they can only co-locate 3 of their 8 dispensaries. That co-location was never intended for them to dominate the market. Fully implemented, that will be like 2% of the dispensaries statewide. It was always about protecting the sustainability of the medical market. And I think that's an important policy objective to keep in mind when we're talking about their eventual transition and participation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Krueger?
Thank you. Thank you all very much. So I think maybe everybody mentioned it. So we know that, and you, Katie, you've sort of finished with it. So we know that the model we had for medical marijuana was the wrong model from day one. You know, a lot of us held our nose as we voted yes on that bill that Governor Cuomo completely trashed before he brought it to us to the floor. And people said, it's better than nothing, right? So we passed it. And then we knew it wasn't really going to work very well. And then we did work on it in the context of MRTA, and we tried to get it up, going even before that. Various attempts that didn't work. Wrong governor again. So we thought we actually got closer to where we need to be in the sections for medical marijuana within MRTA. So help me understand where we are in the regulatory process and why we're behind. I mean, and I will answer the question partly. I think we've heard most of the day. OCM is overwhelmed. We've given them too much to do in too short a time without the resources. But is that the story on the regulations for medical, or is there something else going on we need to know?
I think bandwidth and capacity and resources at the regulator is a big part of the problem. But there's also, and you've heard this from stakeholders today, there's still a pretty conservative approach coming out of this regulator in the regulations it's adopting. And that is still true on the medical side. So for example, your MRTA, your bill, provided a pathway to whole flower. That was a battle for us to work with the regulator to finally get whole flower. Senator Cooney had to get involved. A lot of legislators had to get involved. Another example is that the law mandates additional ROs be licensed. And I think tomorrow that application window will open. So that's good news. That we commend OCM for that. A big one is the number of dispensaries. Your bill doubled the number of dispensaries. To date, they are still stuck operating just 4 of them with no information out of OCM on how we can move forward citing those additional stores.
So we don't know why that's the case. She looked at you, Adam, so I'm just looking at you.
That's a hard one to judge. What we can just see is the track record of it. I mean, again, in my remarks, I did say in recent weeks, we're somewhat optimistic that we've been given some engagement and general promises that sometime in the future that there may be more details, or that there are details, but they're just too overwhelmed even to share them. Is something that we've heard actually repeatedly, which makes it ever more frustrating, actually.
Yeah, I'd also say license renewals is something that we're still waiting on. So OCM is understaffed, but it's very difficult, as you've heard today, to operate a business when there's uncertainty, especially from your regulator. And so I think that's something, Katie, Adam, and there are others, but I think even just those 3 things are really important for us as medical operators, to believe that New York State really does believe in the medical program and wants to see it succeed, because we certainly do.
No other state, I mean, to be clear, has not included their medical program in adult use. And it's in a large part because everybody recognizes that the program won't survive with competition from the adult use marketplace. And we even know that 70% of adult use customers, Albert Einstein Medical School did a study, are actually seeking that adult use cannabis to treat a medical and health and wellness condition. So we have pharmacists on staff. We will continue to have pharmacists on staff. This is a unique part of the program. And I think the takeaway is it's similar to all the other people that have been testifying today, that we have the unique challenges in here that are unique to this, but the same thing is true around, is that there's been inattention. And I think with the medical operators, as I said in my remarks, there has been this kind of perception that politically it's better for us to kind of fail than it is for us to be seen as being in any way successful whatsoever. Those extra 4 dispensaries, we could have had up and running 2 years ago and serving medical patients, but yet we haven't even begun to look at locations because they haven't given us any guidance. And I think going forward as well, recognition that we can be part of the solution. I think one of the things that you heard overall today is that the OCM is not very entrepreneurial on how to set this up. This is a brand new marketplace, and we need that type of entrepreneurial spirit. We are all entrepreneurs, represent them, and I think that we can play a big role in helping this next stage of the rollout succeed for all stakeholders.
And how would any of you respond to the perception that your growth and success translates into failure for the small entrepreneurial card category?
The problem is there are not enough dispensaries generally. There are thousands of illicit market dispensaries that are selling cannabis in the craziest ways that we've heard today. Having 30, or as called for by the legislation, maybe up to 10 RO dispensaries is only going to help this program. We need licensees from all different walks, whether social equity, RO, or otherwise. I think that's been this problem, is this view that there's a zero-sum game. As we've seen in other states, there's 1,000 dispensaries in Colorado, for instance, a state that's a third of the population here. There is plenty of room for everybody. We just need to get everybody into the room.
My time's up. Oh, I'm sorry. You decide whether you let. Okay, sorry. Please, Brian.
Yeah, it's a fair question, and as I've been here and listening to other people testify, I can understand why they would think our entrance into the market might diminish their ability to succeed. There's a couple things that I want to point out, though. The legislation that was crafted has built-in safeguards. We have to have 50% of our shelf space is dedicated to social equity, non-RO products. It's not just 50%. Some of our shelf space has to be reserved for medical. So you're talking, we only have 3 adult use dispensaries. Of course, anybody can only have 3. But when you look at our dispensaries, 50% of our product is from social equity, and another percentage is medical only. The other thing I wanted to mention is the demand for cannabis in New York. There's so much demand for cannabis in New York that OCM in its own estimate says it needs 2,000 dispensaries. We would have 30. Where's the domination? Yeah, even if you talk cultivation space, and I'm glad you raised the point. The MRTA built in safeguards there as well, because the law, that was well thought out. The law is very well thought out, and what it says is that 2 years after the bill passes, that the legislature will do an evaluation of cultivation, and if there's anyone dominating the market, the legislature is going to take action. Why don't we wait and see what the market looks like? I see a lot of saber rattling, there's a lot of fear, I understand it. But how about we see what happens in this market where there's so much pent-up demand? I think there's an opportunity, if we can capture more of the illicit market, that there's room for everybody to play here.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me go over,
No,
Jeremy.
thank you, Senator Krueger. Let me just kind of pick up on that point, Brian, about the illicit market. I mean, I'm not sure if it was Acreage or if it was the association, but there's been a lot of publications coming out that the ROs themselves have been instrumental at kind of shining the light at the illegal market, saying the unsafe products that are being sold in these illegal stores. You know, obviously you have a vested interest in eliminating the illicit market as well. Can you kind of comment a little bit about the relationship between a growing illicit retail market and assuming that there is entryway into the adult use market for ROs, what that looks like in terms of that tension? Because it seems like you may have some similar issues as our card applicants and licensees.
Yeah, we do. And to hear the individual who just sat here talk about the struggles that he has competing with stores that don't have to follow the same rules. So I think what I find is, and I mentioned this to OCM before, is if you're going to start doing enforcement, you should start around the regulated licensees right now, because they're the ones who have to compete with these stores so closely. So start enforcing around the regulated stores and send the message that we're not going to allow you to directly compete with these individuals. I think the other thing that's important when it comes to us, the illicit market takes from the medical as well. Medical is not that profitable. I heard somebody say 80,000, 100,000. I'm like, bro, I would love to see that store because it's not mine. It's just not that. It's about health equity, and it's about providing access. So, Senator Cooney, when you talk about when we get into the market, what benefit might we have? The benefit of having regulated operators in this market is the idea that you begin to impact and influence consumer behavior. And what we need to do is people want safe, regulated, quality cannabis. They just don't have the outlets to get it. So our entrance into the market, I'd never say that, yeah, if ROs get into the market, the illicit market's going to be, captured and look at all the revenue. That's not going to happen. But what will happen is wherever we are and wherever everyone else is, individuals are going to start changing their behaviors and purchasing from those stores. And that's what we need to see in this state.
And have you seen, whether you've studied or whether you're part of a connection with other MSOs, examples in other states where there have been two markets? There's been adult use retail licensed dispensaries, and there's been ROs who have adult use retail locations as well. Have you seen that kind of environment where there's kind of collaborative relationship? I mean, we've heard both sides, right? This panel today has heard kind of calamity and has heard possibility for working against illicit operations. Can you point to any states that have shown a positive relationship?
Yeah, actually, I'll defer that to.
Yeah, so I think every other state that has had a medical market and then enacted an adult use law has worked to kind of utilize that medical market to launch the adult use market. And that is usually done because a top priority of the policy is market conversion. So to convert your consumer and capture that tax revenue and try to get the illicit kind of pop-up market that we've seen in New York at bay. To be fair, OCM and CCB have been very consistent and very clear that that was not their top priority and their top policy goal. And so I think we're very respectful of that. And I think most of the stakeholders I've heard today are extremely respectful, if not supportive of that. They wanted to launch this market with small and mid-sized New York companies that represent the diversity or represent the social equity communities here, and the MCIA is supportive of that as well. It's only now that we're 2.5 years later that we've lost 25, 30,000 patients from the medical market, that we haven't seen the medical improvements that were enacted in the MRTA fully implemented, that we're comfortable voicing this frustration. So I think it's all about balance, and it's all about kind of working backwards. What's the top policy goal? And right now I think it's time for the policy goal just to shift a little bit to start the market conversion. Otherwise this illicit market may never actually go away.
Let me ask the same question of you three that I've asked the other panels and groups. In terms of your communication, this is again not pointing fingers at any individual, but rather just ways to improve the process. As you're going through the possible transition, as you're thinking about lighting or thinking about issues that your ROs are focused on, not as familiar with those, but do you have a dedicated email address, phone number, person that you work with at OCM, or I guess not really DASNY, but OCM, to help you work through those issues?
I stalk all of them.
I know you're very good, but okay.
But no, there is an RO specific.
Okay, that's
there's
great.
2 RO specific email addresses that we can use to get information. But we experience the same exact challenges that we've heard others speak to today, and I think that made us feel better in some small way to know that it's not us.
Company. And Senator Matera is no longer here, but he did ask a question of our card and our retail operators, adult use retail operators. Is there a relationship between, and I know there is for the cannabis company, but relationship between ROs and organized labor?
Yes. So every RO has an LPA. Most of them are also collectively bargained, unionized. But I think the union's going to come up here next. I'll defer to them on exactly which ones are and are not. But most are.
But there is a consideration there.
Yes. Yep.
And we have, I think a number of our facilities have been organized by the UFCW. We certainly respect our workers' right to bargain. And as to engagement with OCM, again, I think in recent weeks, we've seen some more responsiveness, and that's important because we have a bunch of questions, again, for our transition. And again, a FAQs document that we still haven't seen, and yet we're hopefully days away from making a submission. How do you do that without all the information? And at the same time, I think probably overworked in this regard, but I get to the other point from earlier is just them recognizing this kind of more entrepreneurial way to try to get this done. And I think from our experience across the country of seeing regulators that they're almost taking it too seriously of how can they possibly get through this given everything that they've put together in the regs. And frankly, their next step in this should probably be simplifying it. And maybe that's what the legislature can do is to, maybe try to get rid of so many distinctions in licensure classes and all these different complexities that probably make it really hard to be a regulator that we've seen in other states would bog them down and really get back to making it easier for people to get open.
Okay, with that, thank you very much. Appreciate the work that you do on behalf of medical patients in the state of New York. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Rivera.
Sorry, I just texted you because I was.
Oh, okay. No problem.
So I just have a couple of questions. So, particularly because Ms. Neer spoke about the policy goal, right? So, just as a general, in concept at least, do you folks believe that social equity licensees should get priority?
Yes.
All right, I heard one yes.
Yeah, if you're going on.
Well, I'm just,
we're supportive of that card program, absolutely.
Well, also
and
it's
goals.
in the MRTA, and we support.
Right, okay. But as far as, because some of the concerns, and I think acreage is part of the lawsuit that's currently undergoing, right? I don't believe that either of you folks are. Okay, so, because there's one concern that has been expressed to me has to do with the capacity that ROs have, not on the dispensary side, but on the growth side. If I'm not mistaken, there is the limitation that exists on, for you folks, is 100,000 square feet, is it? I think it's canopy, I guess you could call it?
Yeah.
The acreage,
Yes,
whatever,
yes. It's called
while the limitation for other folks is 15,000. So I guess, so what is do you think that it should be a concern that is a legitimate concern, that since you both are vertically integrated as well as have, by default, enormous capacity to grow a lot more than some other folks, should that not mean that, that you do have that time, that you get to do it later, that you don't get to do it at the beginning, as far as entering to the marketplace?
Yeah.
Well, so the 100,000 square foot canopy cap is the most that an RO could choose as their cap when they try to convert or transition into adult use.
Okay.
But they could choose any tier, any cap that's most appropriate for that business. So, and they're definitely not one size fits all companies, so I don't think they'll all choose that maxed out path.
Right.
But for the ones that do pick that path and choose to be vertically integrated, they will pay that $20 million license fee, which is the most substantial license fee here in New York. And the beauty of the MRTA is that license fee shall be adequate to fund social and economic equity programs. So the 20 million will fund the social equity programs that OCM should administer, and the senator's bill would have enabled or made it would have clarified that money, those licensing fees, could have been used as operating money or grant money, low interest, zero interest loans to cards in addition to other C qualified licensees. So I think there's a hefty fee for the privilege of being vertically integrated.
I might have some more follow-up stuff afterwards, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rivera, and thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to our labor panel and invite Saul to come closer. We will get started here. Saul, if you want to kind of introduce yourself and take 3 minutes, and then we'll be able to chat about organized labor's role in the adult retail market. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Saul Guerrero. I'm here on behalf of Local 338, which is a statewide union that represents workers, over 13,000 workers throughout the whole state. And recently, we also represent hundreds of cannabis workers throughout the whole state. Prior to forming any of the cannabis industry, we advocated policy to make sure that workers were seen as a valued stakeholder in the conversation. We heard tales from other states about cannabis industries and how they were an afterthought. In other words, workers were just an afterthought in these industries. As a result, the very people that were helping grow these industries were often caught up in unsafe and unsavory practices, including in some cases being paid in product. We saw that it was our goal and responsibility to ensure that a new and emerging industry in New York would not only create but guaranteed high-road employment throughout the inclusion of requirements that all applicants and licensees here adhere to a labor peace agreement, or an LPA. That is a conditional of licensing and their commitment to the rights of the workforce. The LPA protects the state's interests by prohibiting strikes or work stoppages, and while the language in the document also guarantees that the employers will remain neutral toward organizing campaigns in the workplace. In the time between the passage of the Compassionate Care Act and the MRTA, and now, Local 338 has successfully organized all 10 of the current medical ROs. I know that was a question that was previously asked in some way or form. We are ensuring that we are creating the new standard for what cannabis careers should and can be in this new growing industry. Providing family-sustaining wages and benefits, we have negotiated strong contracts that provide our members with guaranteed wage increases, full-time guarantees, paid time off, premium, health care for themselves and their families, access to retirement savings, the institutional safety committees, amongst other invaluable workplace protections. In states that have legalized cannabis but not taking these steps, workers don't have these standards. In any quick search, you can see that the minimum wage in New York being $15 an hour, our contracts are way above these wages. And in some cases where they might be paying more, we know that they don't have any PTO or fringe benefits. Most importantly, our role is not merely about supporting those who are members of Local 338, but also building a career throughout training and education. Furthermore, we recognize that not everyone here is an expert in the nuances of the day-to-day work of someone employed in the cannabis industry, or how guidance issued by the Office of Cannabis Management could impact the responsibilities and tasks of frontline cannabis staff. We have eagerly engaged with the OCM to ensure an open line of communication so that workers feel as though they have a direct line to the agency staff to provide feedback, but also highlight the unique safety concerns workers experience on the job, resulting in language in the regulations that mandate access to PPE and safety standards, which have an impact for far beyond organized work sites. It is critical that the OCM continue their work in ensuring the spirit and intention of the Labor Peace Agreement is adhered to both at the time of application and licensing, but ongoing. In recent months, there have been several news stories highlighting unscrupulous organizations posing as bona fide unions in other states, including California and New Jersey. We must remain vigilant in New York to prevent these entities from signing LPAs that do not protect workers, but also so cannabis businesses do not unknowingly enter into agreements that could jeopardize their licensing or encountering other unethical behavior, like organizations charging fees to secure these LPAs. Local 338 commends the New York State Cannabis Subcommittee for taking the time to engage with stakeholders in the cannabis industry, including advocates for the industry's workforce. And thank you.
Thank you very much. So appreciate you being here and for the work that you've done. I just want to clarify something I think you said in your oral testimony. So there's 13,000, approximately 13,000 workers that you represent. And are those all encompassed within the 10 ROs that you help to organize? Or
So we have 13,000 workers throughout many industries.
Okay.
Currently, we have several hundred workers in cannabis.
I see, okay.
Yes.
And with those who are working specifically in the cannabis industry, what are you hearing directly from your membership? Are they confident in the direction that New York is going? Are they looking to expand beyond the ROs and consider perhaps card or other retail operations? Kind of what's the word on the street?
Well, I'm happy to say that we have a mixed bag there.
Okay.
So, I mean, many of our members, I mean, let's be honest, not everybody here can be an entrepreneur. Many of our members are just, people that want to join the workforce in this emerging industry, and they're just excited to join. Of course, they're feeling stagnant right now because the ROs for which they work have not been able to keep up with what has already been, beat at length with the illicit market, right? When you have the ROs, just like many other people that were here earlier, that are playing by the rules, and then you have thousands at this point illegal dispensaries that are competing against them. When our members are getting the proper wages and benefits, it's just hard. So what we've seen is that members have lost jobs because the ROs can no longer staff up. We have seen layoffs over the last 12 months, on and on, throughout almost every RO, basically, or basically they just don't staff up when people leave, as people have left, for the emerging market. But we also have the story of many of our members getting promoted into management. We also have the story of many of our members also applying for labor peace agreements because they also want to go into, they open their own dispensaries or micro businesses, et cetera. So when I say it's a mixed bag, we see everything. But definitely there's concern amongst the membership, which are New Yorkers, because they don't see the light at the end of the tunnel yet. They all want to grow, no pun intended, in this industry, but it's difficult when they don't see the path forward yet.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Senator Henchy.
Thank you. Hello. And
Senator.
thank you so much for being here and for what you do. Can you just clarify, because I want to make sure that I was following you and
Sure.
understanding what you were talking about. Can you just clarify what you were referring to around the articles and unscrupulous practices or groups from California? Can you just give me more context?
Sure. So it has come to our attention, and we've seen it, and there's different news articles that have highlighted the fact that there are some organizations that are calling themselves, labor organizations that are trying to represent workers in this space, but that really don't have any of the know-how. They're not bona fide in the sense that they have no track record. We've been around for 98 years, going on to 100 in 2025, and we have a great track record, that is, open and public. So when we mean unscrupulous, it's not something new that sometimes people want to take advantage of the situation. They want to, engage with workers in a way that really won't serve them, and we're not here for that. We want to make sure that those organizations do not come to New York State, and they shouldn't be operating in any of the states either, not in California, not in our state of New Jersey, because they don't serve the benefit of the workers. Sometimes they call them company unions because that's what they do. They might sign, deals that are not good for the worker. That's
Thank you.
Sure.
Not for here. I would love to talk with you more about that offline
Of course.
after this. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Senator Henchy. Senator Fernandez.
Thank you. Could you detail the various jobs that are unionized in the cannabis industry? Is it just bud tenders, growers?
Sorry, I smile because that's what I do all day. So I can talk about that for way more than 3 minutes, but yeah. So, because we represent the ROs currently, and we do represent now some of the adult use organizations that are starting to operate, such as Housing Works. But when it comes down to the ROs, we do represent seed to store. So we represent the cultivators, the people that do the extracting, the scientists that do formulation, the formulators that create chews or like other edibles, people that roll your pre-rolls. We represent every fraction at the grows. In most cases, we also represent the transportation to the dispensaries, and then we represent the dispensary workers that now are called bud tenders. In the medical field, they had other names. They had, patient care coordinator, patient care representative, or wellness advisor. But now they're all transitioning over to just calling them, bud tenders now. Yep.
That's cute.
That's what we see. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned how a lot of the workers are moving on to be managers themselves, micro business owners themselves, but for those that have just gotten let off, is it because the license holder, the business itself, is not producing enough revenue money to pay them everything?
That's correct. So the one thing that our contracts can't do is mandate how many people they have to have on staff. And, I mean, it's not a secret that we've lost over 40,000 patients. I mean, if you look at the numbers, when we were at the height of the pandemic, we had over 160,000 patients. Right now, we're just checking them again, we're at like 120,000. And there are more ROs operating from then. And obviously, the illicit market is everywhere. And when you have the ROs maybe open a new store, I'll give you an example. There's a dispensary that opened in Fordham Road, prime location, but if you walk to the right or to the left, up Fordham Road, there's like 5 bodegas that sell cannabis at half the price, which is something that you've heard all day, so I don't have to get into it, but yeah. And then you walk into our dispensary where our members work and they're empty. Yeah, so you see that a lot.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Senator Fernandez. Senator Rivera.
Thank you for your presence here today. I'm sorry that it's so damn late in the day. But I wanted to do something similar that Senator Cooney did earlier. Oh, actually, it was actually Senator Skoufis, as far as a grade, if you will, as how you think from your perspective, from the labor perspective, particularly considering how we were, what we put into the bill to make sure that there was a protection for working people as the industry developed, and considering all the different issues that we've already discussed for the whole day.
Yes.
From your perspective, from a labor perspective, how do you think that OCM has done from 1 to 10, 1 being horrendous and 10 being perfect?
So at the level that I work at, 'cause I'm mostly boots on the ground, we have partnered with the OCM. We've called with them roundtables to have our members participate in conversations with the OCM so that they hear first off from the membership on the floor. So I don't know if I would be the best person to give you that opinion, to be honest.
Okay.
You know, I don't work with them close enough to tell you, you know, how it is. What I could say is that whatever's happening is not fast enough. And I think that that's something that you've heard echo throughout the whole day, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rivera. Thank you so much for coming and testifying and sticking with us, so we'll appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our final panel of the evening, but certainly not the least. Certainly not the least. We've got LeafLink, Lucid Green, BioTrack PharmD, Drug Policy Alliance.
Thank you.
Oh, DPA with a new logo.
Pick a different name, it'll be fun. There we go.
We know Melissa, though.
Oh, yeah.
She can't hide.
She can't hide.
Okay, we'll get started. So I think you know the rules of engagement here. We have a clock right below the camera here. We'll keep it to 3 minutes per person, and then we'll be able to have more time for Q&A. So no pressure around any of the clocks on.
Awesome. Thank you guys for sticking it out with us here. And thank you to Senator Cooney and for everyone else here for putting together this really necessary hearing. My name is Rodney Holcomb, and I am the Director of Public Policy at LeafLink. We are a New York City headquartered B2B wholesale marketplace that connects cannabis sellers, so meaning processors and distributors, with cannabis retailers in order to simplify movement across the supply chain. We currently work with over 12,000 operators in over 30 markets in the United States, including over 24 operators here in New York, many of whom were testifying here today. I think first like to just start off by commending you all for New York's very deliberative approach to centering equity as we legalize cannabis in the state, and specifically want to acknowledge just a few things that I think were done very well. So first, with respect to the market itself, New York's unlimited license market will have the ability to scale to meet demand, give access to far more prospective business owners, and encourage enough product diversity and supply to bring more sales to the legal market and away from the illicit market. Second, with respect to marketplaces, the final regulations that were adopted earlier this year require marketplaces to work with all willing and viable distributors, something that will help to ensure that marketplaces can offer a variety of options to distribute products across the supply chain. And then lastly, with respect to distribution, the regulations allow distributors to transfer products to other distributors. It's a very important move that will help build distribution networks that maximize efficiency, reduce costs, are very environmentally friendly, and lead to faster delivery times to dispensaries across the state. Now, as we look forward to the future of cannabis in New York, there are, I believe, obviously some areas where we can see some improvements that have been reiterated time and again today. I think first, codification of card is incredibly important. I believe those operators deserve the same protections as AUCCs and AUCPs. I think second, of course, is elimination of the potency tax. New York is pretty unique alongside Connecticut in allowing for such a tax to exist. It's obviously very difficult to compute and makes it more difficult to purchase higher potency products. So we are fully supportive of the legislation that you've introduced, Senator, to eliminate that tax and replace it with a flat excise tax. But lastly, the state took the really important step of allowing conditional cultivators and processors to enter this market first. They have created a very important framework for us. And those operators were able to either self-distribute their products or have another operator distribute products on their behalf. This entailed purchasing vans, hiring drivers, having an entire fleet ready to go. But at some point, distributors will be brought into the market, and these operational practices may change significantly once distributors are required to be used. So we certainly urge the Office of Cannabis Management to issue guidance on exactly how these operators are supposed to move forward so that there aren't many disruptions in the way that cannabis is moving across the supply chain when distributors are required for use. Thank you for your time.
Perfect timing, Rodney. Larry.
Chairman Cooney and members of the Senate Standing Committee on Cannabis. My name's Larry Levy, and I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Lucid Green, a leader in the Canatech space. I appreciate the opportunity to submit testimony regarding technology, enforcement, and education in New York's cannabis market. New York has the incredibly challenging task of implementing the most equitable market in the country while contending with entrenchment and sophisticated illicit operators. We've heard that time and time again today. In order to accomplish these goals, the state needs to leverage all the tools at their disposal to shut down these illicit operators and provide consumers with the information they need to access legal dispensaries and products. We see technology as a part of this solution. A little bit of background on Lucid Green. I founded this company on the premise that the key to a safe, well-regulated adult use cannabis market is access to information, trust, and transparency. Lucid Green's technology platform utilizes a unique QR code. You know, COVID gave us a couple of gifts. One of them was the fact that everybody now knows what a QR code is. If you didn't, you'd probably starve at a restaurant. These codes are unique and go on to the regulatory label that are then affixed to every single product. But these QR codes are a one-to-one match with the product, meaning that they're like a serial number on a dollar bill. They're unique. They can be tracked with amazing fidelity throughout the entire supply chain. And what this means is that every actor in the supply chain, when they interact with this code, whether they're either adding information digitally to the code or they are using a phone with an app to scan information off that code, they use this from distributor to retailer to consumer, exactly the same code. And the beauty of this is that from a state perspective, we now have the ability to really offer the consumer the ability to have a safe, consistent, and enjoyable experience by scanning this QR code in the knowledge that they are scanning a product that they can validate is legitimate, and they can get all the information about dosage, effect, and the product that is contained in that in the product they're holding in their hand. The things that we have to do as a state, and I'm delighted to be here because for the first time in 4 years, I don't have to schlep to another market to go and sell our platform. So I'm anxious to get this underway. What we need from the regulators really is one change to the current regs where all we need to do is replace an or with an and, which means that today the regulations require a QR code to go to a COA, Certificate of Analysis. What we're asking for is for that to include the same code to go to both the Certificate of Authentication or Analysis and the transfer ID that my colleague here, from a track and trace perspective, insists on having. So having that same code scan those two things will enable law enforcement agents, operators in retail, distribution, and the consumer to be able to scan the same code and get different pieces of information that allow this really important distribution and, I guess, transformation of information. The second one is these codes, think of the problem that we have today, which is the ability to be able to educate the consumer. Consumers don't want to buy products from illicit players. Most of the time, they're being pulled into this because they have no choice. Our solution provides an opportunity for the consumer to be able to have a safe experience through the scanning of this code, which allows them to get all this useful information, as well as keep the information with the stakeholders. And this is an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to privacy and privacy of information. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the issues impacting every stakeholder in the supply chain and offer readily available solutions via our technology, and look forward to working with both the legislature and with the OCM to build a safe, transparent, and successful adult cannabis market in New York. Our goal remains to allow consumers to conveniently purchase safe cannabis at an affordable price. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Mo.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of the committee. Chairman Cooney, esteemed senators, my name is Dr. Mo Afana. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at BioTrack THC. Since the first sale went through the state's BioTrack traceability system on April 21st, 2017, New York State BioTrack traceability system has successfully processed more than 2.3 million transactions. The revenue collected as a result of those transactions totals more than $354 million. The traceability system is it's a tracking system designed to track all activity that occurs within the supply chain by using a unique 16-digit ID number. So that ID number gets attached at the point of inception for when they propagate a room full of plants, they harvest the plants, it gives birth to 3 inventory identifiers: waste, other material, and the flower. That inventory is then converted into a concentrate, into an edible, into a pre-pack. That gets a unique identifier that now allows you to trace backwards to the point of inception to the plants that they came from. We track the testing process, we track the transportation between facilities, and we track through the point of dispensation and all the activities in between, adjustments. We give visibility and transparency to OCM and to other government agencies to have full visibility into what is going on in each facility, who has how much inventory. There's red flag reports, and it gives them kind of the tool that they need to actually be able to manage, and I feel like it's going to answer a lot of questions that have come up here today in terms of how much is out in the market, how many days supply do we exactly have today, how fast should we online additional cultivators, where should those cultivators be online, when do we open up the next round of, all that goes into what I've been hearing all day long, which is like this, the market is unstable, there's a lot of bad actors out there. This tool is going to help give visibility to that. It's not going to solve the black market issues, but it is going to give visibility and answer a lot of questions and give you data to be able to make decisions. We are arguably the only company in the industry to successfully provide solutions to both the government and private sector. Due to this, we are uniquely qualified to support industry participants using hands-on knowledge, gained from developing custom solutions for the private and public sectors by constantly taking in feedback from both groups to continuously improve the overall operations of markets. We are proud and appreciate to have been awarded the new seed-to-sale contract by the Office of Cannabis Management last year. We have been serving as a state seed-to-sale provider since 2017 for the medical program. BioTrack offers multiple solutions. We're in over 2,000 medical and recreational cannabis production and retail facilities across 37 states, Canada, the Caribbean, South America, South Africa, the UK, New Zealand. They all utilize one of our software solutions. Our government solutions are actively being used by 12 state agencies: New York, New Mexico, Illinois, Hawaii, Connecticut, Arkansas, North Dakota, New Hampshire, Virginia, Delaware, Puerto Rico, and Florida. The voluntary adoption of BioTrack by so many government agencies as well as cannabis businesses is a testament to the quality of BioTrack's people, technology, and subject matter expertise. Our solution included commercial seed-to-sale system, a government traceability system with a robust application program interface and API. We also offer a medical patient registry, a business licensing system. We've just recently developed a product registration system for the state of Virginia, and we also have an analytical tool that's used by both the governments and the businesses themselves. Our system is security is kind of second to none for us. We host all of our government systems within the Amazon cloud, which is designed to host sensitive data and regulated workloads in the cloud. We have maintained strict security policies and have earned the SOC 1 and SOC 2 Type 2 and HIPAA compliance certifications. Our policies and systems go through yearly audits to ensure that we continue to provide the most secure and paramount experience for our end users. At BioTrack, government contracts are more than just a standardly signed document. We position ourselves as expert resources for the state and look to create long-term partnerships where we can best serve the state and the industry's needs. We do not disappear after the state goes live. We continue to partner with the state's program staff and inspectors on a regular basis throughout the length of our contract. We have weekly phone calls, regular trainings, and keep in constant touch with the program staff to quickly address any issues or new needs. Each state has a dedicated account project managers who act as subject matter experts for their state's workflows and knowledge base. This ongoing dialogue helps keep the flow of information going back and forth to continue to fine-tune and improve the experience and processes for all stakeholders. Our business understanding of the markets and licensees' practices, married with our technology and compliance obligations to the state, facilitate an ever-evolving solution to meet the needs of all parties.
Thank you very much, and I know that there's been some precursor conversations to you being here, so looking forward to having that back and forth. Last but certainly not least, someone who was instrumental with working with Senator Krueger to actually make the MRTA pass. We're very glad to have our friend Melissa Moore back from the Drug Policy Alliance.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all still being here at this hour and for inviting Drug Policy Alliance to provide testimony for today's very important hearing. As you all know, we are the leading organization in the United States working to end the drug war, repair its harms, and build a non-punitive, equitable, and regulated drug market. We worked, as you said, Senator Cooney, leading the efforts along with our allies to pass the expansive protections and provisions in the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act that provide much-needed relief to our community members through restitution for prior criminalization and community reinvestment, protections for New Yorkers, which I'll talk more about in just a moment, as well as the framework for building a regulated market rooted in racial and economic justice. The vision of the MRTA and the many years-long campaign to pass the landmark legislation was to create equity, economic justice, and work to restore communities most damaged by this country's horrific war on drugs. We've now had an opportunity to see how the MRTA is working in its very beginning phases. Just because the road has been bumpy, and it certainly has, as we've heard throughout the day today, and there are hurdles, does not mean that this is the time to lose our resolve. This is the crucial moment to be able to redouble our efforts and to really enact the vision and the transformative opportunity that is a fundamental part of the framework within the MRTA. In the face of challenges and lawsuits that have waylaid the CARD program and the initial licensing initiatives, now is not the time to jettison our equity efforts, but to be clear on how we can strengthen and build to more effectively achieve our goals. This is the moment to determine and assess how the state of New York can mobilize resources to fulfill the letter of the law. Marijuana prohibition came at a very steep price. It cost New Yorkers of color their homes, their children, in some cases their ability to remain in this country, and their freedom. And while legalization is a welcome change, We cannot allow New Yorkers of color and people from lower economic backgrounds to be locked out of progress of this industry. And given you have my full testimony, so I'll just focus in on a portion of it here, which is that, if this is a moment to reflect on the MRTA's rollout. I know a lot of the conversation today has really been centered on the retail licenses, but I also want to bring into this conversation and urge us to reflect on the ways in which it's profoundly shaped how New Yorkers can access jobs, housing, and education, and keep their families together with protections for parents and safeguards against deportations. I'll skip ahead, given time. Because of the MRTA, people are not facing roadblocks from a prior criminal record for cannabis as they did before. For decades, New Yorkers applying for thousands of types of jobs all across the state had to disclose their prior marijuana arrest, often leading to doors of employment and higher education being slammed in their faces. Those seeking a wide variety of professional licenses were blocked from obtaining them because of a cannabis conviction, leaving them to operate in the shadows or not at all. Because of the MRTA, people are no longer drug tested for marijuana as a condition of employment. That affects millions of New Yorkers. That has had a profound impact in terms of people being able to secure stable employment and being able to meet all of the rest of their needs and pay for housing, importantly, as the rent is always going up. Additionally, because of the MRTA, people are no longer being separated from their families through Child Protective Services, often called family policing cases, over solely marijuana, and people with immigration status complications have an avenue for record relief that will shield them from federal deportation over a New York marijuana offense. Because of the MRTA, police can no longer stop, search, question, or harass young people by using cannabis enforcement as the justification. In the year before statewide marijuana reform passed, a mob of police officers in Brooklyn swarmed a young black teen outside of a park where officers claimed to have smelled marijuana. The video of that incident shows them viciously beating him as he pleads for his mother. Lawmakers were very clear about these provisions in the MRTA that removed the alleged odor of marijuana as a probable cause for police interaction. And this previously had been one of the driving forces of the massive racial disparities in marijuana arrests and enforcement in the years prior to legalization, and was a fundamental violation of New Yorkers' civil rights. That tool has now been removed. Thank you. Because of the MRTA, people are not facing eviction or permanent exclusion from housing over marijuana. And this is an abbreviated synopsis. But just to really say, our work to pass the MRTA, we were clear that the remedies for the devastation caused by New York's marijuana arrest crusade needed to be just as comprehensive as the harms done to people and communities. We can't snap our fingers and immediately undo the decades of damage wrought by these punitive marijuana policies that harm people across nearly every single aspect of their daily lives. But the MRTA set forth powerful retroactive justice provisions and forward-looking protections to build a foundation for New York rooted in personal and community safety and equitable access to necessities like housing, jobs, and education. It's really easy to focus on a single complicated aspect of a new system, like dispensaries, and it is really crucial that we get it right. But I would also encourage us to zoom out from time to time and to look at the full picture of all of the damage that has not happened because of the far-reaching protections in the MRTA. More work lies ahead in New York's new era post-prohibition, and at the federal level, certainly, I'm working with my colleagues to secure protection to go even further. But this is definitely a moment for us to double down and to not shrink away from the incredible values and principles that are in the MRTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa, and thanks for helping us zoom out. It's important that we remember where we were previously. I'm wondering if you could comment a little bit on the interplay, federal interplay here. Sure. Don't need to go down the rabbit's hole about what may not happen, who the Speaker of the House will be next week. I don't need to deal with that. But more of what should New York State be doing to prepare for whether it's descheduling, whether it's some sort of variation of the Cole memo on the federal side, so that our businesses, our retailers, our growers are ready to compete nationally?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, and I do detail more in my testimony on the federal level. I think we're operating within an environment where the president has promised to decriminalize on some level, is like pivoting and punting to various assessments. And just to be clear, rescheduling alone at the federal level does not offer the sort of protections, particularly on the justice side of things, as we need. We need it to be completely removed from the schedule under the Controlled Substances Act. That would allow the protections, both in terms of, I think, what people often raise in terms of the business operating logistics end of things, but also certainly in terms of ensuring that people have the very necessary and absolutely unequivocally required protections when it comes to housing, to keeping their families together, to not facing, even though we're in a situation where a huge number of states have legalized for adult use, cannabis is still, low-level possession of cannabis is still one of the most arrested offenses in the entire country. And for many other states that legalized through a ballot initiative process or a ballot measure, those provisions were not as extensive as the MRTA. Our benefit by having the many, many years-long process through the legislature is that the senator and majority leader put together a bill that was incredibly comprehensive. But that's not what we've seen in other jurisdictions necessarily, just by virtue of the vehicle that was used to legalize for adult use. And so being able to have those remedies at the federal level and removing what we currently have to operate under because of prohibition. And for New York State, I think the consideration, if we are to see at some point, which I think we will in our lifetimes, an actual national cannabis marketplace. I think the crucial aspect for New York is to strengthen our social equity program, to strengthen the provisions that we have that makes our market so unique in terms of the cooperative licenses, the micro businesses, the things in the MRTA that we're very clear about not just operating under a business as usual type of framework, but really trying to position those who consistently have the deck stacked against them. And as we've talked about, the market in New York is massive. Even before legalization, we were the largest cannabis market in the entire country. So nobody's confused about there being space. But I think what we consistently had discussions around within the campaign and also now as we're talking about what it would look like on the federal level to have these changes is how we ensure that the players who don't have the deepest pockets, who do not benefit from the same sort of tailwinds that we see within just the broader financial industry and the discrimination that they face there, being able to actually have the avenues to be able to succeed.
No, that's helpful and quite interesting, and would love to continue to engage with DPA on what are those things, again, working with OCM and the regulations next session, what are those things we can do to support those unique aspects of our MRTA bill that will better strengthen New York's role federally? I think it is coming down the path, fortunately. I want to switch gears a little bit to our tech side. We talked about BioTrack earlier today. I asked OCM, kind of what their time frame was for implementation. As you noted, the procurement process was finished, I believe, last year. Is this kind of normal when I know you've been in 14 other states or something like that. This is a normal transition in terms of getting your program up and running?
Yeah, so it kind of varies on the regulations, how quickly we get certain information back. But yeah, it has been a little bit longer than other states, but it's not out of line given the scope and the level of requirements that are needed for New York.
But you're kind of in the final stages now.
Yeah. So, and we've, OCM published part of the API documentation, I want to say about a month ago, if not longer, which was more or less what the API is going to look like. There's a couple of things that are still some nuance, but that API documentation is 80+% of what software companies that we need to integrate need to know. We will have an integrator program designed to field any inbound requests and manage kind of the flow of information. So I live in the reality of how things actually unfold. I don't get to sit in an office and just send some emails. So I'm very kind of boots on the ground, hands-on. I care about how do we manage the perception, how do we manage the requests coming from the licensees in terms of what software do I use, how do we manage the integrators, how do we keep OCM happy, and how do we, because there's a lot of moving pieces to all this. There's a lot of people that this is new to them. So anything that's new is always a little bit scary. They're unsure. I've heard the MSOs get brought up, so they have the benefit of doing this in multiple other states, so they kind of know what to expect. They've been using the BioTrack system in the medical part of the industry.
In New York?
In New York, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So all the ROs are essentially MSOs in New York at this point, minus a couple of them. The other thing I can tell you is we have, because we're in so many states, a number of the major software technology providers are already integrated with our systems in other states, so the level of effort should be much smaller. And we're working through kind of the exact kind of order of operations with OCM in terms of they finish their testing, we open it up, we publish the API, who goes first. Obviously the conditional participants are kind of like top of mind in terms of them going into the funnel first. And then once we kind of get that ball going, it all just kind of, people as they come online, they get integrated, the POS providers are already integrated, it's just a timing of when they get their license.
And there's no charge to the actual retailer?
No.
And that's for 2 years, or is that in
No,
perpetuity?
so that free POS for the card licensees,
Right.
that is with a commercial POS system. That's not with us, with the state
I
level.
see.
So
Okay.
we are the overarching kind of infrastructure
I
that
see.
all of the POS systems must
Tie
integrate
into.
into.
Got it. Thank you. And then, just very quickly, my time's elapsed. Larry, you mentioned that you're looking to bring this QR technology and labeling technology to New York. Are you currently in any other states?
Yeah, so we have about 50 million units that are already in market. We have about 4,000 brands that we're working with. And we have, I think we're up to 120 retail partners in California, Michigan, Nevada, Maryland. Those are the core markets we've been after.
So by doing that regulatory change, you would have the opportunity to participate with our
This would be
system in New
the
York.
first state that actually did it right from the get-go, if that happened. And I think this state needs a win.
Thank you.
That would be great.
Thank you.
And it's proven technology that is just ready to be deployed in this way.
Thank you. Senator Rivera.
I asked the question earlier. BioTrack is. Now I got it. Thank you so much for that, sir. And thank you, Liz, for shutting me down earlier so that I could just hear from the gentleman. So now I'm good.
And I'm happy to shut you down, so anytime.
And I love you for it. Ms. Moore, we obviously, thank you for, as just as Senator Cooney said, thank you for kind of level setting for us and kind of reminding us why we did this to begin with. And certainly a lot of things during the day we talked about that need to be done better. But you certainly reminded us of a lot of things that have already been in effect. And hopefully if we continue to do the right thing, hopefully from what we heard today, we can make sure that we continue to get those positive things happening. But I know that we've had conversations before about this, and I wanted to get your take on it, related to the licensing structure as it relates to ROs and how and why was as part of the conversation not to do it on day one. I know we've had a conversation before, so I wanted you to kind of tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think going back to 2014, when New York State legalized the medical marijuana program, which was a campaign that DPA also led with our allies. And unfortunately, as you mentioned, Senator Krueger, it was really fundamentally reshaped, very, bless you, in a way that is a very far cry from what was originally in the bill. But where we ended up was that the state only allowed 5 licenses, most of which went to, frankly, white people backed by venture capitalists for those initial 5. Only one company was woman-run and New York-based, and all of them were white-led. And in subsequent years, New York allowed 5 more registered organizations to obtain licenses, and the demographics did not change significantly. And we know that those are basically the inverse demographics of who is harmed in the marijuana arrest crusade. And unfortunately, this we saw over and over again from the time that the medical market was established on through the many years of working to pass the MRTA. There was a distinct desire to be able to saturate this market as it was coming to fruition. And so, all credit to Senator Krueger and Majority Leader Peoples-Stokes for building in really important guardrails into the MRTA to really make clear, and along with all the legislators who voted for it, standing firm that adult use in New York would not operate under that same business as usual model, would not prioritize those companies over those who had been the most harmed by prohibition, and would not just continue to mirror the oligopoly of the medical cannabis program into adult use. And that was very clearly stated within the legislation. It was part of the floor debate through and through. And the way that the MRTA codified and gave authority to the Office of Cannabis Management to be able to establish regulations and enact policies that really do intentionally center diversity and inclusion was very much by design. And in order to prevent the industry as it was standing up within the adult use marketplace from propagating the same sort of inequality that we had seen already for many, many years.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rivera. Senator Hinchey. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Krueger.
Oh, thank you. So one, Melissa, my family motto, I think, is no good deed goes unpunished. So I was really appreciative to hear you remind us all that there was actually a lot of good things that we tried to do in MRTA, even though, we still have a long way to go. Mm-hmm. Thank you both, the tech gentlemen, but I'm going to ask Rodney a question about you both. So, because you look at all the time, like every company out there in the world who wants to do anything involving cannabis, are they competing? Are they both valuable? Is this okay if there are a couple different companies who are doing variations on some of the same things?
I think it's totally important, I think, to have that level of competition, but I think they offer vastly different services that help to bolster the industry. So the track and trace program, for example, and then offering QR codes are going to really help to streamline this industry and help us to move away from the illicit market. I think it's incredibly important, and they're both valuable companies in my eyes.
Thank you.
Do you guys want to disagree?
If I can maybe help clarify, so we are like the compliance tracking component. What my buddy over here does is more geared toward the customer-facing, the dispensary-facing staff around the brand. So there's a big challenge in the market around what does a brand's presence look like in New York versus Massachusetts versus Connecticut, and how do they compare apples to apples between states, and how do they standardize dosing? What his technology does is it receives the information coming out of the track and trace with all the changes, all the information at the batch level, and it packages it up so it's more consumer-facing and more easily for them to understand.
Right. Appreciate that. So Larry, we had a conversation recently, so I think I told you that I could see how valuable it would be for consumers and government, so.
Well, I mean, it was interesting because I think there were a couple of, I think with the law enforcement people that testified, it's really difficult to go into a place and really figure out what's going on. We give these law enforcement agencies, through a simple app on their phone, the ability to go and scan any product in there and get the complete provenance of that product from a simple scan. I mean, if you just take a look at inventory management, so when you go and do, cycle counting or stock taking, with our system, it's 25% of the time it typically takes to do that kind of trial. So there's just benefits all along the way that, just allow people to do their job way better than they can, manually or, typing stuff in.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for your testimony and for waiting to the last pen.
Oh, me too.
So just one kind of general question. We'll wrap up. Many of you are ancillary businesses, so you're not licensed, right? But you are supporting the licensed entities within our state. What kind of support can we offer you as policymakers, legislators, OCM as regulators to better support the ancillary business community as it relates to New York's cannabis, retail cannabis market?
Get the Safer Banking Act passed, because it's impossible for us to, I've gone through 6 banks so far.
Wow.
As a type 2 cannabis company, can I get insurance, D&O insurance? No. It's impossible to run businesses like ours really effectively.
The minute you say you're in cannabis, everything else that comes out of your mouth, they don't hear anything else. They're just like, oh, you're growing weed in the office is what they think.
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's what they think I do during sessions. Ronnie?
I mean, honestly, anything that helps to ease operational burdens for operators across the supply chain, so everyone from retail to delivery to processors and cultivators, when their processes are easier, we can help to ease those even further. And so that's what we aim to do. We want to make it so that product is moving more safely, more securely, and at a lower cost. And I think to the extent that we can help to make this easier for operators, it really helps to benefit us too.
Fair enough. Well, Melissa, yes.
Sorry, just because SAFER was raised and tying it back all together.
Love it.
One thing that y'all can do is to push to ensure that in SAFER there are specific provisions that remove the red flag for people with a prior criminal record, certainly in the service of everything that we did within the MRTA and making sure that there would not be those sorts of exclusions or those sorts of red flags for people who had been previously criminalized to be able to be part of the regulated industry. That's something that still remains in the version of SAFER that moved through the Senate committee last month. And so that's something that I would urge y'all to communicate to your colleagues on the Hill as something that would be vitally important in order to make sure that we have the justice provisions in SAFER as well as the business and logistical provisions. I'm happy to follow up on that.
Oh, that's a great point. Well, thank you. Thank you to my colleagues who stuck out here with us. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you to the panelists who waited, and thank you to all who tuned in today. I think this was a very productive conversation. Certainly walked away learning quite a bit, and we've definitely got some good homework to do to follow up with our partners in state government on how we can make retail access much more equitable, fair, and just for all New Yorkers. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.